Reincarnator, Chapter 301, Season 2, Demon King's Tower, The World After 2 Years, 1. Beginning of Season 2. The story will now change to Hansu's point of view for the most part. In the past, when they had been heading towards the time-dimensional crystal, Ares had asked me something. What was the first thing I would do when I returned to the past? What did I regret the most? And I replied instinctively. The thing I regretted about the most deep inside my mind. I shouldn't have killed those bastards back then. Even though they were like demons, I needed to keep them alive. And I remember her face. A face of deep contemplation while looking at me. As well as Kanki and Keldian. Maybe this was why you sealed my memories before sending me into the past. Since I needed to be the humankind savior according to Ares. But I do not think I am wrong. In the end, what this world needs is not a savior. It's a demon king. King of the demons. So once I leave this egg. Rumble. Below the half-destroyed mountain range. 4 people were running through the blizzard. Fuck. Don't slow down. Keep using the scans and don't stop looking around. Though the might of their skills showed how strong they were, none of them looked the slightest proud. Their expressions only showed hurry. Rumble. After a bit of running, a red light exploded out from one of the 2 pairs of males and females. Kiyeing. As the girl felt nothing being caught in the red light that swept around their surroundings, she shouted at her comrades in relief. Phew. Slow down. They aren't following us anymore. The 3 people cursed out loud as they stopped. Fucking. HAAA. Are they really gone? Fucking Dakramas. The 4 sat down on the spot while cursing out at the abyssal race, the Dakramas. Fuck. We've come too far. Really far. Damn. For us to become like this the moment we come up from the 3rd zone to the 4th. Tezang, the temporary leader of this small group, frowned as he checked his surroundings. A mountain range covered in snow and blizzard. Though parts of the mountain range had been destroyed, the 2 years of blizzard did a very good job of hiding a lot of the damage. Apparently a huge explosion had occurred here 2 years ago. The green zone of the past. A huge explosion which shook this entire place, which was now called for the 4th zone. And the change that came afterwards. That day was named the day when the steel pillars smashed through the ceilings of the 7 zones and landed. The 7 zones had changed a lot. To some, it was a very welcome change. And to some, to newcomers like them, a very unfortunate change. For this huge chaos to have been caused by one person. Kong Hansu. Tezang looked around as he thought of the legendary name that evoked both good and bad meanings. The girl standing next to Tezang spoke in dejection. I want to eat pork belly. Dumb bitch. Get used to it. We've been in this bloody world for over a year already. Tezang looked at the girl, Misun, and scolded her. Though it wasn't a long time to adapt, there was nothing else they could do. They needed to adapt in order to survive. Damn. We were the best back in the 3rd zone. From the 1st zone to the 3rd, which were respectively called red, orange and yellow zones in the past. They had charged through with their friends. But the 4th zone. The green zone. This world, created by the man called Kong Hansu, was the materialization of hell. Kong Hansu. While Tezang was thinking about this name, one of the females, the one who had sent out the red light just before, called out to him and the others. Yo guys. Do you guys know what this is? What is it? The adventurers approached her and looked at the thing she was pointing at. What the fuck? Past the horizon. There was a huge hole in the middle of the broken down mountain range. As if it had been hit by a meteor. And within this huge hole, there was a round, silvery object. Egg. What the hell? They frowned as they looked at the silvery egg in the center of this hole. And there was another thing. There was a small box next to this egg. A small box the size of a pencil case. Weird. These 2 things should not be in the middle of nowhere like this. This place wasn't within the territory of the humans. Tezang turned his gaze away from the strange egg and the box and spoke to Lauren. Can you feel anything? The scout, Lauren, shook her head. They could only barely find the location of the egg with the skill, they had no way of finding out what was within it. The mysterious egg was doing a great job of separating what was inside it from the outside world, including shielding the powers of the skills. It was lucky to find it as well. Lauren mumbled as she looked at the egg in the center of the huge remnant of an explosion. Actually she was feeling uneasy standing here. I can feel traces of a tremendously powerful being. Though most of the traces had been covered by the snow, she could still feel it. The power that swept through the surroundings. And if some power hadn't destroyed the mountains, people like them wouldn't even have been able to approach this egg. Apparently nobody has come all the way to this place yet. Though they had come all the way to this location by coincidence, it was still within the territory of the Dakramas. A stay-away zone for them. Perhaps. He's a transcendent. A completely different existence from them. A small amount of monstrous beings who had been born after the abyss descended. No way. As Lauren made an expression full of disbelief, Tezang continued to frown. If this originated from the abyss, then the first steps in handling it would be extremely important. Since the 2nd floor of the 4th zone, which had ignored the mysterious object from the abyss at first, had now become a land of death. I guess there's 2 floors of each zones now. Not enough information on this to clarify. Since that specific mysterious object was the infected host of the abyssal race, the Oroels. Should we take it back? The moment Tezang put his hand on the egg. Payajajajak. Uaaak. Tezang freaked out. His energy was furiously being sucked into the egg. Fuck, I can't take my hand off. As he was freaking out. Boom. Misun figured something was wrong and kicked him far into the corner and away from the egg. Kahook, fucking bitch. Kick more softly. What the hell are you saying? I just saved you. Misun turned back to the egg in fear. She had also been in danger for a short moment. Her own energy got sucked into the egg the moment she kicked Tezang. Though she didn't know what was inside that egg, It was clear that it was extremely dangerous. Even if they used skills on it, it would probably absorb the skill's energy. Misun spoke to Tezang, who was walking back while complaining quietly. Yo, let's just go. Ignore this. Just go. Yeah, we have no time to mess around like this either. It's not like we completely escaped them anyway. Tezang pondered for a moment but then nodded. Yeah. We have no time to waste. The egg didn't feel safe and they didn't have any time to play around here. But they couldn't just leave. If the egg's a no-go, then at least that box. Tezang put his hand on the box. Thankfully, it didn't suck in his energy or anything. Let's try opening it. Tezang picked up the box and tried to open it. But it was useless, despite his strength which could even pry apart a car. It's not opening. Kyuduak. The small box seemed to not care about Tezang's strength at all as it remained unmoved. He even used the reinforcement given to him by a high ranker in the first zone, but the box remained the same. I guess I'll just have to take it. Though it was hard for them here, someone stronger than them existed back in the base. Well, at least we got something. Let's go back. Since they memorized the coordinates, they could return at any time. It was time to leave. Lauren nodded and the four people quickly disappeared into the snow. And near the spot where the box was, only the mysterious egg remained behind and slowly disappeared under the snow. At that moment, Quadguduk. A hang broke through the egg. Crack. Crayock. As the egg broke apart, the silvery egg turned into liquid as it started to get sucked back into the man. And soon, a man walked out. A thin but lean body. Crunch. Crackle. I've come out a bit earlier than expected, huh? The man, Kong Hansu, examined his body which seemed to have shrunk a bit as he mumbled. He thought that he would have to absorb the energy for about another week, but thanks to a small burst of excess energy, he had been able to come out faster. Anyways. Who was it? Hansu frowned as he looked around. He wasn't talking about the people who had just been here. A bit before that, Hansu thought back to the words he had heard while being inside the egg. Kong Hansu. Sigh. I can't believe you've become like this. Phew. Unbelievable. I'll put in the box, so open it when you come out. It's not here. Hansu looked at the ground. Look at these brats. He could still see the footprints of the four people. Reincarnator, Chapter 302, Season 2, Demon King's Tower, The World After 2 Years, 2. A man was dashing through the plains. They went further than I thought. It seems they had already run far while Hansu had been coming out from the egg. Despite having chased them for quite a while, he could not feel their presence at all. Of course, it wasn't like he was upset or anything. Since the distance between them was clearly getting shorter from the footprints. And the air that he hadn't tasted for such a long time felt really great as well. Whoosh. Hansu breathed in deeply as he chased the footprints. It was cold enough to freeze the entire body of a normal person, but it was just very cool to Hansu. He felt like he breathing in a breath of cool, refreshing morning air. Hansu smiled as he chased after the footprints. Sensations he couldn't feel for the past 2 years. He had thought that he had grown used to being isolated as he was constantly fighting with a small group of elites or by himself, but being fully conscious in a place where there was nobody else for 2 whole years was truly a different sensation. 2 whole years in which he could not do anything, see anything, or get in contact with anybody. He had thought that it would be a calm vacation, but it was more of a torture than fighting every day. I guess a person needs to do things they are good at. Tata-tatak. Hansu continued to mumble as he kept chasing after the footprints while not leaving behind a single footprint due to his now much lighter body. The time he had been inside the egg was so torturous that the sound he had heard in the midst of it sounded like the voice of an angel. Of course he couldn't find out who it was. Not even if it was a male or female. He didn't know if they were friendly or were an enemy. Whether they were sad for him or looking down on him. The single line that they left behind. He didn't know who it was and what they had actually left behind. But one thing was clear. That person was not just anyone. A power that destroyed the entire mountain around him just to get to the egg he was in. That strength was something even Hansu, who was inside the egg at the time. Hansu smiled again. Good. Very good. 2 years. It was not a long period of time. But in order to get stronger and throw everything away to achieve that, it was more than enough time. Even more so if that person was already powerful or had a lot of potential. The abyss was a place best suited for people like that. A world made to create monsters. He had been worried that there might only be weaklings because they were fighting with each other, but it seemed there was a person who had reached the ceiling already. I should go find that person. It seemed like it would be hard to find the person, but thankfully they had kindly left behind a clue. As if the person wanted to talk to himself. He chased after the invitation letter that the person had left behind. The 4 who had taken his invitation to be exact. And there was only a single emotion inside him. Curiosity. The 2 years during which he had been isolated. How had the world changed? When the abyss fell down upon them in the past, the other world and the abyss had both completely broken down. But thanks to him controlling the amount of information he let out, the other world hadn't completely broken down this time. Which meant that the people had a bit of buffer. Thought he difficulty would have been much higher than in the past, the humans had become unbelievably stronger than they had been in the past. Since he had set up the red, orange and yellow zones in such a way that they would constantly create powerful soldiers. The danger rose and the humans grew stronger. But Hansu could only guess, he couldn't know for sure how this world had changed. Since there were too many variables for anyone to predict the future accurately. Well, time to check. As Hansu was about to continue after the footprints after he had looked at the steel elevator in the distance. Rumble. From the distance. Hansu felt something within the senses that had spread far and wide. And the moment he sensed this, Hansu frowned. How fast? He was feeling it more and more. If the humans were alive, then there should be some form of signal in the sky, like a flare or something. No, there should at least be a trace. But even after so long, there was only a vast plain. As if everything had died. Which meant one thing. They'd been pushed back, huh? He didn't know what was going on in the other places. Since once the elevators descended, the worlds would get shredded apart. The elevators were a supernatural structure that separated the worlds into different floors. The different floors would become completely separated and house a society and a world of their own. But one thing was clear regarding the first floor of the green zone. The humans weren't the only owners of this place. Squirm. Hansu felt something in the edges of his field of perception. Something that he couldn't fully make out despite his greatly improved senses. He could only sense that something was approaching him. But if the ground was shaking this much despite him not being able to sense it, it only meant one thing. It's a race that is self-ruled star. Right from the get-go. I guess they really got pushed back far. TN, self-ruled, I translated this literally because I couldn't think of a better wording. Basically these guys don't have a set hierarchy and have a community of equals with no true leader. The races that were self-ruled were hard to deal with unless one knew how to deal with each different kind properly. But on the other hand, their weakness was known and it was much easier to deal with than a race with a normal hierarchy. This was why information was the most valuable thing to humans. This was why the first thing Hansu had told the adventurers was the method to deal with these self-ruled races. It shouldn't be hard to deal with them, but from seeing these things being everywhere and going after the adventurers, it meant that the humans had been pushed back really far. What the hell caused all of this? He had given them specific orders to deal with this, but it seemed something unexpected had happened. These self-ruled race types were almost impossible to detect or sense. They could only check with their eyes. And he couldn't just leave before seeing it with his own eyes. Since some of them would chase after people in order to kill them even if it took an eternity to do so. If someone didn't want to deal with an entire race because they escaped from one member, then they would need to deal with them properly in the first place. Rumble. Squirm. Hansu finally could see what the creature was as it approached him. SH. Past the snow-covered plains. And sometimes through the blizzard. A two-dimensional being approaching like a shadow. Dakramas. Creatures that hid between the dimensions and hunted other race by assimilating them into their own dimension. They hid if they were being attacked. If the enemy escaped, then they would come out to attack or drag them into their own dimension. But Hansu was disappointed. They got pushed back by these guys. Of course they were indeed a hassle to deal with. But there was a clear-cut method to deal with them. The Rabanal scales that one could acquire after killing the common hierarchy race Rabanals. Weapons applied with ground scales of Rabanals, a race that evolved to hunt Dakramas, could easily penetrate through the pocket dimensions they were hiding in. They were easy pickings after that, a few stabs and they were easily dealt with. This wasn't the only method. The Beanal race, the race that the Dakramas predated on. If the scent sacs underneath their wings were taken and lit on fire, a red light would explode out that would cause the senses of the Dakramas to become greatly hindered. A defensive mechanism the Beanal race had developed. But there was no way for Hansu, who had just woken up, to get the Rabanal scales or the scent sacs of the Beanals. They're really swarming this place. I guess I'll just deal with them here. It wasn't impossible. Just annoying. Crunch. As Hansu poured his strength into the forked lightning. Pieing. In the distance. Something flew towards him attached to an arrow. That. As Hansu frowned at the red capsule on the tip of the arrow. A powerful red light exploded out from the sudden red light. Boom. The moment the surrounding shadows got swept by the red light. SHHHHHHHHHK. Shayak. The shadows that were quickly approaching them seemed to have been extremely shocked as they started to jump around in multiple directions. Like their five senses had been disturbed. And Hansu knew what caused this light. Beanal's powder. As Hansu turned his head towards where the arrow had come from. Hey. Run. God. I told you we should just leave him alone. You crazy bastard of a captain. In the distance. He could see the two males and two females shouting at him. The ones I was chasing. Why are they here? According to his calculations, they should be much further ahead, and even if they did remain behind due to something, there was no reason for them to save him. The Beanal's powder was not a complete solution to the Dakramas, they might be killed as well. And as he expected. UAAA. Bastards. Just wait right there. The Dakramas who were a bit further away and had taken less of an impact from the red light started to charge towards Hansu to deal with him first. And the group that shot the arrows started to quickly run away. They should know that they could get swept into the fight. People who carried around the Beanal's powders should definitely know this. The group who had started to run away looked at Hansu for a bit and then quickly moved away. A few moments later. In a cave a bit away. The group of 4 people started to breathe roughly. HAAA. Fuck. Crazy maniac. Are you a superhero or something? Don't just go around saving anybody. The girl named Missin shouted towards the man named Tezang. And in the distance. Tata talk. Anybody? Feisty huh? Hansu chuckled at the words of the girl inside the cave. It was quite a funny sight to behold after just coming out from a situation where they could have died. But Hansu didn't laugh at them. He knew that they were quite capable. Good ability. Good coping methods. Though they were screaming, they had made sure to block sounds from escaping as well as covering up where they were hiding. They were bickering only after they had created a safe hideout. A normal adventurer or some random monster wouldn't even know that these 4 would be inside this cave. And though they had saved him, they had erased all the traces on the way to the cave. They are wary of me huh? Though being wary was one thing, it seems they couldn't let see him die. Hansu came to a decision. The box first. Then. Whoosh. Hansu quickly headed towards the 4 people within the cave. Reincarnator, Chapter 303, Transcendent, 1. It was important to keep some cards hidden in order to survive in this world. One couldn't show everything at once. Phew. What are you going to do now? Missin stopped shouting and asked. He was still the leader. He chose the direction they went. Tezang thought for a moment about the mysterious man from before and then replied. It's time to go back. Lauren then asked. The man from before? Will that be enough? Though they had shot an arrow to help him, it wouldn't be close to enough. She didn't know how he had been abandoned in these plains by himself, but a human being would not be able to survive long without enough beanall powder. Fucking hell. As Misun made a worried expression, Tezang shook his head and replied. No. I'm not going to care about him anymore. You aren't. Of course it was the smart thing to do to ignore a stranger in a dangerous situation like this. But the Tezang they knew thought a bit differently from others. And as he received strange looks from the others, Tezang smiled bitterly. He probably wouldn't need our help. Just as they shot the arrow flying, he saw the man smile. A face full of leisure. He realized that what he had been thinking was not correct. And the moment the man looked towards himself, he was even more sure of it. An expression full of curiosity. Though he had always thought that his decisions were always correct, he regretted his action the moment he saw that mysterious man's expression. He had helped the man and piqued his interest. Dangerous. From his experience, if a man looked at him with great curiosity, then he should be very wary of that man. Curiosity meant that the man didn't know much about him. A human should be wary of mysterious things. But the man wasn't on guard against himself at all. Which meant that he was confident. He wasn't running away from the Dakramas, he was running away from that man. Tezang looked around him and spoke out. We put out the fire for now, so we'll stand by for about an hour and then move out. Everyone cool down the overload on your mana pools and double check the beanall powder. Fuck. He must be dangerous as hell then. An hour was not a short period of time in the plains swarming with Dakramas. A whole hour to see if the man could survive or not. This proved how highly he thought of the man. Misun complained but eventually nodded. But at that moment, Lauren's expression froze. As she started to speak. The sound of something ripping was heard from outside the cave. And Tezang cursed the moment he heard this noise. Fuck. Then. Nice to meet you again. Thank you for the assistance just now. Hansu walked into the cave after he destroyed the barrier outside the cave. And the moment the group of four saw this. Fucking hell. The tremendous pressure that had started to bore down upon them the moment the barrier ripped apart. The slight pain on their skin was telling them. I can't win. Their body instincts were shouting at them. Misun grinned at her teeth. Fucking bastard. Why wasn't he letting out this aura just before? Misun cursed inwardly as she realized that Hansu was suppressing his own strength in order to catch them. If they knew he was like this, then they would have never approached him. A powerful person was someone dangerous even if they were close with them. Like how a zookeeper would still be wary of a lion even if they had raised it from birth. But if a stranger was that powerful, they were dangerous beyond reason. Where the hell did this guy pop out from? The four kept their guard up. They couldn't just die standing still. Kiyeing. As lights of various colors exploded out from their bodies. The man who had appeared before their eyes spoke. Don't be so on guard against me. I'm not trying to hurt you. Hansu shrugged his shoulders. His words were true. I like how they helped me despite the danger. Them taking the box was a problem, but it wasn't like there was an owner or like it would take a long time to catch up to them. It's nice that I don't have to beat the hell out of people the moment I come out. It was nice since there was a mountain of people he would need to beat up. Starting out like this was good. He smiled at Tezang, who seemed to be the leader behind all this, and spoke. The box you took before? Give me that. You're the owner. I'm not the owner, but it was given to me. Hansu nodded at Misun, who dared to speak to him in a situation like this. This girl reminded him of somebody. Saying whatever she has on her mind, reminds me of Enbyron. A normal person would be scared out of their wits, but this girl was staring right back at him. Anyways, he just needed to get the box from these guys. Since his plans only included the transcendents and not these normal beings. And if he could hear how the world had changed, it would be perfect. It would go smoothly, at least I hope. At that moment. Hansu frowned. During that short moment. Hansu didn't realize these guys were this capable. But his worries came true. That. We sent it away already. To the main base. Hansu sighed deeply. After the abyss opened. The world became filled up with mysteries. Though the man called Kong Hansu had told them a few things, the things that came out from the elevators far surpassed their knowledge. Of course the information Hansu gave them was precious beyond reason. He had left behind instructions on how to tame the as well as the method to deal with the most dangerous and strangest creatures. He should have been called a savior from just this. Tezang mumbled inwardly. Anyways. Though they had been able to put out the most urgent flames, the elevators kept spewing out strange and mysterious creatures. And they spread out over the entire world. Due to the increasing amount of casualties when attacking these races without any knowledge, an unspoken rule started to appear among the adventurers. If you find the traces or pieces of something unknown, the scouts will make a decision. If they cannot solve it by themselves, then there are two solutions. First, if they cannot bring the trace or pieces back, then memorize the coordinates and report it. Second, if they can bring it, then immediately send it over using an abyssal race that resembled a bluebird, to the headquarters. They couldn't make sure that they wouldn't get killed on the way there anyway. The egg belonged to the former while the mysterious box belonged to the latter. Seeing as they have a proper societal system, it seems the survivors are doing well. Though it wasn't bad up to this point, it became annoying that he had to do more work. So you're saying the box is at the main base? Tezang carefully nodded. Though the man didn't get annoyed or called out their mistakes, the silence was even more terrifying. But Hansu only pondered for a bit and then got up. Take me there. Hansu shrugged his shoulders. Why are you so shocked? I need to get it back right. There was no guarantee that these guys would bring it back, so he would need to go personally. And it wasn't that bad either. Since it would be safer in the main base than with these guys. But would make sure the object was delivered and it would be safely stored inside the main base. I'm a bit curious about how people are living as well. Two birds with one stone. But Lauren clenched her teeth. This man was too mysterious. And she was not in the situation to ask. Even if she did, a proper answer might not be given. But taking this man to the main base? If this is the plan of the Dark King, then we're all dead. It was better to just finish it all here than taking him there. She was fed up of her friends being hunted down by the Dark King. Fucking monster. But as Lauren was about to speak, clench. Tezang grasped her hand tightly. A powerful grip, as if he was stopping her. And Lauren was shocked at this. Tezang. Lauren fell into silence. While looking at the terrified expression of Tezang, a clicking noise was created from Tezang's hands discreetly. A Morse code created by muscles during emergencies. And she knew what he was telling her. You want to listen to him. As Lauren looked at Tezang, Tezang's eyes were fixated on something else instead of her. At the tip of the mysterious man's hands. Whoosh. Something dark red. The aura the man was letting out was powerful but not quite dangerous in any way. But this was different. It sent chills down their entire back and made their souls scream in fear. I actually made this for the bad boys, not people like you. Then. Tezang's expression froze up as he saw the dark red light slowly brighten up. Reincarnator, Chapter 304, Transcendent, 2. From the day he had come to the 4th zone from the 3rd zone. He had always thought to himself. Do I have the right to lead these people? I am afraid. One day if I make a single, wrong choice, everybody could get killed. I guess, this is the moment. Tezang thought of the question he had been pondering over all the way until now. His entire body was shouting at him. Do not resist. The moment he did, the man would use that thing on his hand. Without a single bit of hesitation. I have made 2 mistakes until now. First, taking the box. Second, helping this man. Well, it wasn't a mistake really. Since there was nothing wrong with his choice nor anything strange. But the result was unequivocal. His decisions brought them a terrifying monster. There was no reason to make a 3rd mistake. Yes, I will lead you. Tezang walked ahead of his comrades and Hansu smiled at Tezang. Yes. Good. This is pretty good for you guys as well, don't worry. Though it seemed like he had become the bad guy here, it was still a good deal for them. Since they can cross the plain swarming with Dakramas with him around. And if they were worried about their main base, it meant that there was somebody aiming for it. And the fact they were on guard against a human like him meant that the target was also a human. Hansu continued to stare at Tezang who was squirming his fingers around. Tying. SSSSK. With every movement of the finger, a tiny and minuscule shockwave spread out. A method of communication. Dark King. Tezang freaked out at the words from the man. He read the shockwaves. It was something that was impossible without a cheat sheet of some sort. Hansu spoke as he stared at Tezang who was looking at him in fear and shock. There's no time, so let's talk while we move. There's a lot I want to ask. The past 2 years. He was curious as to how it changed. How the road from the 1st to the 3rd zone, which his past self had painstakingly set up, had changed. And how the 4th zone and above had changed as well. I could just ask the ones through the soul fragment, but there's still a lot of restrictions, so he didn't want to waste it on just these simple questions. And at those words. What the hell is he? Why doesn't he know this? Tezang and the others were confused. The world had changed a lot because of Hansu. And in between the lower red, orange, yellow zones and the upper blue, indigo, violet zones, there was the green zone. The green zone of the past, which was the 4th zone now, was much different than the floors below and above as it was the center. Since you tell me that you're a member from before the Great Change, you wouldn't know anything about the floors below, huh? And you tell us that you have a.m.n.e.s.i.. Misun emphasized the amnesia part after having been almost killed just before. Hansu shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, I don't remember anything, so it would be great if you guys can explain it to me in detail. And Misun grinned at her teeth at Hansu's attitude. Fucking bastard. But Misun and the other 3 knew that they had to follow this man's orders. There's nothing we can do. This guy was just too damn strong. But at that moment. Careful. Lauren, who had been running as fast as she could, suddenly cried out. Then. Boom. Something exploded out from beneath the ground. And Misun freaked out. Konkayan. Misun hurriedly raised her blade at the 2M large hunting dog which had jumped out from the ground to bite her head off. This was one of the greatest changes the opening of the abyss had brought. The abyssal races had been fully released. And these monsters were one of the 2 greatest factors that changed the humankind. Monsters that were hard to deal with the basic logic they had. Look. Lauren's perception was powerful enough to scan around a radius of numerous kilometers. But because of the assimilation of the lands, she could not detect the Konkayan which moved underground. This monster didn't have a physical body. It simply phased through the ground beneath as a form of spirit and then used the surrounding materials to create a body when needed. And even Lauren couldn't detect it until it got within 10 m of her. Fucking. How did they come all the way here? Misun grinned at her teeth at the rough breath of the monster on her face. But that was it. Misun wasn't afraid in the slightly despite being seconds away from her neck being ripped apart. She knew what would happen next. And as she expected. Crunch. Something shot out from the space between her neck and shoulder and stabbed into the monster in front of her. Roar. The Konkayan, which had formed itself from dirt and ice, disappeared into powder. This thing was not something that died this easily. It wasn't just some random dirt and ice. The dirt and ice that the Konkayan had formed its body with was countless times stronger than even the special weapons from the floor below. But somehow, this thing had been killed in just a single strike. Who the hell is he? But Misun shook her head. Whether he had amnesia or not, it just meant that he didn't want to talk about himself. And since he was safeguarding them back to the main base, there was nothing to lose from not asking. Clank. As Hansu withdrew his spear, something made a clanking noise and fell on the ground. And Misun's eyes shone at this. Abyssal crystal. The abyssal crystal. The single object that the new abyssal race gave them. But Hansu merely picked up the crystal and threw it to Misun. As if he didn't care about it? Well, take it as a form of payment for the information. Continue. Money always talked. Misun stopped for a second but soon nodded as she took the crystal. We really need this for the main base as well. There's nothing to lose from this is an equivalent exchange. I'll continue. From the first to the third zone. These zones had been surprisingly successful in defending against the invaders of the abyss. And not just successful, they had done it perfectly. The first, second, and third zones were different. The first zone had the world tree which supplied them with vast amounts of mana. The second zone had the Akitus which managed the humans as well as the Akarans. Same for the third zone. The third zones had the legacy weapons of the past, the satellite fortresses. But just this wouldn't have been enough. The abyssal race from the elevators couldn't be dealt with just pure strength. But the information that Hansu had given them before he left had filled the gaps. And because of this, the 21st and 22nd year rookies who had just come up had been able to climb through the zones in relative safety despite having to fight the beings from the abyss every day. And they were the clear example of this. We haven't even been here for 2 years. Well, the reason why we had been able to come this far was thanks to a man called Kong Hansu. Hansu was shocked at the four in front of him. For them to be barely 2 years old. I didn't waste my strength, huh? Hansu smiled contently. Before, it would have taken 9 years to get to the green zone on average and maybe 6 or 7 years if they were fast. But thanks to his setup, these people had been able to climb up here this quickly. The reason why it took so long to climb up was largely attributed to things like the 5 calamities or the Gragos as well as the other humans who would constantly backstab them. Since he had gotten rid of all this as well as giving them benefits such as the world tree, they just had to gather runes to climb up. Why is he happy? Could he be Kong Hansu or something? Misun was confused at first but then was in shock. Wait. Kong Hansu. A superhero in the zones below. He was so famous that the 3 rulers of the zones had spread out pictures and information about Hansu to all the rookies. Memorize this. This is a small booklet with all the information regarding the man called Kong Hansu. If you do find him then immediately report it. And they, the rookies, couldn't go against their owners. They all knew his traits. But Misun soon shook his head as she stared at Hansu. The sizes are different. Their sizes were too different. There was a limit of how large and small a human being can become. And another thing. Why are there so many guys impersonating him? And most of the impersonators were bastards. Just like the man in front of him. Then. So where's the main base of the 4th zone? Is it the war fortress? Don't you have amnesia? I remember a bit here and there. Don't rebuke. Misun spat as she continued to speak. It was like that in the past. But not now. The past. Then. The 4 all clenched their teeth. Yet. In the past. Most of the humans who had been in the war fortress have been killed when that fucking Dark King blew it apart. The 2 disasters that had appeared with the abyss. First was the abyssal race. Second was, the transcendents. A type of people completely different from the normal beings. Their numbers and how they came to be were all a mystery but they were extremely powerful. It would be a huge benefit if they stood up for the humans. But sadly, most of them were like demons. Fucking bastard. Misun grinned at her teeth as she thought of the Dark King. Rumble. Good, very good. The top of the war fortress. A chair sat on top of the castle. A man and a huge beast sat here. Yes, good kitty. Good kitty. And the creature that had its neck held by the man in the chair was a Konkayan. The Konkayan, whose sole reason of existence was to feast upon other creatures such as the humans, was growling dispirited. Then. A man approached and spoke to the man sitting on the chair. So. Are you just going to ignore it? The man sitting on the chair stood up as he spoke. It's time to set off. The man's figure was clearly seen as he stood up. A golden spear and a silver set of armor. From the small ring on his hand to the huge size of his body. He really imitated him well. What did he say? He got the same outfit because he respected the man. The man mumbled as he looked at the Dark King standing in front of him. Reincarnator, Chapter 305, Transcendent, 3. 4th Zone. The cold and brutal world that the recently graduated students had to face. Rumble. He destroyed the war fortress. Minson slammed onto the ground and spoke after breathing in and out. Yet. We all spread out from that event. The countless adventurers who had climbed up through the elevator from the 3rd zone. And the scenery they had seen was extremely shocking. They had heard the stories. That the upper zone would be different and much more dangerous. But most adventurers ignored the warnings of the 3 rulers. Since they were basically supernatural beings compared to themselves 1 to 2 years ago. Beings that could topple cities back in their real life. They could ignore bullets much less being able to dodge them as even missiles would merely tickle them. Maybe the only thing that threatened them were the nukes. Which meant that they had become beings that wouldn't fear anything other than weapons of the same caliber as nukes. But the moment they climbed up to the 4th zone they realized. That this was the beginning. There were no rulers to control them nor protect them. There were no seniors who, despite always complaining about how hard the previous life had been before the change, generously taught them the experiences they had gone through and fought on the vanguard. There was only one thing they saw. A vast plain covered in snow. A barren world. And as the people were filled to the brim with worry at this new and unfamiliar land. A few people, the strongest and the most talented people, shouted out to lead the others. Come on guys. We need to be strong. If the people before us had failed then we can just do it instead. Yeah. We can do it. And there's a lot more of us as well. Thanks to these words, a lot of people regained their confidence. And it was partly true. They had countless more people than the people before. They had gone through simulations as to what to do when they came up to this zone as well. Though there was no organization that welcomed them, there were no monsters charging towards them from the start as well. Yeah. The 3 zones was an empty land in the beginning as well. We can just deal with this zone. At those words, like the pioneers of the past, the newly ascended adventurers started to dream. They had to collect enough abyssal crystals to go up to the next zone anyway. With the war fortress as the main base, they gathered the others who came up from the elevators. They researched the methods to deal with the monsters that came out from the elevators and slowly and carefully advanced through the green zone while collecting the abyssal crystals at the same time. Everything was going well and according to plan. Until that day. The day the monster the 4th zone had given birth to had visited them. A single person. Hey there baby chicks. How's the real world after graduating? Of course the rookies who were in the war fortress laughed at him. But with that laugh, the war fortress, the main base of operations against the abyssal race, collapsed. Now we've hidden in various places and survived day by day. Thankfully, this world is large. And Hansu knew what kind of person it was. Since there was only one possibility. A transcendent. They were different from the normal people who slowly climbed up the stairs to reach the violet zone. People who had climbed over the destroyed ceiling and had gained the rights to become stronger than anybody else. But even though they had stepped onto the road towards becoming a transcendent, they were nowhere close to Tiamat who was infinitely close to the end. Since there were a lot of hurdles to cross before becoming a true transcendent. But the fact that they had taken that first step made them different from everyone else. It's possible. Transcendents weren't invincible. But one thing was clear. That the newcomers who should be soaring was being stopped at the 4th zone. This was not what Hansu wanted. Though he had found himself, his original goal still remained the same. He fought and fought. Against the beings of the abyss. But nothing changed. His friends and allies died. The ones close to him had all died. Their numbers never increased, only continuously decreasing. In movies or drama shows, when a close person died the main character would be enraged or be filled with new vigor, but the reality was different. Or at least, it was different for Hansu. Someone died, something broke inside his heart and he wanted to fight less and less. What was he fighting for? Who was he fighting for? Everybody he had wanted to protect had died. Everybody who had given him joy had died. Everybody who fought beside him had died. And to prevent this from repeating, he had to become strong. He had to win. He had broken through the shackles of Ares, he had merely changed the path towards the final goal. His final goal was the same as the one of Ares. But this wouldn't do. This was, in the same, a gamble as well. In order for more transcendents to be born, more variables were needed. More rookies needed to climb up faster to fight in more dangerous places so they can become stronger even faster. But if they were being stopped in the 4th zone like this, they wouldn't be able to grow properly. Whoosh. Too many weeds have grown while I have been gone. I guess I'll need to organize a bit. It wasn't bad but it wasn't good either. He just needed to pull them out. That was the only way to grow a proper field. A field to grow his desired crop. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the giant elevator and the vast plains that hid the various monsters and countless adventurers. Ta-da-da. Ta-da-da-talk. Eat this. It's tastier this way. Hansu cooked the meat of one of the normal beasts, the ormidals, with a bit of flame from his hands and gave them to Tezang and Misun. Tezang frowned as he looked at Hansu who killed off a monster, which would be at around level 250 in the past, with a single strike and was now cooking its meat. How laid back. And it wasn't only Tezang who thought this way. Hansu chuckled at the strange gazes of the 4. Don't look at me that way. I don't really like resting like this. And aren't you going to eat? It's really tasty. Ha. Tezang sighed as stared at Hansu chewing onto the meat. His words weren't wrong. Their main base was continuously on the move and they, the scouting team, had to constantly communicate with them to follow them. And they could only wait in the promised location while they awaited for the reply from the main base. But even if they were in the same situation, their attitudes were different. Hansu was the only one who was laid back. The 4 others were just mindlessly eating. And Misun muttered in annoyance. I guess you also starved since you lost your memory. Look how well you're eating. Talking to Hansu about the past, she remembered things she had forgotten about. The memories of her missing allies that had been pushed aside because of her survival. The hundreds of thousands of her allies who had split up from the war fortress and were now in hiding. How could she eat in a situation like this? Hansu looked towards the elevators while Misun and the others were thinking of the past. We've come closer. The elevator. And the war fortress. The place where he had fought with Arthas Francesca and Tiamat. At that moment. I have a request. It's not hard. And I don't have thoughts of asking you to do it for free. Hansu was shocked as he stared at Lauren who was walking towards him. He had heard about it already. Look at these guys. Hansu made an amused expression. Rumble. The giant elevator. Though many were amazed at the tall scene. The elevator spread deep into the earth as well. It wasn't just limited to the surface. The Great Maze. The elevator stretched deep into the Great Maze of the past where the Ans had previously lived. But surprisingly, there were people living here now. Though they weren't in the greatest shape. Slap. Uayok. Bastard. If I kept you alive then you need to show results. Amidst the swarms of people working. A single person kept a laid-back posture. He didn't care whether his underling kicked and the one being kicked screamed. And there was nobody within a 30 m radius of the man. Everyone feared this man. Roar. The man petted the head of the Konkain next to him and smiled as he looked at the melted wall in front of him. Did he do this before the Great Change? The entire surrounding area had melted down. Traces of 2 tremendous powerhouses clashing. One could see the person when looking at the traces. And the stronger the person was, the clearer the image was. The Dark King could see it clearly. The image of the existence who had been pushed back continuously but had managed to triumph over the flaming existence. Unbelievable. He's still in this world. He didn't go up. The person who you wish to see so much. He's still here. He thought that the man had gone up. He hadn't thought that a man who was that strong 2 years ago would have stayed behind here. I get to meet you soon. I have a gift for you as well. The Dark King caressed the traces of the battle between Hansu and Arthas Francesca as he trembled at the shocking fact that person had told him in the past. Reincarnator, Chapter 306, Transcendent, 4. In the past, there was a king who had annihilated an entire world with a single ungodly skill. And this king who had erased the entire world with viruses was sure that his strength was not something that was so easily obtained. Lauren spoke after thinking for a short time. Watch us fight. To see what is wrong. She didn't know what level the man in front of her had reached. But one thing was clear. It was that he had far more experience than them and was much stronger as well. And he doesn't seem to dislike us that much at least. Isn't this doable? Hansu laughed. Sure. You told me it wouldn't be free, so what will you give me? Lauren flinched but then carefully spoke. We'll judge it after we hear what you want. Since there might be things you want other than the box. And there would be more things we can do once we get to the main base as well. There must be something we can do for you. Hansu thought for a bit. They must be a bit influential. If they were weaklings in the main base then they wouldn't be able to speak like this. Of course he could clearly see the power level of these four. About level 255. Of course the body enhancement surgery, monopool, and the spirit were taken into consideration. Since they hadn't reached the limits with their runes, they would become even stronger. And even more so if he helped them a bit here. They were just kids with a powerful weapon. It was the same in games as well. The same character would have the difference of heaven and earth depending on who used it. These were just like that. Though they were strong and though they had gained a powerful character, their judgment ability, reaction speed, or battle experience were all pretty inferior. Though it's not bad for just being in here for 2 years. It's still a bit lacking. Which meant that there was still a lot to polish. But that was a good thing. Hansu spoke with a bored expression. I just want to go the main base as quick as possible. There's really nothing else I want right now other than the box. Well, he had things he wanted but these guys could not help him. And at Hansu's words. Then there's nothing we can do then. Let's go. Lauren made a depressed expression but then backed off. There was no method since this man didn't have anything he currently wanted. No need to annoy him. That would be dangerous. As Lauren started to walk away. Hansu asked with an amused expression. You're just leaving? Without trying further. Missun was at a loss for words. The hell? Is he playing around with us? Didn't he say he only wanted the box? Which meant that arriving at the main base as quickly as possible was the best thing to do. Missun didn't really like that man. No, she just didn't like how such a strong person stayed by them. The thing Missun regretted the most was getting tangled up with him. Though they might be able to become stronger if they learned from him, she didn't want to wag her tail and suck up to him just for that. We'll manage on our own. Let's just focus on getting to the main base. That was our previous trade. They would guide him and give him information. Hansu would protect them and get the box. But from her words, Hansu's smile turned bigger and bigger. Though you guys can't help me, there is something you can give me, right? Lauren then turned around in confusion. But then she instantly regretted it. She regretted turning around. The eyes that scanned her and Missun's body. These were eyes that she had seen too many times in the 2 years she had been here. The days when she had been forcibly dragged into the tutorial. As order and law disappeared and strength became everything, those were the eyes of the males around her. And as she saw those eyes, the trauma that she had hidden away while growing through the red, orange and yellow zones reappeared. Then, what are you doing? Tezang and the other man, Ben, rushed up in front of Lauren and glared at Hansu. And Hansu smirked at the two's actions and smiled. Why? It wouldn't be a bad trade. Even if I just fiddle a bit, you would become much stronger than now. Which means you guys would be able to survive in a situation where you would definitely die with your current abilities. Is that really a loss? Look at the logic behind this bastard's words. Missun, who had been enraged, stomped up to Lauren and clenched her teeth. Though there was nothing as precious as a human life, one couldn't throw away everything for it. You bastard. We've lived well until now. We will live our life our own way, so just focus on the one trade we agreed upon. At these words, the smirk of Hansu was raised to the brim. You won't be able to live well like how you have been up until now. And even more so now the world has changed. Then, whoosh. Hansu's hands reached out and grabbed a hold of Tezang and Ben's necks. A tremendous amount of speed and strength. Ben and Tezang wanted to resist but the attack was sudden and the speed the attack came at was not something they could react to. They could only watch themselves being lifted up from the ground by their necks. Kahook. Arg. Fucking bastard. Lauren and Missun freaked out and tried to attack as well. But then. Whoa. Hansu shook the two men in front of him as shields. As if he was daring them to attack. What a scoundrel. Hansu merely stared at Missun with cold eyes despite her anger. Don't worry, the contract hasn't ended. My offer still stands. If you give me what I desire, you guys can become strong, right? I will even release these guys. Bastard. Was he always like this? Missun was extremely troubled right now. The lives of the four of them depended on her next choice. And she could choose either side. Either to give up her body. Or her life. And she knew the answer. But it did not come out easily. Whilst Missun was hesitating, Lauren stepped up and spoke. Release them. I'll do as you say. What? How can you trust this guy? Lauren merely replied coldly to Missun. Whether you believe it or not, there's nothing we can do. Fuck. Missun was at a loss for words. Lauren's words weren't wrong. The lower floors had rules and laws as well as the main headquarters in this zone. Of course they knew that strength ruled over these so-called rules. Since they had seen it with their own eyes, the acts of the transcendent. But they had treated this as a catastrophe and had always thought that they could just slowly become stronger while dodging such cases. But it seems their thoughts were wrong. You cursed monster. Missyn started to remove her armor pieces one by one while making a dejected expression. Then. I believe you know how it feels to be weak now. Tezang and Ben's bodies dropped onto the ground. Ugh. AHH. The guys both touched their necks but there weren't even bruises there. And as they all made confused expression. Hansu continued to speak. You don't become strong when you get the opportunity to. Don't hesitate to use any methods to become stronger. There aren't kind teachers and exams that match your own pace here. This wasn't a game. One could find a suitable opponent for themselves in a game. But this place was reality in itself. A place where a level 100 could pop out in front of a level 1 out of the blue. One needed to always be thankful of their luck for not meeting such an opponent and always be ready just in case. Living in constant fear of the future. But the attitudes of these guys were fundamentally wrong. And Missyn grinned at her teeth. Since she realized what Hansu had done. You bastard. Who are you to test people? Though they had passed, it didn't feel good at all. But Hansu merely scoffed at her. What's so bad about a test? A test is a very good method created to give you guys a taste of the real deal before it actually comes to get you. Your thoughts will be very different if you start seeing your friends die out before you can even take a test. Bastard. Be aware. If there's even the slimmest chance to become stronger, do whatever it takes to grasp it. That's the way to keep your friends by your side longer. At least, this was how he had lived. Though he couldn't argue that his own thoughts were correct, he had survived like so. And these guys were way too weak to even voice their opinions in this world. Become stronger. And live the way you want. Hansu liked these guys too much to let them just die. And Missyn spoke towards Hansu in a frosty manner. So what? You want us to lick your boot or something? Hansu chuckled. No, I'm a bit kinder. And. There's only one thing you can help me with, remember. I told you, I want to get to the box faster. It would be faster with your help. And with Hansu's smile that followed this. Everybody started to feel uneasy. Boom. Missyn screamed after a clash against the scorpion-like creature from the abyss, the Akitan Filer race. There were hundreds of these scorpions all around him. Fuck, I need to back up. But just as she was about to move back. If you back up then what about your friends behind you? They will barely be able to move from lack of space. Boom. Hansu smashed away 4 scorpions with a single strike and then released a cloud of darkness into the air. The dark cloud he released penetrated into Missyn's body and spread out all over inside her. Then. The 7 skills within Missyn's body got activated instantly as Hansu controlled Missyn to move forwards. Though a complete control was impossible, due to the huge difference of strength it was more than enough to control her with the dark cloud. Ack. Missyn was flustered but didn't resist as if she was already used to this. Crunch. Boom. Hansu smashed apart a few more Akitan Filers as he spoke. Remember this flow. And don't always focus on yourself. It's not you killing as many as possible but rather the 4 of you killing as many as you guys can and still remaining intact. Hansu laughed as he continued towards the main base in a straight line. Isn't it much faster since you guys are cooperating? See how fast you're improving. Whoosh. Fuck. Tezang cursed out of the blue. Their abilities were indeed improving at a rapid pace. Even he didn't know that he was this strong. The skills he had exploded out controllably one by one. Though he had always focused on getting powerful skills and a powerful body, he realized something after experiencing it for himself. Though a sharp and heavy sword was good, the most important thing was the ability of the controller. But there was something else that was getting on his nerves. But why the hell are your words different from your actions? Shouldn't he be looking for the box? Though this man was strong, he shouldn't be at the pinnacle. If he was then he would be at the old Violet Zone or the current 7th Zone. The land where the people who have reached the apex resided in. As Tezang looked towards Hansu. Hansu was also looking at himself. In a white space. A single man was seated in a lotus position. At that moment. Squirm. The space distorted and ripped apart as it spat out a person. Did he come again? The man made an annoyed expression. Though he was just a wisp of consciousness of the seat and the newcomer was the owner of this space, it was still annoying. This was why the man was annoyed at the owner of this space. How greedy. If you've received something nice then just keep it. Why are you even looking over at my things? The owner of the space, Hansu, smiled towards the original creator of the pandemic blade. From what I hear there are a lot more powerful beings on this land, I need your strength. Reincarnator, Chapter 307, Transcendent, 5. The original creator of the pandemic blade. The Transcendent, who could be anywhere in the abyss or even somewhere other than the abyss, shook his head towards Hansu. Though I'm not my true self, I'm still far from your level. The man who had been sitting in a lotus position slowly raised his finger that had been resting on his right knee. Then. From the end of the man's finger. A much more brilliant and thicker light than Hansu's red powder exploded out from the man's finger. Final thoughts. A skill that had been created through the entire lifetime's worth of the creator's memories, pain, tests, experiences, and regrets. This being was not a living thing but rather a wisp of consciousness within the skill of annihilation. Much stronger than me for sure. Boom. Along with a huge noise, the 7-colored powder within the tip of the man's finger exploded out. Soon the skill, final thoughts, started to devour and gnaw away at the Hansu inside this space. I guess I'm still a bit far from breaching the 2-star boundary. Hansu made a bitter smile as he sensed the result of what had happened inside his mind while slicing a Akitan Filer into 2. Though he had conquered a single fragment of the demonic dragon reinforcement and was continuously trying, it seems that he was still a bit far from it. But I can't give up. Although that 2-star transcendent shouldn't be remaining in this 4th zone, many of the transcendents were insane which meant it was still possible. This was why he had to defeat the fragment of the pandemic blade in case he met a 2-star transcendent. But since he had lost, he wouldn't be able to try again for a while. Hansu felt one of his 2 split souls being destroyed as he focused again on the outside situation. Yuadudaduk. Kahuk. Ha, ugh. Tezang and the others had dealt with the Akitan filers and were gasping for breath. Lauren's legs were on the brink of giving out as she seemed like she wanted to sit. No can do. Whoosh. The dark cloud fixed her stature. If you can't block a sneak attack from your side, then your friend Missin's head will be cut off. Don't let your guard down. Then. Lauren, who had been barely standing, frowned. Fuck, then when can we rest? Do you only have thoughts of killing and fighting in your head? And Hansu replied in a simple manner. Of course. There was only one moment in this world that allowed you to stop thinking about fighting. Only a single moment. Death. If you have not reached the state of eternal rest, then you have to keep fighting. Because you were alive. This was the price of staying alive. Then. Whoosh. A golden ball of light came out from Hansu's fingers and flew towards Lauren. Well, past her body to be exact. The golden energy exploded out behind Lauren. Along with a scream. Kayaayak. Konkayan. Missun and Tesung were at a loss for words when they saw the parts of the creature flying out from the explosion. It had sneaked past Lauren and had approached herself, who had an injury to the ankle. If that damned bastard hadn't found it and destroyed it first, then it would have succeeded in taking her life. Hansu shrugged her shoulders. If you don't want to worry, then not doing so is also a good choice. Those things will help you stop thinking about such things. Forever, that is. Damn. Missun then spoke towards Hansu quietly. I'll repay you. Tell me if you need anything at the main base. I'll get it or you. Missun then kept up her guard while treating her injuries and headed towards her comrades. And Hansu smiled at the scene. At least I won't have to tell her about one thing. There was another reason to reduce the amount worry one had about fights. That is finding comrades to worry about it together. And it seemed like they were doing this well anyway. I wonder how they're all doing. Hansu thought back to the comrades from 2 years ago, but then shook his head. If they were doing well, then he would meet them while climbing up the tower. Anyways, the Akitan filers are only 3rd grade monsters. Were the monsters that were released only at this level? Hansu mumbled. Akitan filers. A hierarchy type race, though they were dangerous, they didn't have outstanding skills and had limited strength, so they were rated as 3rd grade. Dark Ramas. Self-ruled race type, they were far beyond 5th grade if one wasn't prepared, but if one was sufficiently prepared, then they were even lower than Akitan filers at 2nd grade. And Konkayan were rated 4th grades, as they were hard to deal with even if you knew how to deal with them. All the abyssal races he had seen up to this point were quite weak. Though Tezang the 3 others didn't speak for everyone in the 4th zone, he was still shocked at their lack of sense. But if all the abyssal races were around this level, then it wouldn't be weird. While Hansu had been lost in thought, a voice was heard. We're almost there. Right past that hill. Hansu looked towards the location where Tezan had been pointing towards. And Hansu made a shocked expression. That is. The place these guys decided to hide was not far from War Fortress. It was a similar distance away from the Great Maze as the War Fortress of the Keel Kingdom was. The Koran Kingdom's fortress. Though it was still dozens of kilometers away from the War Fortress, it was not a long distance for that Dark King. And as if Tezang had read Hansu's mind, he replied. Even if we want to go far, there are just too many abyssal creatures, so we cannot go far. And, this is the only way to recruit even a small amount of people who come up. And for some reason, the abyssal creatures don't come to that place. It's the safest spot. If you ignore that crazy bastard, then the most dangerous thing were the abyssal creatures. Since the crazy bastard is holed up in the War Fortress for some reason, the safest spot was anywhere where the abyssal creatures didn't come to. Like this fortress. And Hansu frowned. They don't approach it? Of course the abyssal creatures weren't everywhere. But they would go anywhere the humans went. There weren't many exceptions to this, and far less of them were beneficial to humans. Hansu clenched the golden spear in his hand. Rumble. As Hansu approached, he could feel the auras within the fortress. Thousands of well-organized auras. But Hansu frowned. It's too loose. The aura of a person didn't only tell how strong one was. It also showed their current condition as well as their emotions. And it became even more apparent if the opposing side was weaker. Though they were well organized, they were also very relaxed. And Missun spoke in an embarrassed manner after seeing Hansu's expression. Don't be like that. It's because we almost gathered enough of the abyssal crystals. Abyssal crystals. In the beginning, this crystal which dropped from the abyssal creatures, brought huge battles in the beginning because of its mysteriousness. Since there was nothing that didn't have a meaning after a fight in this world. They thought that it could make them stronger as they madly chased after it. Until they found out that it didn't have any effects of making them stronger. But despite that, it was still one of the most important resources of this world. Since this was the only thing that allowed the elevators to activate. Only when they had a sufficient amount per person could they go up. This was why they had to continue fighting against the abyssal creatures. Since if not, they would have to remain in this world. And the 4 leaders who had escaped with their respective groups made a decision. To go up. Though there were higher chances of danger, they had hopes in another factor. The people who went before. There were over 10 million people who had went up in the past 2 years. There's no way that many people all died. Let's join up with them. And everybody agreed to this. Since that Dark King was too much for them to continue staying here. A natural disaster should be dodged. Missun turned around and glanced at the man. I hope things go well. They weren't monkeys. It was 99% clear that this man was a transcendent as well. They could feel the traces of transcendent aura from time to time. The issue was the people inside the fortress. The people inside were deathly afraid of transcendence. None of them wanted to befriend a transcendent. Missun carefully spoke towards Hansu. Could you just stay here? Stay. Missun nodded. There's no need to create issues, right? Your objective was the box anyway. We'll get it for you after we go in. They had been dragged here because of fear and relief at the fact that the man didn't treat them half badly. But she woke up after seeing the fortress. There was a high chance of issues occurring if they took this man inside the War Fortress. They just needed to give back the box. According to her thoughts, this man had nothing to do with them as long as they gave back the box. Then, whoosh! Something cut through the air and headed towards them rapidly. What the, no way. Misun looked up to see if it was an attack. But it wasn't a weapon that she saw. Boom. The object which had been thrown made a huge noise as it landed on the ground. Hansu picked up the object as he chuckled. It seems I've gotten it back a bit too easily. Too easily. Hansu picked up the box and looked towards the man who was looking at him with a stern expression. Reincarnator, Chapter 308, Nursery, 1. He spent a long time thinking in the egg. His battles were already set in place. It was his destiny. He couldn't avoid the invasion of the abyss. To become the evil king was also part of his destiny. Since it was the most efficient path. But then a question arose in his mind. The path and goal were both set. But as for me, what am I fighting for? Damn, those crazy bastards. What the hell did they drag over? How could he bring in something like that after knowing what happened to us with the last transcendent? Akron, one of the 4 leaders, gulped as he looked down from high atop the castle. Out of curiosity, he'd wanted to open the door on a whim, but then quickly gave up that idea after hearing Tezang's voice. He didn't want to get involved with things like this. Damn. I don't know what's inside, but hopefully, it's what he wants. Akron gulped. There were clear traces of his attempts to open the lid. If that monster didn't find what he wanted inside that box, he'd be the first person they'd blame. Because he might have tampered with the box's contents. And because of Akron's attitude, everyone else inside the fortress looked confused. Is there an issue? You said that in the scout's report, there was nothing wrong. Did the Konkians come back? They seem to be hanging around this area lately. Damn. His face had shown how flustered he felt. Akron frowned. He'd hid the fact that a suspected transcendent had arrived. Though he had dispatched 100 people to various places with just a brief message, he hadn't informed the general public due to the possibility of it bringing further panic and chaos. Some might say his methods were foolish, but he did not regret his actions. After all, the opponent he was facing was not someone he could safely go up against. It was better to do this rather than piss the guy off. And the people behind him were already very fearful of transcendence. No. Just focus on distributing the crystals. We'll head up soon. Akron's words seemed to ease their perturbed expressions, and he refocused his attention back to the man opening the box. Karak. That easily. The box that he'd tried so hard to pry open was opened in a brief moment. But at the same time, it further aroused his curiosity. What could it be? It was an item that even a transcendent was looking for. And it was stored in such a hard case. It wouldn't be a simple object. Akron's focused his exceptional eyesight, though not as impressive as a transcendent's, at the insides of the box. What the hell? A simple letter was tucked inside. Just a letter. Akron grinned at his teeth. As his expectations were high, so too was his disappointment. But his disappointment wasn't a big deal. If the other party was disappointed, then that would be a huge issue. I should prepare. Akron noticed the man's expression and immediately froze. The man was smiling. The box contained a letter. Hansu mumbled the name of the man written on top of the letter. Sangjin. The man he had picked out. And the man he was forced to part ways with after things had gone south. He had looked for me. But why just a letter? Many more questions bubbled up inside him, but there was nothing more to confirm because he'd checked it out himself. Hansu continued to read the letter Sangjin had left behind. The letter had been written around 2 years ago. With your parting words and the sky's collapse, I and my countless comrades pondered for a long time. We wondered why you did this. Why you decided to bring these beasts into the world. Well, in the end, it was useless to wonder. Even if we wanted to know, there was no way for us to figure out the truth. We thought we were the people closest to you, but even we were left in the dark, ha. Hansu's grip tightened for a moment from the emotions that sprang up inside him from the letter. But he continued to read. There was too much he needed to know. So we set out looking for you. If we could somehow find you, you might give us an answer. Though we were sad at seeing the chaos between the humans and the beasts of the abyss, we decided to look for you first. We didn't want to abandon you so quickly. It wasn't just Sangjin's thoughts contained within this letter. It was all of them. Hansu clenched his teeth as he read on. Why didn't they just give up and leave? He had followed the restrictions placed on him while his memories were also sealed, and he had focused solely on his objectives. Though he'd made some friends during the tutorial stage where the restrictions were weaker, he had started to focus more and more on his objectives when he entered the red zone. In the yellow and green zone, this shift had been more apparent. So much so that nobody would go near him. Because he had acted like a machine and discarded his relationships, he thought that Sangjin and me he would have forgotten about him as well. But apparently, that hadn't been the case. This was not what Hansu wanted. He'd wanted them to leave him behind and to quickly move on. Let's just read on and see what happened. There were still some parts left in the letter. Hansu decided to continue reading. But man, you really hid yourself well. Countless people eventually gave up looking for you and decided to return to the elevator to meet with those who came up from below. They felt it would be easier to look for you once we secured our own safety and stabilized the situation first. While we were looking for you, we didn't know what was going on with the people who were coming up from below. How they were being treated. The scenes they saw weren't of monsters of the abyss attacking humankind. It was a human. A human who looked like them and should be on their side. That human was attacking them. A single human. And once they saw this disgustingly powerful being, only then did they realize that the change hadn't only come to the beings of the abyss. The existence that would change the hierarchy. Transcendence. The elites of the elites had banded together, only to barely defeat one. And after realizing that sheer numbers weren't enough to deal with this person, only then did they realize that this being hadn't been born of chance. And that there was more than just one. In the vast world where the 3 kingdoms and the 1 empire ruled over. This soul beast was slowly expanding his power. From the east. They were coming from the east. Though they were low in number, they were being made at a constant pace. I don't know who made them, nor why they had done it, but it is what it is. Even stranger was that they weren't really doing anything with them. They just created these monsters and spread them around with only a single message left behind. Anyways, it didn't matter who was in the West. They realized that the unity of humankind would only be possible after they became transcendents themselves. Uniting humankind would normally be an impossible feat, if not for the threat of the transcendents constantly being born. Which meant that if they could become transcendents on their own, they would be able to resist the attacks of the other transcendents. And because they realized this, they decided to give up searching for Hansu. One went up. Since they needed to stop those who were causing chaos above. Though it would be for the better if the other transcendents stayed on this floor, the chances of that not happening were greater since they would naturally like to keep climbing up. The other team remained in the green zone and headed towards the west to deal with the villainous group. If they didn't create a safe passage, they wouldn't be able to go up even if those above had created a safe haven. But sadly, they had settled around the elevator. They couldn't deal with the beings of the abyss as well as the transcendents at the same time. Samuel and the rest had left with countless others, and so they didn't have enough power to do so. But other than the two teams, there was one person who decided to act by himself. I kept on looking for you. Though the rest were preoccupied with their own tasks. I could not give up on you. I wanted to find you and ask you. To ask why you told me to follow you if you were only going to do this in the end. The letter stops briefly, and after a short pause, it continues. And then I finally found you. I found you and I wrote this. As I look to you who can't even respond. And feeling angry at myself for not being able to help you. I wanted to wait until the day you came out to ask. To ask why you created such a world. But this is as far as I can go. I have to go up now. Since the others were dying in our place. In case another party reads this instead of you, I did not write the essential methods of becoming a transcendent. But you would be able to, even without them. Or you are already one. I don't know when you will come out. But I wish you will be able to read this in the nearest possible future. After finishing the letter, Hansu rereads it once again. He rereads the parts listing what humanity did and decided upon in the past 2 years he'd been gone. Then Hansu grits his teeth. I've been asleep for too long. I am sorry. Hansu thought of the people above. Risking their lives for his sake. Hansu's grip on his spear tightens. Wait for me. Reincarnator, Chapter 309, Nursery, 2. The War Fortress. The sounds of explosions were occurring. All from the hands of one man. Rumble. I hope they like this. The Dark King hummed as he continued to move his hands around. How could he not be happy? For the man he had respected so much to have remained in this world. It's a good thing I settled around the elevator. He continued to hum. The existence who had created them had left them alone in this world. Without asking for anything in return. But a human mind was complex, it could change at a moment's notice. Because of this, every one of the transcendent chose to settle down far from the elevator, in fear of that being. Since they'd only get caught if they were found loitering around the elevator. But he was different. If he stayed near here, he would be able to meet Kong Hansu again. Good. I hope he likes this. After working on it for so long, the thing the Dark King had created was none other than Hansu's statue, which towered over hundreds of meters. He had created it by shaving apart the mountain located next to the war fortress. Well, I don't know what he actually looks like, but I'll know so long as he has the spear, the ring, and his armor. But sooner or later, Hansu would come looking for him. But after making all this, he started to worry. Though he himself respected Hansu, what if he doesn't like me? Though he respected Hansu, he did not want to die just yet. He merely wanted to be with him, fighting alongside him. Like those who had climbed up with Hansu. And after some time, the Dark King came to a decision. This won't do, I must get stronger. The being that had created them had even taught them how to become stronger. It wasn't hard. Since it was the same as how he'd been born. Yeah, this isn't the time to dilly-dally. No. If that Hansu guy didn't like him and decided to kill him, and he didn't have the power to resist, how sad would that be? He needed to win the fight, first. If he could beat Hansu, then Hansu might reassess his strength again. Yeah, I must win first. The Dark King rose up. He then called for his underlings in the distance. Hey, guys. Throw out the bait. It's time. Understood. Shall we use a smaller piece of bait this time around? The underlings working for the Dark King replied while trembling in fear. The Dark King merely shook his head. No, there's no need to delay it anymore. Just use it all. And from these words, the underlings trembled in fear because they knew who the bait would be. Hansu carefully folded the letter, putting it safely underneath his armor, and fell into deep thought. And now he had another thing he needed to do. But in the end, his goals hadn't changed. Actually, the total amount of work had lessened. He needed to find his old comrades and deal with the transcendence created by the unknown. He also needed to find those who were fighting in his place. I've dawdled for too long. Though his overall job hadn't changed, his mindset had. Wait for me. First, he needed to chase after those who'd gone to the west to fight in place of him. He didn't know who had gone since it hadn't been written in the letter. But there would surely be a trail. Fights between transcendents weren't a simple matter. I just need to kill the man who created them. It would make things easier if the transcendents were to let the world know of their location, but it would still take an extremely long amount of time to find them all and kill them off one by one. It was more important to kill the one making them rather than deal with the creations. Hansu decided to head towards the west. Misun then asked Hansu. Are you leaving? Hansu nodded. I need to go west. Tezang pondered for a bit and then finally decided to speak out. Can you not help us instead? The Dark King must be killed. They had never even thought of going against the Dark King until now. After all, they lacked the power to deal with the Dark King himself, even if they could deal with his underlings. But the man in front of him was also a transcendent. If this man could handle the Dark King, they could handle the rest. But the reason why he'd waited until now to ask the question was because even transcendents had their differences. Even if they had similar strengths, it was clear that danger still existed since it would be unknown who would come out as the victor in the end. But Hanzo had always given the impression that he was far, far stronger than what the Dark King had shown them so far. I had to at least ask. Tezang clenched his teeth. This was the best chance they had to rescue the people being captured, as well as saving the ones who would come up through the elevator. Maybe the last chance they would get. If they foolishly allowed this man to leave, then they would regret it forever. And before Hanzo could even reply. Rumble. Boom. The ground trembled slightly as everyone looked around. And at that exact moment, Hanzo sensed the cause of the earthquake. Thousands of beings were moving quickly on the ground. Through the ground below. As well as through the snow. Towards the war fortress. And as he felt this, Hanzo realized what was going on. I see. So he ran a nursery. It seems that no matter how much time passes by, some things remained unchanged. A new variable had now occurred. Hanzo looked towards the war fortress in the distance. Ha 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 ha. Good. Good. The maze beneath the war fortress. Through the giant hole that Arthas Francesca had made in the past. The underlings of the Dark King were kicking people into the hole. Ugh. The people had thoughts of resisting but soon gave up. They had clearly seen what happened to the people who resisted. It was better to fall into the hole. But one of the newcomers didn't seem to have realized this as he strongly fought back. You bastards. What are you doing? Boom. Apparently, he had been quite famous below, the skills shooting out from his hands were not normal. But the newcomer should have realized. As to why the underlings of the Dark King weren't holding them down. Then. Boom. A bright orb flew at the newcomer's head. What? As if he were trying to prove his proficient skills, the newcomer tried to quickly protect his body, but everyone was already turning their heads away. Since they knew what was going to happen. Boom. The bright orb went past his hands, through his head, and into the distance. Whoosh. Ugh. The others gritted their teeth as they watched the body fall into the hole. The Dark King, who had shot out the orb, grinned as he continued to rile up his underlings. Though it's good that the bait is lively, it shouldn't try to bite the hand, right? Continue throwing them in. Yes. The underlings, white with fear, continued to kick the people into the hole. Though they were called underlings, they clearly knew what they really were in the Dark King's mind. No, they were probably in a worse situation than the people being kicked into the hole. Whoosh. Thump. Arg. Ugh. The people continued to fall into the hole, but a mere drop of a few hundred meters wasn't enough to kill them. Tat. Tated. The people who got kicked in used various skills to land on the maze below. Ugh. Then. Wait. Can't we just run away? The eyes of one of the newcomers shone. The Dark King was far above them, and the maze spread out in all directions. Even if the Dark King was strong, how could he catch them all if thousands of them ran in different directions? The newcomer quickly mumbled after making the observation. Hey. Let's all run away. If we all run, won't at least half of us live? A few mumbled in agreement, but a man who looked like a veteran clenched his teeth and spoke. If we separate, then we'll all die. Stop speaking nonsense and group up. As long as we stay in a group and fight, some of us will survive. What? Then. Roar. A strange noise reverberated throughout the maze. And from this noise, the veteran screamed to everyone. Get away from the ground as much as possible. Kong. But before the man could even finish his words. Boom. The Konkain leaped out from the wall and ripped apart the veteran's neck. Ah. After hearing the scream from below, the underlings of the Dark King made terrified expressions. Konkain. Beings that ate humans and used them as nutrition to repopulate. And because their way of repopulating was quite grotesque, not many liked to witness it. But the man in front of them, the Dark King, treated them as pets and even raised them. There's no real reason for offense. Since I just need to keep them in place. All the nearby Konkains knew. That food constantly fell down around this time, at this exact spot. The tens of thousands of Konkains swarming below were proof. And the worst part was. They ate the humans and were constantly increasing their own numbers. There were way more than the actual number of Konkains nearby. Damn. Why do they keep increasing their numbers? And despite the complaints of the underlings, the Dark King merely smiled as he looked at the swarming Konkains. Yeah. I was merely thinking too much. He's still just a transcendent. The Dark King hummed. The method they had taught him. One of the methods of becoming a transcendent was very simple. Collect the crystals of the abyss. Collect a lot of them. The abyssal beings came from outside the other world. Beings that already had the power to go past the limits. The crystals that the abyssal beings left behind after being killed was a code. If you continue to mix the code of the humans who could not go through the limits with the ones of the abyssal beings, the human body will forcibly reach the level of a transcendent. Without any enlightenment or physical strain. A very easy method. He was basically performing modern alchemy. Changing the humans, who were useless to him, into crystals that the abyssal beings dropped when killed. Please come quickly, Mr. Hansu. I have a gift for us to enjoy together. Roar. Quion. Wayak. How could Hansu not like him? It was the fastest route to becoming strong. This would be a great gift for him, the one he respected so much. The Dark King continued to smile as he heard the screams below. Reincarnator, Chapter 310, Nursery, 3. Rumble. It seems he raised quite a lot. Hansu mumbled, sensing the number of the Konkains. The number of Konkains approaching were rising at a steady pace. towards the war fortress where the so-called Dark King would be at. As the number of Conkynes rose, the number passing through that area had also risen. Of course, the Conkynes wouldn't just eat the humans in the war fortress off in the distance. Kaaaa. Kua. Ah. What's going on? The Conkynes pondered for a moment, then decided to head towards the walls of the fortress where the refugees were currently hiding behind. The people had been preparing to go up through the elevator, but seeing the Conkynes approach the walls, they immediately panicked and quickly started to retaliate against the Conkynes. And soon. Rumble. Damn it. Kill them. Group up. Be wary of the ground and the walls, and spread out the Lightnovel powder. The Conkynes were not simple. How great would it be if they could simply defend against them just by being prepared? The Conkynes had already drilled through the walls and the ground, their bodies were so tough that not even well-sharpened swords could cut through them. Soon the inner parts of the fortress were filled with screams and the sound of the clashes between the Conkynes and the refugees. Uaaak. Kahook. Block them. Ugh, damn. What the hell is happening? Every member next to Hansu, including Lauren, were shocked at the scene and all started pulling out their weapons. Since the Conkynes wouldn't leave the fort unscathed. Kaaak. The Conkynes quickly transformed into leopards, leaping out from the ground beneath and rushing towards them. Damn. Tezang grit his teeth, quickly surrounding himself with skills. Then. Hansu lifted his foot, and then slammed it down. Boom. A huge, explosive sound rang out as the ground beneath them cracked open, fissures spreading outwards, web-like, in all directions. Dust flew up alongside the huge noise and created an enormous dust cloud. The demonic dragon reinforcement that had spread out from Hansu's foot hadn't stopped shaking the surface, and continued to burrow deeper into the ground, continuously producing shockwaves. It didn't only affect the beasts above the ground, the Conkynes' true bodies underground were hit as well. Kaaak. Roar. The Conkynes, which had been created from the dirt but possessed bodies stronger than steel, broke back into dirt. The true bodies of the Conkynes had also started to disintegrate. Every Conkyne within a 100-meter sphere around Hansu had died from a single kick. Not only on the surface, but also underground. Clank. Clank clank. Countless Conkynes in mid-air turned into violet crystals, falling down to the ground. Kiiak. Kirke. The other Conkynes started to tremble in fear at the sight. It was that being again. A mutant born from those animals they treated as food. That thing looked just like the other things beside it, but it was on a completely different level of its own. Maybe the other beings of the abyss, those that they sometimes met in the west and the south, might be able to deal with it. Their race couldn't even dare to go up against such a thing. But there was one good thing about them. Some of those mutants didn't even bother protecting their own kind, and even crossed the line by treating their own race worse than how the Conkynes treated them. Kirke. The Conkynes ran away in fear, and instead headed towards the fortress full of refugees. They're running away. Tezang stared at Hansu in a daze after hearing what Lauren had said after checking the surroundings. He knew that Hansu was strong. But not to this extent. For him to be able to make them run away with a single step. In that moment, something started to burn inside his mind. A desire. No. A fur power. If only I could become like that too. Tezang continued to stare at Hansu in a daze. I guess I'll need to deal with this quickly. Hansu mumbled, as he looked at the Conkynes causing chaos. Dealing with this chaos wasn't the main issue. This was nothing more than a small step in the Dark King's quest to become stronger. If he knows the method of becoming stronger through the abyssal crystals, then a transcendent, who already had the possibility of going over the limit, would only become stronger with each crystal they collected. Though it was one of the more efficient and weaker ways of becoming a transcendent, it was one of the fastest ways to raise one's strength. Like how an adult could still beat a kid to death even if they themselves were bad at fighting. The level of strength increasing in itself meant a lot. If one devoured all the Conkynes here. If that person became a 2-star transcendent, then it would be more than just annoying. No, he wouldn't be able to beat them in the first place. Since the difference between a 2-star and a 1-star transcendent was like the difference between a transcendent and a normal being. If that was actually the case, then thankfully, there weren't enough Conkynes nearby to actually reach that level. But of course it wasn't anything to scoff at either. It wasn't enough to go from a 1-star to a 2-star transcendent, but one could still become terrifyingly stronger. If the person was given enough time to continue with his, then sooner or later that person would become a 2-star transcendent. He needed to deal with this person before he ate up all the Conkynes in the area. I guess. I'll need to prepare something else. Hansu came to a decision and then looked at Tezang. You guys said that you collected crystals to climb up, right? Tezang, who was still staring at Hansu in a daze, nodded absently at the question. Yes. Hansu sensed the number of people inside the fortress and nodded. Close to 8,000 people. If there were enough crystals for all these people to go up, then they must have worked long and hard to collect them, going through countless dangers to acquire them. Precious, precious crystals. But they wouldn't be using it to climb up. 8,000 is a bit low, but these should be useful. At the same time, he commanded. Follow me. Even before Tezang could figure out what was going on. The four of them, including Tezang, started to float upwards. Then. Swoosh. Hansu, who was holding onto their clothes, jumped onto the fortress. Boom. Boom. Effing hell. The amount of casualties are too high. Akron, one of the 4 leaders of the refugees, grit his teeth as he looked around at the fortress swarmed by Conkynes. Quite a large number of Conkynes, all heading towards the Dark King's war fortress, had started to swarm into this place after realizing that there was a large amount of food. It's the Dark King. Even these beasts scared for their own kind. Calling each other to share any food available. But that bastard Dark King, he drove his own kind to the very corners of the world. Though a transcendent being had no reason to defend the other humans, they had no reason to attack them either, right? Akron, after cursing the Dark King for quite a while, stood up. Danger brought with it opportunities. Though they had collected quite a large amount of crystals so far, they hadn't the courage to go near the elevator because the Dark King had settled next to it. But if this chaos was caused by the Dark King, then there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to keep his attention on the elevator. Since there were many more concubines than usual for some reason. Yet, to hell with it. Akron clenched his teeth. Normally they would have needed more time to collect enough crystals for everyone, but since this was the case, it didn't matter anymore. Since a lot of people had already died. Akron shouted out loud. Everyone retreat. Maintain formation and head towards the elevator. Charge through to the elevator like this. The survivors would use the crystals to go up. As Akron shouted, the other three leaders swung their spears and slowly started to create a battle formation to valiantly retreat valiantly to the front. Good. Looking at the formation that was barely holding on, Akron clenched his teeth and ran. Since he had another job to do. Crystals, I must get the crystals. Without the crystals, there would be no exit for them even if they reached the elevator. He needed to quickly retrieve the crystals and distribute them to everyone. As long as they could reach the elevator, and even if they were separate, the crystals would help them go up. Akron dashed madly towards the storage area holding the crystals. Then, boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds could be heard behind them, causing Akron to turn around in shock. It's him. The moment something rose high above the walls of the fortress, Akron's expression brightened up. If he could help us, then they would be able to lessen the number of casualties even further. And as he expected, boom. Kayayak. Karur. With every step, the concubines died screaming. Though he moved over dozens of meters with every step, every concubine in a radius of 100 meters were killed off every time his foot made contact with the ground. And thanks to this, the people who had been fighting in the nearby area were able to help their comrades in other places. A simple walk had changed the battlefield. If only we could have a person like that. Akron made a depressed expression but soon shook his head. An uncontrollable bomb was better than nothing. If that man suddenly changed his mind, what would happen to them? He could not possibly understand the thoughts of a transcendent since he didn't have the strength to treat all other human beings as ants like they did. But, this is still good enough. But then, Akron's expression suddenly turned for the worse. He had realized where the man was heading to. No, no. Akron roared in despair as he looked at where Hansu was heading. No. No. You bastard. No. Boom. Akron continued to roar as he madly dashed off in the same direction. Towards the storage area the man was currently approaching. But sadly, Hansu's speed was much greater than that of Akron's. Extremely so. Whoosh. Hansu arrived at the storage area first. And by the time Akron caught up to him, the doors were already being ripped apart. You effing bastard, stop. Wait, could it be? No way. He'd had a strange suspicion once. That maybe the abyssal crystals were the secrets of the transcendence. But he didn't know how to use them in the first place, plus these things were too precious to use without solid proof. But sadly it looked like his previous guess was correct. Hansu merely shook his head at Akron. I'm not trying to use it for myself. He wouldn't use the crystals to strengthen himself. Well, he could, but it would be very inefficient in the long run. What? Akron replied dazedly, but Hansu merely walked into the storage area. There was no time to explain everything to this person one by one. Whoosh. Hansu collected the violet crystals into a single area and looked towards the war fortress in the distance. Crunch. Crack. Good, very good. The limitations inside his body were breaking apart. The very rules that bound everyone in this world shattered apart as it changed for him and him alone. A change that allowed him to become the center of the world. Damn, is this how you felt as well? The Dark King felt the energy from the violet light being sucked into his body. He smiled as he thought of the transcendent in the past. The man who had turned him, a normal human, into a transcendent. Reincarnator, Chapter 311, Nursery, 4. Hansu mumbled as he looked towards the giant storm above the war fortress in the distance. Hold on. As he looking at the crystals in front of him, Hansu thought about those who were fighting in his place. It wasn't enough to create a transcendent from scratch. It wasn't enough to break past the wall. But it was enough to bring up somebody who had reached their limits. Hansu then turned around to look at the four behind him. Lauren Bell, Tezang, and Misun. The first people he'd met after being born. And Akron, who was staring at him from the distance. Hansu swept past them and then started to create something in his hand. SSSSK. Something dark, and blood red in color appeared. Everyone looked confused. They didn't really feel anything. What about it? But there was one who reacted differently. Flinch. Hansu saw Tsun flinching at the sight of his hand. He pointed at him. You'll do. What do you mean? Hansu replied, as he crushed a crystal in his hands. As a transcendent being. Huh. Akron was shocked. Transcendent. Was it that easy to become one? No, let's say becoming one was easy. But why did it have to be Tezang? Tezang was talented, yes. Though being in the top 10 might be a stretch, he was definitely in the top 20. It was why he'd been picked as a scout, one of the more dangerous jobs. But if it were up to his choice, Tezang would not fit the criteria. Akron couldn't hold back and asked. Why does it have to be Tezang? Could you tell us the requirements? Though he was a bit sad that it wasn't him, that wasn't the main reason why he asked. What if there was a special trade one needed to become a transcendent? And what if he could acquire the method of creating one? Then I could pick them out personally and raise them. People who had the potential to become transcendents through the most efficient and quickest manner. Q. But Hansu never replied to Akron's question. Since Hansu was completely focused on grinding the crystals apart. He should be grinding them even finer, but there was no time to do so. He needed to do this as quick as possible. Rumble. With Hansu at the center, a storm was brewing inside the storage area. And the countless violet crystals started to melt, merging into a single strand of smoke which then merged into the storm. The overflowing energy turned to lightning, striking nearby surfaces. Crack. What the? Whoa. Everyone retreated from the scene. Boom. A bright light exploded out from Hansu's hands and something came into sight. Something similar to an amethyst, a tiny gem the size of a fingernail. Everybody stared at this beautiful gem. Hansu spoke to Tezang. Digest this and then go to the war fortress once you're done. It actually took time for a person to fully absorb and get used to their new strength. And there wasn't enough time at hand to wait until Tezang was finished. Since the other party was growing stronger at an even faster rate. You mean, you want me to come help? If the opponent was too strong and he needed a helper, then making a transcendent made sense. Since 2 was better than 1. But then, I will also. Hansu scoffed at Tezang who seemed to be in high spirits. Of course not. Tezang might be able to become a complete transcendent, but the amount of crystals here weren't enough for him to fully cross the wall. He might barely be of use if he crossed the wall entirely, he'd be useless if he stopped at the halfway point. There was another reason why he'd made this gem and given it to Tezang. Let's just say, your insurance. Pardon. Poof. Before Tezang could even react, Hansu smashed the violet gem into Tezang's heart. But despite flying in so fast it could have shredded through Tezang's ribs and heart, the gem was merely absorbed into the flesh. Then. Thump. What? What the hell? Tezang exclaimed out loud as he felt the energy flowing out from his heart. Like paint spreading through water, the violet light soon covered Tezang's entire body. Covering everything from his intestines, his muscles, his bones, and his skin. As if his entire body was being infested. Then. What is this? Tezang was shocked at the strange sight happening to his own body. The change was too abnormal for him to gladly accept. The numbers that had strengthened his body. The runes that he'd fought for with his life to become stronger were being erased. Well, it was more like the runes were being altered. The 8 different runes, such as strength or agility, were breaking apart. The strength runes broke down and mixed with the agility runes, the vitality runes also broke down and merged with the mana runes. Like this, the 8 different runes began to merge into a single point. Then. A tremendous amount of pain. As if his soul was being ripped apart from his body. Well, that was really the case. His consciousness was becoming blurry. As if his soul was being forcibly sucked up to a higher place. A strange but comfortable feeling. And as Tezang slowly closed his eyes, he heard the voice of the man who had caused all of this. Remember? After the end, come. And with these words, Tezang lost consciousness. Boom. Hansu blew apart the Konkains as he ran towards the war fortress in the distance. Crunch. Crack. Before this, he'd been careful not to hurt other people, but since he had nobody to look out for anymore, he was free to create an even stronger shockwave beneath his feet. And then reflected in his eyes. The distant war fortress quickly becoming larger. And the violet storm above the war fortress slowly being sucked into it. Into the maze below. Hansu heard the thunderous noise as he lifted up his forked lightning. Then. Rumble. A tremendous amount of energy rose from his heart and started to surround his body. 1. 2. 3. The dragons continued to crawl out until the number reached 5. The dragons now displayed an even deeper color, and looked larger than before he'd gone into the egg. And as these dragons converged onto the tip of forked lightning. Boom! From where Hansu had been standing, all the way to the underground area beneath the war fortress. A giant tunnel, several kilometers in length, had been created. Crackle. The ground cracked apart as the walls of the maze fell down. The tunnels of the maze, that even Arthas Francesca could barely melt even after a long period of time, were all punctured through in an instant. The dark sphere that had created the giant hole continued to penetrate the ground, burrowing towards the Dark King who was devouring the crystals extracted from the Konkains he massacred. Then. Boom. The violet storm dispersed in an instant. It wasn't just because of Hansu. Swish. Something dashed out from beneath the maze at an extreme speed. Even faster than Hansu. Ha 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 ha. You have come. Welcome. Laughing out loud, the thing that had rocketed into the sky started to slowly float down. His existence alone was awe-inspiring. His laughter alone shook the heavens and made the earth tremble. The Dark King landed on top of the statue and smiled. It's good that I waited below, otherwise the statue that I had so painstakingly created would have been destroyed, right? A statue. I see. Though they were several kilometers apart, they spoke as if they were standing right next to each other. Hansu looked at the giant statue. The man had created it by shaving apart the mountain next to the fortress. Though the face was left blank, his armor, ring and spear were incredibly detailed. Hansu then remembered what Tezang had said. The Dark King laughed as he looked at Hansu. Man, why couldn't you have come a bit earlier? I might have left some for you. How could I not give even that much as a gift to the person I respected the most? Respected? Hansu smirked at the past tense. I see that you're standing on top of the person you respect. Oh my, what a mistake. The Dark King smiled apologetically, but then smashed apart the statue with his foot. Boom. And from the shockwave, the giant statue became a humongous rock avalanche, which fell in a flood towards the war fortress that was barely maintaining its shape. Wayayok. No. The surviving refugees who were still fighting against the Konkains screamed, and the Dark King laughed when he heard them. Good. Good. The Dark King made a satisfied smile as he looked at the scene below him. And as Hansu looked at him, he also looked back at Hansu. It was stronger and larger than the shockwave that Hansu guy had created. The time he'd spent here dealing with small fries hadn't been a waste. Hard work will never betray oneself, they say. And this was the result of that hard work. Yes, strength is the best. The Dark King thought back to the time when he once respected Hansu, then smiled. How about it? Am I not better? I believe. We don't need two Kong Hansus in this place. And from these words, Hansu merely smirked coldly. Of course. Don't worry about it. I don't have any plans of killing you. Don't even dream about dying. I'm going to squeeze out every last drop. Reincarnator, Chapter 312, Clash, 1. In this hell. For what must they live for? We need someone to lead us. Sign, I envy the previous generations. Cough. The adventurer, Niklaus, looked into the sky above the crumbling war fortress and puked out blood. Although the previous generation needed to go through difficult situations without any knowledge, at least it had a leader. To him, there was no Kong Hansu. Only an evil Dark King who pretended to be him. Niklaus thought back to the words the Dark King had always mumbled in the past. Just wait. Once I become stronger, you will see a new ray of hope. Effing maniac. Niklaus cursed that man as he forcibly raised his body up. At this rate, he would get squashed to death by the rubble. He started to slowly climb up. Away from the battlefield. Boom. Ha 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 ha. The Dark King laughed as he felt the overflowing power inside him. He didn't feel the same glee and joy of the past when he'd become a transcendent, another feeling now filled him. When he'd first become a transcendent, it was as if he'd become a brand new bowl. A weak sauce tray being broken apart and being born anew as a large, strong bowl. And how it felt as if that exact bowl had been filled to the brim. To the point that the water inside it could overflow at any moment. Tens of thousands of crystals exploded, giving him strength. It changed his body and gave him enough power to smash apart the world. Ha ha ha. Try catching this. A bright orb appeared in the hands of the Dark King. Triple demonic bullets. A regular skill which could be acquired with ease, even in the old red zone. It had a speedy reload time and was easy to fire, but it could only fire in a straight line and didn't do much damage. It was good enough to use as a probe, but not to deal fatal damage to a person. Usually, at least. If a normal person used it, that is. Rumble. Thunder and lightning exploded out from the orb. Then. Boom. The orb shot out from the Dark King's hands, the ruins of the fortress were lifted into the air, and the space around them trembled. Dust flew apart in all directions as if a bomb had exploded. And through the dust. Boom. 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 The bright orb smashed apart everything in its path as it continued to rush towards Hansu. It created gales in its wake and turned the stone below it into a river of lava. And as the orb made contact with Hansu's spear. Boom. A blinding light exploded outwards. The surrounding ruins of the war fortress turned into dust from the shockwave, and the ground nearby began to sizzle. And the Dark King laughed coldly at this scene. That spear definitely suits me. He could clearly see it during the explosion. The golden spear that was trying its best to disperse the energy. Although it had met the wrong owner in his opinion, anyway the fact that it could withstand his overflowing energy was something to compliment. The Dark King stared at the golden spear in Hansu's hands and then looked at the imitation in his own hands with a dissatisfied expression. Then. Crunch. He split the spear into two. Though it was a good spear, it was a spear that could be found anywhere and then merely covered in gold. It was too weak to withstand the strength of a transcendent like himself. Though he had broken his own weapon during battle, his expression was still bright. Since a spear like that wouldn't help him much in a fight anyway. And soon he would be able to gain the real thing. Strength really is the best. In the past. He had revered Hansu. The man who had succeeded in terraforming the previous zones into a livable space. Though he hadn't seen Hansu's actions in person, he was part of the group that followed right behind Hansu and Mihi. Though he hadn't seen them personally, Hansu's footprints could be felt all over his body as he climbed his way up. He felt the might of the world tree Hansu had revived in the red zone. The giant Gragos that Hansu had succeeded in taming in the orange zone. Countless satellite fortresses that covered the skies in the yellow zone. And in the green zone, he had fought to help Hansu during the battle of the war fortress. He had personally seen the hole appear in the sky as the elevators descended and the world transformed. He reveled in the footprints of this giant and respected them. Respect towards the being that had done things he could not. He remembered the stories of those who had seen Hansu up close, and remembered them during the hard times to keep himself going. He'd kept going until the day he could meet the man in his dreams. But now, with his strength, his thoughts had changed. If I had strength, I could have done that as well. Kong Hansu. He was stronger than anyone else and had succeeded against any enemy. There were some who'd helped him, and those beside him were also quite strong, but in the end, his individual strength had played the biggest role. If Hansu had done it, couldn't he, who was now even stronger than Hansu, do it as well? Just wait. I will be the one to lead you guys now. There was a reason why he had spared a group of people, despite having been able to turn them into crystals as well. How could a king be a king by himself? He needed subjects. And the people at his side would now serve the strongest king in history. Even stronger than this living legend. Ha ha ha. The Dark King laughed maniacally and jumped down. He could only win. There was a clear difference in power. The energy absorbed from the sacrifice of tens of thousands of Konkines transformed into skills. A skill useful in dealing with small fry, but not really those of similar levels. An immolation type of skill exploded out from his body. Dark Sun. Rumble. A dark sun which set everything nearby ablaze rose up from the Dark King's body. Run. The screams of countless adventurers were heard by the Dark King, but he merely ignored them. Since those who ran away didn't have the qualifications anyway. Then. Hansu, surrounded by golden light, walked out from the dust clouds. Though he was covered in dust and minor injuries, he was mostly fine. And the Dark King's expression darkened at this unexpected turn. Though it was just a probe. As the Dark King frowned. Hansu also frowned as he spat out. I've waited 2 years, you guys can't only be at this level, right? The Dark King almost cried at Hansu's look of contempt, as if he was not worthy. It was similar to those eyes he had seen in the past. Are these the only guys left? Ha. I guess there's no choice. The eyes of the being that had given him this strength. Hansu was showing him the exact same expression. But even before the tears could come out from the Dark King's eyes, Hansu moved first. He needed to teach a lesson to the Dark King who had fearlessly approached him. You should have kept your distance. Then. Boom. The sound of a huge explosion blasted out from Hansu's position as the entire area around him crashed down. Using the tremendous earthquake-like shockwaves as momentum, Hansu's body shot out like lightning. And now dark gold energy surrounded Hansu's body. The reinforcement skill covering Hansu's body was no longer translucent. It had been compressed to the point of resembling silk. Hansu, covered in the demonic dragon reinforcement, dashed towards the Dark King. I can block it? The Dark King was shocked for a moment, but then relaxed. Since he could clearly see his movements. It wasn't at a level where he couldn't catch up. Not at a level he couldn't react to. Actually, he could even move faster. I shall show you my strength. He wanted to show off the strength he had gained. He wanted to smash his opponent apart. The Dark King started to burn the dark sun around his body with even more power. Then. Whoosh. The Dark King swung his fist with all his might. Towards the tip of Hansu's spear. I will show you the difference in our strength. And as his fist swung out. Boom. A fist covered in black flames, and a spear covered in dark gold silk collided. And the Dark King smiled at the scene. I can win. His dark sun was burning the silk-like reinforcement on the spear. Though his opponent's reinforcement was more compressed than his own, his endless flame still managed to burn through it. But as the Dark King's smile broadened at the sight of the spear bending more and more, a change occurred. Swoosh. The silk covering Hansu's entire body started to sway and move about. Then. Whoosh. The demonic dragon reinforcement covering Hansu's entire body started to condense into a single point. Towards the tip of his spear. And as the thin silk-like reinforcement focused onto a single point, the reinforcement started to let out a blinding light in all directions. Then. Boom. The Dark King freaked out at the scene of his dark sun being instantly shredded apart, and quickly retreated. Blood gushed out from the fist that had collided with the spear. No way. The Dark King was extremely confused. His opponent was merely a relic of the past. He had clearly been lazing around. Since the man should have been far above in the upper zones. With the amount of work he himself had gone through, he couldn't lose like this. Then. Boom. A tremendous amount of energy exploded out from the Dark King's body. He had a dream. He couldn't fall here. Though it was a person he'd revered, he could not allow Hansu to block his path. I will not lose. Rumble. The still burning remains of the dark sun disappeared. As well as every other skill in his body. Every ounce of power in his body turned into a single skill. A skill that the man who had given him his strength had left behind. It'll be useful. Make sure you only use this instead of other skills. Make sure of it. Focus on just one. 10,000 mediocre skills could not defeat a single mastered skill. That was why the Transcendent needed to know how to focus on a single skill. Reincarnator, Chapter 313, Clash, 2. Rumble. From the fortress Hansu had come from. The change occurring inside it was finishing up. Ha. Tezang landed on the ground, letting out a deep breath. And then made an expression full of glee. This was it, huh? He knew now. As to why the Transcendents were so much stronger than normal people. It was because they could manipulate and use the 8 different types of runes in any way they wanted. And Akron had asked Tezang with a nervous expression at this point. What's changed exactly? Though Akron had asked the question, Tezang's comrades were looking at him with curious expressions as well. Then. Boom. Damn. Run. They're rushing in here. One of the adventurers standing guard outside shouted a warning as he blocked the Conkyans from rushing through the main door. Oh, right. Akron had forgotten about their current situation due to the scene that had been unfolding in front of him. Forgotten that their current situation was not that great. We have to run now. Then. It's all right. Tezang spoke out confidently. A calm, resolute voice. He up. Tezang breathed in deeply and then reached out with his fist. Very, very slowly. Like a martial expert practicing a stance. But the changes occurring inside him weren't as simple. Whoosh. The numbers that determined his strength skyrocketed as everything changed. To fit the needs of Tezang's every movement. For one objective and one objective only. Destruction of the enemy. The slowly extended fist accelerated and by the time his arm was fully extended, it was so fast that no one could catch sight of it. And within that short span where one couldn't even blink an eye. Boom. Moving faster than the speed of sound, his fist created a sonic boom. Then. Roar. Q. The Conkyans that had been rushing towards them had all disintegrated. The shockwave was so powerful that not only were the Conkyans destroyed, the storage area so sturdily built that normal people could spend ages trying to dent its walls began to break apart as well. Rumble. Oh. Whoa. Akron and Tezang's comrades' jaws dropped in disbelief. Tezang had been the same as them until just a while ago. But after this short change, he had risen to a new existence. Will it be okay? Akron made a worried expression. If a person's mental state couldn't accept the increase in strength, there were bound to be issues. And Tezang's situation was just that, his strength had exponentially increased in a short amount of time. To achieve powers that one had never dealt with before in an instant. This is not fair. This is the same as cheating. If there really was a god, he must be a perverse one. Akron realized the possible dangers of this change. Since as far as he knew, humans weren't the most benevolent of species. And Akron frowned. Misun then asked Tezang with a curious expression. Have you, really become a transcendent? Tezang frowned at the damage he'd wrought and shook his head. No, sadly I'm not. He knew it instinctively. That he had not gone past the wall. Other transcendents would have long since destroyed the boundaries between all 8 runes and restructured them. He knew that having limits in his control of the numbers was a clear answer. Though he was many times stronger than a normal fighter, a stronger person would be able to control all the numbers that represented their strength with ease. I wish there had been a bit more crystals. And in Tezang's eyes, the crystals of the Conkyans appeared. His expression brightened up when he saw the crystals littered on the floor. Will it work? Tezang extended his hands towards a crystal on the ground. And to his surprise, the crystal turned into violet smoke as it entered his body. Whoosh. It was weak, but he felt himself getting stronger. And as he felt this, good. Tezang smiled. There were still a lot of crystals to be collected. I'll head out first then. Whoosh. The quicker he moved, the more people would be able to survive. As Tezang flew out, he absorbed every single crystal he came across. And Akron made a gloomy expression as he watched this. I don't feel good about this. He didn't know if Tezang was aware of it, but he had directly broken the rules. Everyone had agreed that the precious crystals would be distributed and watched over. And Tezang had devoured all of them. Though the ones he had killed himself weren't the issue. What about the crystals that were absorbed inside you? Though the man from before had forcibly shoved them into Tezang's body, there was no doubt that Tezang was the one who ate thousands of crystals that had been collected over the years by everyone's contributions, all with their lives on the line. If he had some sense of responsibility, he wouldn't have done such a thing. And it was at this moment that a thought appeared in his head. The Dark King, had he been insane in the beginning? That guy should have also been quite normal at the start. Akron's expression suddenly turned grim. Boom. A different type of energy surrounded the Dark King's fist. And 7 vicious-looking claws extended out from his fist. 7 black claws that let out a vicious aura. Claws of Lunken. A skill which focused solely on offensive power from the Lunken race, a powerful abyssal race. This was the skill the man who had turned him into a transcendent from a normal human being living in the Oasis had given him. It's a skill that belongs in the top 100. Even higher among the attacking skills. Practice this well if you don't want to die an early death. He had practiced madly because of those words in the beginning, but soon realized. He had realized that there was nothing that could threaten him anymore. Any random skill could wipe out the other humans, whereas most of the other transcendents were located near the Oasis in the west and had no reason to cross paths with him. So instead of this skill, he had used random weak skills. Since he had been proud of the fact that he could rule over everyone with such skills. But now he had started to regret doing so. Will this work? Whoosh. A dark orb of light was shining vigorously to the point of exploding on the tip of Hansu's spear, which was quickly approaching him. But he soon shook his head and focused on his hand. He had no reason to lose, right? I will win. He was stronger. He had beaten Hansu back with even those puny skills. With this skill, with the claws of Lunken, he could easily annihilate Hansu in just an instant. I will erase you and show the world his new strength. He would show them what he had done. He would show the owner of the Oasis. Die. Boom. The numbers inside the Dark King were running rampant because of the claws of Lunken. His fist accelerated as it ripped through space towards the spear. Then. Kidudududuk. The dark orb on the tip of the spear and the claws collided. I'm winning. But then. A horrifying scene occurred. Kuduk. Huh. The Dark King's expression darkened. Hansu's spear, which should have long been destroyed, continued to approach him. The claws, which could even break mountains apart, were shattering one by one as his fist started to also break apart. No, no. But even before the Dark King could make a shocked expression. Boom. The spear had pushed through all obstructions and smashed into his body. The power that had been granted to him by the abyssal crystals had tried to defend him, but it was all futile. Ah! The Dark King screamed in pain. His forelimbs twisted into strange angles as his intestines got compressed to a degree of implosion. His muscles blew apart, and his bones disintegrated. No way, how could I? He was definitely stronger. He had the stronger skill. But the result was the exact opposite. The Dark King stared at Hansu with disbelief as his body flew back and smashed into the walls of the war fortress. Boom. Ugh, why? The Dark King barely managed to ask as he watched Hansu walk towards him. He wanted to know why he had lost even in the last seconds of his life. But sadly, Hansu did not answer him. Why are you asking? Huh. There's no need for you to know anymore. It was the first time he had felt fearful of this voice. And it was at this moment that the countless vicious things he had done to his defeated opponents flashed past his eyes. Though he'd always said that the loser surrenders everything. And now that he was in the same situation, he wanted to beat up his past self for saying so. Arg. The Dark King felt regret as he stared at Hansu's cold eyes and the red energy on his hands. I should not have left the city. The city that was located in the middle of the tundra. The city that had protected them against the abyssal race and the other transcendent beings, like an oasis would in a desert. Ikiju, Karhul. The Dark King made a regretful expression as he looked towards the city in the west that those two transcendents had created, and were defending with all their might. Rumble. Did it finish already? Tezang mumbled quietly as he dashed towards the war fortress. A tremendously loud noise could be heard in the distance. And the silence that followed after it? This had told him that the fight had ended. But why did he tell me to come? He actually pondered if he should go or not. Since he felt like he didn't really need to listen to the man's commands. Since he'd been quite rude the entire time. He should at least tell me what's going on. But a sense of expectation drove Tezang. Since that man might give him another reward. That man was like an angel that had descended from heaven. An angel that had opened up a whole new world for him. Hopefully this time as well. Tezang quickly dashed towards the war fortress. Reincarnator, Chapter 314, Beast, 1. Rumble. What is this? Tezang was at a loss as he looked at the scene unfolding in front of him. The giant war fortress had been the main residence for those who'd first arrived at the Green Zone, since it was capable of hosting hundreds of thousands of people. This very fortress was now being demolished. It was already very unstable due to that giant hole appearing beneath it. How could it withstand a mountain falling on top of it? Rumble. Tezang realized that there was still a long way for him to go. He'd felt like he'd gained everything in the world after setting on the path to becoming a transcendent. He'd been able to smash apart all the concubines that had come his way like ants. That he might be closer to the level of the Dark King and the man who had given him his strength. But that was only because he'd never fought them. That feeling of being their equal had merely been a delusion of his. I'm still too far off, huh? These thoughts ran through his mind as he looked at the scene of their battle. But Tezang's expression soon brightened. Yeah, I'm just starting out. This was just the beginning. Since there were no dangerous abyssal AB races nearby, he could slowly raise his strength by killing them, and one day reach that level. But then, what about the others? His thoughts became complex as he thought of his comrades. Should he share the crystals? How should he share them? But is there really any benefit to me sharing them? He flinched at the greedy thoughts going through his mind. How could he think such a thing? These were people he'd fought with, comrades he'd risked his life for day by day, same as they did for him. He suppressed the raging greed inside him and continued onwards. My mind is in chaos. Let's meet that man, first. He focused on the reason why he'd come here. He was easy to locate with his newly heightened senses. I just need to go in this direction, but should I really do it? If the man who had given him his strength had won, there would be no issues. But what if the Dark King won? Though he'd become strong, he was nowhere near the level of causing a scene like this. He started to lose confidence. The Dark King might be perfectly fine. He sensed that one of them had a much more powerful aura, and sadly, its owner seemed to be the Dark King. Tezang pondered for a moment, and then decided to retreat. Yeah, I'm not ready yet. He possessed unlimited potential. He didn't want to waste this new opportunity by dying. He also had comrades. If he met the enraged Dark King after heading into that place, then it would be a worthless death. But as he was about to retreat, CHHH. In the distance, from where he was now heading towards, a vicious aura was seeping out. A terrifying aura that made him feel goosebumps all over. An aura that penetrated deep into his body and mind. He had felt this before. Twice actually. My god. He won. Tezang gulped. This was the same aura as before. The aura he'd felt when he'd first met that man and had tried to resist. And when the man released his aura in the storage area. It's that red light. When Misun had tried to resist. And when he was finding a candidate to become the transcendent. A terrifying aura radiated out from the man's hand. And that aura was the same as what he was feeling right now. There was only one reason why he would be able to feel this aura. It meant that the man had won. Though the threat of the Dark King was gone, Tezang's worries did not. Damn, should I have just run away? The vicious aura kept striking the surface of his skin. To the point of making him think that the Dark King might have been better. Tezang pondered if he should continue or not, but soon shook his head. If that man wanted him dead, he would have been killed already. And he had told him to come after digesting this new strength. He didn't dare go against those words. F it, I'll go. Who knows, right? He might give me more gifts. Tezang thought positively as he dashed towards the origin of the vicious aura. And soon, a scene unfolded before his eyes. SH. Dark red smoke was coming out from the man's eyes and into the 7 orifices of the Dark King, who was kneeling on the ground before the man. AHH. Tezang exclaimed out loud when he saw this scene. You know, I pondered for a long time about how to use you. The Dark King grit his teeth while resisting the blood-colored smoke that was invading his body. Damn it. Just kill me. But he could not speak those words. The blood-colored smoke entering his body felt like it was gnawing away at his insides. Hansu continued. When a transcendent is born, it is hard to be a righteous person. It's not a bad thing to become evil. It's actually quite normal. It was hard to survive alone, so groups were naturally formed. Since maintaining the group was the only way to survive, they made rules and laws for everyone to abide by. They respected each other since they needed each other. Even if one made another unhappy, they held back for the greater good of the group. That was the only way. If they fought the minute they disliked something, a group would never have been made in the first place. But a transcendent realizes the moment that they are born that they can escape from those bindings. Those with strength can easily become childish. Like you. Transcendents were different from humans. Maybe because they were born anew, they acted like babies. So at first, they would carefully and slowly experiment. They would test how their newfound strength impacted their surroundings, then wait for feedback. And surprisingly, there was no resistance. Even if a transcendent did something to make the other party unhappy, they did nothing to harm him. Social bindings. Laughable. This is the main point that all transcendents will eventually realize. These guys can no longer fight back, no matter what I do. I don't need to listen to them anymore, either. Even if their relationships worsened or crumbled apart, the result was the same. Because they had become a transcendent, all their relationships would change. The people they had fought with so far were no longer comrades, they were merely weights holding them back. Since the transcendents were that much more powerful. At this point, greed rises up inside one's mind. Since I'm working this hard to protect you, shouldn't you return the favor? And this mindset slowly changes. From a feeling of want to a desire. And everyone around the transcendent, as well as the transcendent themselves, start to realize that one side had to fear the other. Ugh. Hansu continued to speak towards the Dark King in front of him. I was thinking about whether I should take you or not. But I feel like I should at least make one before I go. Once he unifies and colonizes the 4th zone, the number of people coming up through the elevator will rise, as well as the number of new transcendents being born. Without a figure to fear, chaos would reign once again. Those cancer-creating bastards were all settled in the west, and his comrades were fighting against them with their lives on the line. Hansu did not have time to oversee the others, nor could he afford the potential casualties. So he needed to make one. A symbol of fear. He needed to show them. Show them what would happen if they thrashed about just because they'd acquired power. Look closely. Hansu muttered, looking at Tezang. Then. Crunch. Ah. A tremendous scream of pain and misery roared out from the mouth of the Dark King. Quay. Tezang looked in horror at the scene. It wasn't just the screaming. Ah. It was so painful that the Dark King was screaming while rolling around on the ground. While all his limbs were smashed apart and his muscles had been shredded. What the F? What did he do? Tezang frowned. With a body like that, even lying down would still be painful. And even more so if one rolled around like that. But the Dark King didn't seem to be bothered by that, as he literally thrashed around while he howled. Boom. Boom. The Dark King's transcendent body caused the surrounding rubble to break apart. And then the man approached the Dark King, whispering something into his ears. What did he say to him? Ugh, And then shockingly. The Dark King clenched his teeth and stood up, wearing a horrible expression filled with pain and misery. With a hint of hope mixed in. Then. Ah. The Dark King stumbled as he started to move. Towards the Konkines in the distance. This scene caused Tezang to feel sorry for the Dark King, despite the horrible things he'd done. Hansu slowly approached Tezang. What did you do? Hansu replied with a laugh as he looked at the Dark King dashing away, screaming as he did so. You'll see. Reincarnator, Chapter 315, Beast, 2. I want to live. In the outer parts of the war fortress. Roar. Qa. The screams of both beasts and humans resonated endlessly. Damn it. Maintain the formation. They're rushing in. What do you mean? We need to leave before everything collapses. The adventurers that were fighting against the Konkines were looking quite frantic. It was obvious, actually. In a battle between two powerhouses, they would easily be crushed apart. It might be calm now, but it might start up again at any moment. And since the Konkines were charging towards them at a time like this, how could they not feel uneasy? Damn, I need to get as far away as possible. Crunch. Niklaus mumbled, smashing his fist into the mouth of the Konkine that had dashed towards him. It might count as suicidal to leave the other humans and then go out into the open field where countless abyssal beings swarmed, but this was not the time to consider such a thing. Since anywhere else in the fourth zone was better than this place. He needed to get as far away as possible while the Dark King was distracted. Rumble. It's another earthquake. The already weakened land was breaking apart by the Konkines, revealing the shadowed abyss of a maze below. Though he wouldn't die by falling, it was easy to see what would happen if one were to fall inside there. Niklaus smashed the Konkine in front of him as he started to get even more desperate. Boom. Go away, you bastard. Get lost. Roar. But sadly, the Konkine continued to charge towards him with its half-destroyed mouth. God, damn it. Niklaus made a decision right then. If he wasted time here, then he would die. Since the Dark King could arrive at any moment. I'll give this to you then. Niklaus decided to sacrifice his right arm. But as he was about to shove his arm into the Konkine's mouth. Boom. The Konkine's head suddenly blew apart. While Niklaus was at a loss. A firm and pretty female's voice could be heard. Hey, mister. Don't just feed those things. Run. Who? Niklaus asked where the voice had come from. A face that didn't belong in a battlefield like this. With such beauty and strength like hers, he should have seen her before or at least have heard of her once. The female who had blown apart the head of the Konkine gave a short answer. I'm sorry I'm late. The female, Missun, looked at Niklaus with a sorry expression. A mangled body. Even his right leg was broken. We must save as many as possible. Boom. Boom. Countless sounds of explosions could be heard all around them. Through the path Tezang had cleared on the way over to the war fortress, Akron and the other comrades of the refugees' fortress had charged over. Rescue everyone as quickly as possible. Move the injured. While the 2nd Division relocates them, Division 1 and 2 will fight the Konkines. Kaiaao. Crunch. Missun extended her hand towards Niklaus amidst the screams of their comrades and those of the Konkines. Let's go. I'll help since you'll be slow with that leg. Yes, thank you. Niklaus realized that he wasn't in a situation where he could object, and leaned on Missun. As she held up Niklaus, Missun carefully observed the surroundings. She had to find a path of escape. But her expression quickly darkened. Damn, there's too many. Though there were quite a lot of Konkines that had attacked the refugees' fortress, the war fortress was another story in itself. Despite numerous Konkines having been shredded from the giant explosion, countless Konkines still remained as they were jumping around to devour the humans. Crunch. Damn, I knew that our numbers would increase on the way out but... Missun slashed apart a Konkine rushing towards them. The number of survivors would increase if they kept going, but at this rate, 1 out of every 3 were bound to die. Maybe even 2 out of the 3. Tezang, you bastard. Where did you go? Missun clenched her teeth at the thought of her comrade. They desperately needed him right now. Rumble. The earthquake beneath their feet started to get stronger and stronger. Missun's expression brightened up. This was not an actual earthquake. It was a shockwave created from a powerful being stomping on the ground. A force that a normal human needed all their might to create was continuously being repeated as it approached them. Is it Tezang? But as Missun raised her head with a bright expression, Niklaus, who was standing next to her, made an expression of despair. Full of terror. Run. Quickly, run. Run the hell away. Missun was shocked at Niklaus' reaction, who was struggling to run away, and then also cursed after figuring out the identity behind the stomps. Shit. Tata-tata. Niklaus and Missing both started to dash away with all the strength in their bodies. And towards them. Boom. 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 Yuah. Ah. The Dark King, a demon in their hearts, was charging towards them with a horrifying expression. F. He lost? He went there so confidently. Missing cursed inwardly as she ran. Though all his limbs were broken and he was bleeding from all over his body, his aura alone told them that he was still much more powerful than them. If they got caught, they would die. No, they wouldn't simply just die. They would be ripped apart. Though Missing and Niklaus ran away in fright, it was futile. Boom. 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 The distance between them and the Dark King was only getting shorter and shorter. Though they ran as fast as they could, the Dark King seemed to be even more desperate than them for some reason. And to make matters worse, Roar. The nearby Konkines were charging over to them as well. The Konkines wouldn't let go of this chance, their defenses were lowered, and they were busy running away with everything they had. AHH. Crunch. Uduk. Though Missing and Niklaus screamed as they attacked the Konkines in front of them, the Konkines were not weak enough that they'd be defeated by their desperate attempts. God. Missing's expression darkened as she got bitten on both her left arm and her right thigh. Though it hadn't been cut off, there wasn't much difference. Since the vicious aura behind them had now drawn close to become minced meat alongside these beasts. Missing gave up all resistance as she sensed the terrifying attack coming in from behind her. She could not dodge it. Then. Boom. A huge explosion occurred, with Missing as the center. Missing, who had her eyes closed, opened them when she felt her limbs becoming lighter. And was at a loss for words. Gur. Kyrk. The Konkines, who had been biting onto her arm and leg had turned to dust. And shockingly. Ah. Oy. The Dark King roared his lungs out as he charged past them. Towards the Konkines in the distance. Soon. Boom. Boom. Roar. Boom. Watching this scene, Missing's legs gave out and she fell onto the floor. What the? They watched the Dark King, who simply ignored them and was solely focused on killing the Konkines. Yuah. Boom. Tezang gulped as he heard the roars and the sounds of explosions from the distance. Will he have to live his entire life like that? Tezang asked while he stared at the Dark King in the distance. The Dark King was literally fighting like a crazy dog. Swinging around his broken limbs. Squeezing out every ounce of strength he could from his torn muscles. But shockingly, his expression didn't seem all that painful. Quite the opposite, really. Every time he managed to kill a Konkine, his expression would brighten up a bit. A very small amount at a time. Yuah. The slightly brightened expression quickly turned gruesome, and he soon jumped fervently towards the other Konkines. As if he couldn't even be bothered with the nearby humans. The Dark King was clearing away the Konkines way faster than Tezang could ever accomplish, and thankfully the adventurers were able to catch their breath. To the point where his help was not needed. And Hansu nodded. Yes. Forever. Until he released him. Or until he died. He would not be able to stop this act. Since the moment he stopped, the pain that was many times worse than being tortured in hell and all of eternity would rise up again. His entire life would now be devoted to that. His nose will smell the abyss. And his eyes will look for their traces. His hands will smash their hearts, and his legs will constantly be forced to move to find them. And as the Dark King flew, the abyssal beasts were smashed apart. Gulp. As he stared at the crystals that were littered on the ground, Tezang asked Hansu. What if he absorbs those crystals? Couldn't he overpower this pain once he gets stronger? He didn't know what Hansu had done, but there was an unspoken rule in the abyss. A skill set by a weaker party would not have much effect. Though he was like this for now, things might change if the Dark King actually grew stronger. Those bindings might break. But Hansu just chuckled. He can't. Pardon. I made it so he wouldn't be able to. From now on, he'll only be a janitor. Tezang fell into silence. A janitor, huh? He was only a janitor in name. Tezang felt like this incident with the Dark King was a warning to him and any other future transcendence. He hesitantly asked. Are you going to go up now? There is no reason for you to remain here. This man had no more opponents since the Dark King had been dealt with, at least in his opinion he didn't. There was no real reason for this man to stay here, right? Though Tezang had only been in this damned world for 2 years, he knew one thing for sure. To quickly become stronger, one needed to be at the appropriate location. The strong would need to go higher. The elevator had been created for that reason. But Hansu shook his head. He would leave. But to the west. He wouldn't go up yet. He would only go up after becoming a 2-star transcendent. There's a lot of powerful guys left, still a lot to do. Hansu controlled the bloody energy inside his body as he mumbled. The world will always try to keep the balance. And slightly disadvantageously to humans. Where could they be? It shouldn't stop at grade 3 and 4s. Rumble. Hansu looked towards the war fortress, the commotion was now dying down. And then towards the distance. Towards the vast green zone before his eyes. Rumble. Below the ground, in the great maze. Deep down where the ants lived in the past. Squirm. Something black moved about. Growling. And behind the mysterious creature, a giant tunnel that the creature seemed to have dug out could be seen. As the mysterious creature slowly made its way towards the war fortress, the surface shook with vibrations again. Rumble. The vibrations above stopped. The mysterious black creature, after realizing the vibrations had stopped, pondered for a moment, and then turned around as if it had lost interest. This wasn't the only place where there was food. Soon. Rumble. The mysterious creature then started to head towards another direction. Towards the west. Reincarnator, Chapter 316, Bait, 1. Darkness had fallen over the war fortress. Akron and countless others were gathered in this location. Ugh. Thanks, But, can't you be a bit more gentler? The adventurers had set up a temporary camp where they rested their bodies, and helped out those who were wounded. They had no way of going up anymore because Tezang had taken all the crystals. Either way, the injuries of those who'd been held hostage in the war fortress were too severe. These people had been wounded from the collision between the mysterious man and the Dark King. Even now, there were people still being rescued from the rubble and debris within the war fortress. Thankfully, there were quite a lot of survivors due to their individual fortitude. Though their conditions weren't the best, they would heal quickly after a brief respite. Those two can't even be considered human anymore. Akron frowned as he looked at the scene. A brief collision had caused all this. Though there was a reason to hate the man who had caused this, Akron did not. Since the Dark King's tyranny would have continued without that man. In the end, the mysterious man hadn't been at fault. It was all because of the Dark King. He's the one that should be cursed. Wait. Maybe he really did get cursed. Uaaaaah. Akron shuddered as he heard the screams of the Dark King in the distance. In all honesty, the reason why everyone had been able to take a breather and heal up their injuries so soon was because of the Dark King. They would have had to set up a defensive perimeter and keep watch in case of more attacks, but the Dark King had been dealing with all of that for now. For some reason, the Dark King was going around massacring every abyssal beast in the nearby area. Not even taking the crystals that dropped from the beasts. Crystals. With a grim expression, Akron looked to the group of three sitting by a fire in the distance. Tezang, Misun, and Lauren Bell. The mysterious man had turned the Dark King like that, and had just simply left. Which meant that there was nobody here that could handle Tezang. But what the man had said to Tezang before he left was weighing on Akron's mind. What did they talk about at the end? Akron stared at Tezang with a heavy expression. Tezang and his comrades were sitting by a fire. Though they wouldn't feel the cold with their current grade of strength, this was the easiest way to get rid of the disgusting darkness. Darkness inspired fear in everyone, even the very strong feared the darkness. Well, this brings back memories. As she looked at Tezang, Misun thought back to her days back on Earth when she'd gone camping with her friends. He was busy chewing on a piece of monster meat that they'd roasted over the fire. He seemed to be having a lot of different thoughts. Chewing on a piece of meat, Misun carefully asked Tezang. So, did that man just leave? He didn't want anything from us. Tezang had been the only one who had talked to the man before he left. Since the man just disappeared after making the Dark King act like that. Tezang looked at Misun, and then quietly nodded. Yeah, he just left. Does he really not want anything from us? We should still be quite useful. Though becoming an underling wasn't great in any sense, the fact that such a powerful being had left them behind. Tezang smiled bitterly as he replied. Do you really think that? Misun was at a loss for words. In all honesty, she didn't really want to ask about Hansu. What could they do for him in a fight between transcendents? Misun then looked at Tezang again. What's going to happen with you now, Tezang? Tezang's eyes had been glued to the crystals on the ground for a while now. The countless crystals that the Dark King had left behind. Misun frowned at this. Seeing Tezang devouring all those crystals kept bothering her. As well as his strength that was now vastly superior than average. Maybe this was the last chance for him to become a transcendent. A monster who was about to take flight. But unlike Misun's worries, Tezang was having different thoughts. Thoughts about the conversation he had with the man about the crystals. A stupid question, really. Tezang smiled bitterly. He was still embarrassed about what he'd asked. Those crystals. What happens to them now? Tezang had stared at Hansu with anticipation. If he followed what the Dark King did, then he would obviously end up like him. But what if he ate the crystals and used his power righteously? He was embarrassed because this question had shown the man the greed that was burning inside him, yet he was still curious. But the man looked towards the west and only said one thing. Then the man disappeared towards the west. Ugh. Tezang laughed at himself as he thought back to that moment. His expression had been extremely hopeful back then. He felt like he had been accepted by the man. He thought that he had received the rights to all the crystals. Since devouring the crystals was the better option for him instead of letting everyone use it to climb up. But after thinking for a while, he came to a different conclusion. Tezang finished his thoughts and got up. Where are you going? Tezang smiled as he pointed towards the crystals. Gotta pick those up, right? Can't leave them rolling around like that. Though Tezang had said it cheerfully, the expression of the others froze. What are you going to do with them? Tezang smiled bitterly at Lauren's question. Everyone fears me already. This wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to become strong. But he didn't want to be distanced from those who loved him, and whom he loved in return. But he'd come to a realization. That if you didn't look around yourself in your charge towards the top, there would be no one left once you looked down from the peak. Maybe that's why all the transcendents act alone. Even if they wanted to be with other people, or wished to protect their loved ones, all their relationships would eventually end up so twisted. And he didn't want to become like that. Thankfully, there was still a chance for him. Tezang looked at the three, and spoke carefully. Well, we'll need to talk to everyone about that. After we replenish the amount of crystals I ate. Whether they decided that he should eat them to protect them, or to use them to go up, he would agree to the wants of the others. Maybe they might try to raise another transcendent. No matter what, they still needed a lot of crystals. It would take a long time, but it wouldn't matter. This is the right path, right? Tezang mumbled, thinking of the man who had left. Though he might become greedy, since he was a human as well. Uaaaaah. The Dark King in the distance would help steal his mind from straying to that path. Since that man could return at any moment. Maybe even stronger than before. Tezang then looked towards the west. Rumble. Surprisingly, Hansu hadn't gone far. He had something he needed to do. They took the flail, huh? Hansu thought to himself, after visiting the center of the war fortress before he left for the west. He searched around a bit in case the Dark King had hidden it, but couldn't find it in the end. It was probably now in someone else's hands. Though a normal person would be burned to a crisp once they touched the flail that was located on the mana node, there were existences that could safely grasp it. Since he had made it possible, it was probably one of the transcendents. Hansu decided to forget about the flail for now, since there was no reason to find it nor was there a method for him to track it down. There was something else he had to deal with at this moment. We've arrived. Rumble. Hansu stopped to look at the castle in front of him. It was the Kiel Kingdom's refugee fortress where Tezang, Misun, and the other refugees had previously lived. The attack of the Konkains had turned it into ruins, but he had a reason for his return. It's getting on my mind as to why the abyssal beasts, who went everywhere that humans could be found, had not tried to approach this area. Even before the Konkains attacked, a lot of them had hesitated, which meant that there was something deterring them in this place. If that wasn't the case, then even more Konkains would have attacked, which would have resulted in even more casualties. I must check. Boom. Hansu rose high up into the sky and headed towards the center of the fortress. Jijijijik. He gathered a tremendous amount of energy around his spear. The 9 Dragons Spear. SSSSS. 6 dragons converged almost instantly and crept to the tip of his spear. Then. Boom. The dark orb that Hansu created smashed into the ground of the fortress and made a huge noise. Rumbling. A single strike was all that needed to break down the fortress that had barely held on after the attack of the Konkains. But its collapse wasn't entirely due to Hansu. Cave. There was a giant cave right beneath the fortress. Kayaayak. Suddenly, something that had been sitting below popped out, rising into the air. A snake-like creature that seemed to have been created from a convergence of darkness. An evil suction beast. They were a solitary type race. If one didn't know how to deal with them, then it was a grade 6. If one knew how to, then it would only be at grade 4. A race that sucked energy out of beings to empower themselves and to reproduce. The reason why the cave could not be sensed was because the bodies of these things had been filling up the entirety of the cave, leaving no gaps. For them to be living right on top of these guys and still survive, they were really lucky. But soon Hansu realized that it hadn't been entirely due to luck. These things had been sitting underground without coming up because they hadn't finished eating. As the dark snakes moved out, he could see what they had been eating. Django? He died. Clementine's underling that had run from him. And the godly artifact he held, Arham's shield. Though the artifact was on his wrist, his entire body looked mummified after being sucked out by the evil suction beasts. Kayaayak. The snakes all started to rush towards Hansu. Reincarnator, Chapter 317, Bait, 2. Rumble. Kayaayak. The snakes that popped out from the darkness dashed forward to surround him. Hansu looked at the translucent snakes as he retrieved his spear, striking them with it. Papa. Though his attacks could easily erase a normal person without leaving behind a single trace, the snakes merely turned to smoke, which then converged back into a snake again. And Hansu frowned at this. They ate a lot, huh? Evil suction beasts grew stronger the more energy they consumed. And they were from a solitary type race, which meant their individual strengths were far higher than races which acted in groups. Crunch. Crack. Hansu laughed coldly as he looked at the snakes who dodged his spears and were now chomping on his 1,000 soldiers' armor. How presumptuous. Though they were hard to deal with, they were merely at grade 4. And with just this many, he could easily crush them with his strength. Then. Swish. One of the snakes biting into Hansu started to shrivel up. The energy that it had sucked out, but had yet to digest, had instead been sucked back by Hansu. Well, the spirit inside Hansu was the one that had done it. And soon Hansu's skin began to darken as he absorbed the energy from the shadowy snakes. But then. Kayaayak. The snakes continued to charge towards him. Though their energy was being sucked out, it wasn't to the point where they could die from it. They just needed to crush him and suck the energy back. Rumble. The snakes that had been surrounding the godly artifact, Arham's shield, all rose into the air and started to soar towards him. Kuduk. Kududuk. Soon, dozens and dozens of shadowy strands started to surround him. Then. The energy Hansu had sucked out from the snakes merged alongside the energy from the mana jade located in his heart. Compressed and transformed, it soon turned into a much more destructive form. Rumble. The silk-like demonic dragon's reinforcement, the skill that he'd used in the fight against the Dark King, covered his body. And as the silk stacked on top of each other to their limits. Boom. An extremely bright light exploded out from the darkness surrounding Hansu. Kayaayak. Roar. The snakes all started to disappear from the explosion caused by the demonic dragon's reinforcement. Like shadows that were lit up by light. Like ink that was being washed away by water. And soon. Whoosh. The light faded away as Hansu started to slowly float down. Hansu checked his slightly dented armor, scanning his light injuries, and shrugged. He wasn't satisfied with the amount of damage he had taken, despite having dealt with the situation quickly. The evil suction beasts were a grade 4. They weren't strong enough to damage him like this. If he'd been prepared, that is. I guess I'll need to take a break and set up some countermeasures. Moving about without taking the proper precautions made it annoying to deal with the solitary type races because of their unique characteristics. This was why the existence of other normal adventurers were important. Strength isn't everything. Hansu talked to himself. Though the Transcendents and the normal adventurers thought that they didn't need each other, that was only when the two groups were by themselves. Once the abyssal beasts came into the equation, the whole situation changed. The Transcendents were strong. But the abyssal race were also ridiculously strong, and if they didn't know the methods of dealing with the peculiar solitary type race, it could be dangerous. And the other normal adventures were important necessities, as they helped to discover and produce the special items needed to deal with such things. No matter how strong the Transcendents were, they could not produce thousands of items by themselves. Well, the situation here was a bit different. Things might have ended up differently if there were beings that threatened the lives of Transcendents nearby, but there were only guppies around here. It might be different in the West. If the humans had settled in the west, they would have made preparations for the solitary type race as well. But that was a story for another day. Ta-da. Hansu landed on the ground, collected the abyssal crystals littered around the ground and then looked towards the dried up corpse. Not only had his energy been sucked out by the snakes, his body was crushed in many places from the sheer weight of the beasts. The evil suction beasts had treated his body carefully by slowly sucking out as much as they could, but he'd still ended up like this. Maybe it's Django. Maybe not. Hansu picked up the shield from the corpse. Ki-ying. King. As he poured mana into the Arham's shield, the light emitted from it was weak, unlike other godly artifacts. At least you protected the people above. Clank. Hansu mumbled as he equipped the shield on his wrist, which had started to crazily suck in mana as if it had been starving for days. If the evil suction beast hadn't been busy sucking out the energy from the shield, they would have long left the cave and attacked the humans above. Hansu gently caressed the shield and looked around for any other possible clues, but soon shook his head. Any other traces had long been destroyed by the snakes. If not for the Arham's shield on the corpse's wrist, he wouldn't have even thought of Django's name. If this really is Django, who's the one causing trouble in the west? Hansu thought for a bit, but then shook his head. No matter what, nothing had changed. Since his job hadn't changed overall. Well, let's go back and see if he bit the bait. After gently touching the shield, Hansu then jumped out from the cave. And soon only the corpse was left inside. In a hill a distance away from the fortress Hansu had just left, a man was standing at its peak. The man wore a frown on his face. What is this? What happened here? The man was gnawing on something as he looked towards the war fortress in the distance. The now broken down war fortress. With small dots of campfire here and there. That place should be the territory of that dark knight. Not only was he imitating Hansu, he had even settled near the elevator. Though he had charged over here after seeing the Konkai's strange behavior, but for things to have turned out like this. Did he fight with someone? Was there another transcendent we didn't know about? Those were clearly traces of a battle between transcendents. The man frowned. He knew about most transcendents. And he had recruited most of them to their side. Since the ones that didn't join them were pretending to be heroes as they tried to stand up to them. He was going to deal with them all sooner or later, but he had never heard of somebody who could deal with the Dark King. I guess I'll need to look into it. The man frowned. It wouldn't be hard to figure out. Since he could just squeeze it out of the ones sitting by their campfires in the distance. Well, it wouldn't matter much if they didn't, either. Though there was only a 50-50 chance, it wouldn't matter. It would just be a form of stress relief. But as he was about to charge towards the war fortress, a horrendous scream could be heard. The F. The man turned his head towards the direction of the scream, but then was at a loss for words. A familiar face. Why is that retarded FER doing that? The man frowned as he looked at the Dark King roaring loudly as he rolled around the ground. Then the man stopped. Wait. This guy seems to be quite strong now. They had ignored him before, because the Dark King hadn't even trained his skill despite having such strength, but looking at the man now, the Dark King seemed to be quite strong. Apparently, he had been successful with his nursery. But he'd still turned out like this. Which meant that the one who had beaten him was much stronger. This makes it a bit inconvenient. And he could hear laughter from around the war fortress in the distance. Yo. Ha ha ha. Look at that bastard. How satisfying. Ha, life is great without that FER, huh. Though the echo was very quiet, the man could still hear them. Effing insects. They dared to look down on transcendence. The man felt like he himself had been insulted, and veins started popping out on his forehead. But anger could be poisonous. The man looked between the war fortress and the Dark King, and then backed away. Since the one who had destroyed the Dark King could still be within the war fortress. With his strength, only joy was left for him in this world. He did not want to risk his life. I must report it first, and we'll decide afterwards. You should all consider yourself lucky. If it weren't for some other transcendence getting in their way, he would have long brought his comrades and destroyed this place. The existence of transcendence was not something some bugs could look down on. Even if it was the Dark King, the bugs only wanted one thing. Someone they could respect. A leader. How dare he? The man clenched his fist. Dealing with the man inside the war fortress would be a bit troublesome. But seeing the Dark King become a laughingstock really pissed him off. Effing bastard, you should be thankful. He gathered energy within his hands. The man decided to kill off the Dark King instead of letting him bring shame to the name of transcendence. CHZCHCHCHZZZCH. A streak of lightning rose up from the tip of the man's hand. It gathered the most violent energy in the world, that of lightning, to strike down upon the enemy. Even stronger when used by a transcendent. A force thousands of times stronger than a normal bolt of lightning gathered around his hand. And this skill was even more powerful than that the Dark King had used in the past. But in that moment, the Dark King sensed the killing aura. The Dark King looked towards the man with venomous eyes. But the man merely chuckled. How dare a mere R***tard no, you're just a beast now. The Dark King hadn't even trained himself, had let himself be injured and had even been suppressed. He would be able to kill him with a single strike. The problem was that being that was possibly inside the war fortress. But the man, whose entire focus was on the war fortress as he prepared the skill, soon realized something was wrong. Because the Dark King's gaze was not directed towards him, but slightly behind him. Then. Boom. Huh. The man frowned at the mysterious object that had started to fly towards him from behind, and not from the war fortress where he had put all his attention on. They're biting well. When will I have time to search the entire vast western region? Boom, 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 boom. Hansu laughed coldly as he dashed towards the powerful shockwaves in the distance. Reincarnator, Chapter 318, Bait, 3. While he was beating up the Dark King, Hansu thought of something. What if the mysterious being only created the transcendents, but didn't control them? What were those transcendents doing now? And what would they do once they realized that there was a being stronger than them out there? The answer was obvious. Humans would naturally group together if there was somebody stronger than them. Rumble. Hansu continued dashing forward, keeping his eye on the man collecting the lightning in the distance. After 2 years of being asleep, the world was not exactly in great condition. His friends were fighting battles, while the transcendents were causing a ruckus. And the biggest issue was the lack of information. To fix this all, he'd need to take down the people causing the ruckus in this changed world. You first. Then. The demonic dragon's reinforcement started to surround Hansu's spear. The man collecting the lightning was not a simple enemy. Though his strength alone was a bit weaker than the Dark King's, he would be harder to deal with. Since he seemed to have completed his. The man who had been preparing was at a loss. Wait, did I just fall into a trap? The man smirked. How dare he? He'd been slightly wary of the man, since he'd managed to beat down the Dark King. But the moment he saw the person's identity, he came to a realization. I guess it was a very close win. Though there was still a difference in strength between him and the Dark King, it didn't seem to be that much. That was more than enough to kill the Dark King. But he himself wasn't that weak. Good, I'll just deal with this kid, kill the Dark King and then leave after destroying the war fortress. Then. Pajajajajajik. The spear-shaped lightning gathering around his hand dispersed and reformed around his body, like a suit of armor made of lightning. This form was much more efficient in a longer battle, unlike the spear which was a one-time skill. It would be a waste of energy to probe with such a powerful attack. Then. Boom. Hansu and the man collided. Kad-dududuk. Hansu's demonic dragon's reinforcement, which had previously smashed apart the Dark King's claws of Lunken, started to drive into the man's lightning armor. The man smirked. He could easily defend from this amount of strength with his own armor. And as soon as this kid showed a weak spot, he could just kill him off with a single blow. But of course, there was no real need for him to block the opponent's attack with his armor. For example, he could just block it with his weapon, or just simply dodge it. But the man decided to retaliate instead. I'll destroy you. The most violent energy of the world, the power of lightning. Of course, it had the highest potential when it came to offensive power. The man laughed as his hand moved to the weapon on his waist. Ha ha ha. With just this. Boom. The man slashed out with the dagger he'd kept by his side, which then collided with Hansu's spear. Sparks and mana flew out in all directions from the collision. Let's see. Ka-dududuk. The man smiled as he pushed back the spear. His opponent was not stupid. No, he was very smart indeed. He probably knew that his personal strength was lower, but he'd still come to fight. Which meant that he had something up his sleeves. And as the man expected, the man's dagger pushed back Hansu's spear, the energy surrounding the spear exploded, forcing away the man's dagger, and even erasing the wave of lightning. It was similar to when Hansu's spear had destroyed the Dark King's. You. The Dark King made a pained expression, and he groaned at the memory of his past loss, but the man simply laughed. Ha 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 ha. Amazing. How much have you refined? Such concentration. Refining. AKA. Sharpening. B. A step for the transcendents to prepare for before going up to the next level. Though the total amount of strength was important, refining was even more so. Yeah, much more important. The man smiled as he thought back to the past, releasing out another sea of lightning from his body. The past. The mysterious being that had given him the strength and skill had left after leaving behind a single message. Focus on a single skill. He didn't understand back then. Since according to common logic, it was better the more skills one had. Though one's mastery of each individual skill would be a bit lacking, no one knew what could pop out in this damned world. This was why it was a good thing to learn a bit of everything for every situation. But he knew that such a powerful being had no reason to trick him, so he had listened to their words. And soon he realized the core reason for the strength behind the transcendence. Look, you dumbass. Ha ha ha. This is how you do it properly. The man laughed out maniacally as he let out even more copious amounts of lightning. Then. Rumble. Rumble. Thunder roared out as it smashed into Hansu's body. It was more than enough energy to go through Hansu's 1,000 soldiers' armor, past his reinforcement, and burn his body. Chiaeik. The Dark King, who had been watching the fight while pondering as to which side to take, was shocked at this sight. How can he be so strong? He had thought that strength was the most important thing, so he had continued to collect the crystals. And the amount he had collected was much higher compared to this man fighting Hansu, the man called. But for some reason, Hansu and Zeus's strength seemed to be much stronger than his own. Which side do I take? Damn. And as the Dark King continued to ponder. Boom. Hansu charged through the sea of lightning and smashed his spear towards the man's head. How dare you? Though the Dark King was weak because he hadn't been refining properly, he himself was different. As Zeus scoffed and was about to attack again with his dagger. Shudder. Chills ran down his back as his entire bodily senses started to scream out in danger. Zeus then realized the black marble that was heading towards him. That's dangerous. If he were attacked by that black orb, together with Hansu's reinforcement, then even he himself wouldn't remain unscathed. Then. Right as both attacks closed in, a strange powdered metal appeared around the man's body. Let's go. Thunder King Strike. A power that allowed one to become the King of Thunder. It allowed the user to freely control metal and lightning, and even turn their body into lightning itself when fully mastered. He still had a long way to go on this path, but he could still easily control a few mere pieces of metal. Crackle crackle. Around his semi-formed lightning armor, 7 circular metal orbs floated. Then. Tata-tata-tat. The orbs embedded themselves in a straight line between the spear and his armor. And soon. Boom. HS metal orbs and the spear collided. The black orb on the tip of the spear exploded and started to devour everything in the vicinity. Damn it. I knew this would happen. The spear and the metal orbs continued to clash against each other while emitting a tremendous amount of light into the surrounding area. Zeus grit his teeth as he continued to inject more and more energy into the metal orbs. Kajajajok. Crack. The first 3 orbs were destroyed almost instantly. But starting from the 4th orb, the speed of the spear had started to slow down. And by the time the spear broke through the 5th and 6th orbs, it had already lost all its momentum. The spear smashed into the 7th and final orb, but could not go through it. And Zeus didn't miss this chance as he swung his towards Hansu. Boom. Again, the spear and the dagger collided together again with a tremendous sound. PSSSS. Zeus made a content expression as he watched Hansu being pushed back. The broken metal orbs turned back into powder and swirled around his body again. Damn, that's strong. Did he just refine his attacking skill or something? These metal orbs aren't easy to make. Zeus frowned as he calculated the amount of metal left around his body. A single strike was all that was needed to go through almost half of his metal powder. Though it didn't seem like a lot, the amount of metal lost was what he'd gained after 3 months of slaving away the adventurers who had lived near him. It was hard to get because the material for this metal belonged to the horns of the 8th grade race, He wanted to beat up this new kid for a bit, but in the end he was the one who'd lost out. Should I take him? We're lacking a bit of manpower these days. Though he didn't like any of his so-called allies, it was better to be friends with somebody powerful than being enemies with them. But Zeus decided not to after a while. Let's just kill him. Or take him back half dead. The fact that his group hadn't known about this person's existence up till now was a little disconcerting. And for some reason, he had an ominous feeling about this man. Rumble. Zeus walked forward as he focused on the dagger in his hand. Then. SSSSHHHSS. The Rurno powders started to align themselves onto the dagger. Soon the dagger, which was barely the length of 2 fingers or so, became a long sword over a meter long. Kiyoing. Then. Whoosh. Zeus swung his sword against the man who was charging towards him again. I'll smash you apart. ZZZZZCHCHZZCH. From the previous collision, he figured out that he would be able to win. As long as he focused and used the Rurno powders, he could easily defeat this man. Boom. His sword and the spear collided again as he created another loud noise. And as Zeus expected. CC crack. The silk-like reinforcement around the man started to make crackling noises as it began to crack apart. Good. Crunch. Zeus smirked as he continued to push the man. And he looked up to see the man's face. He wanted to see his expression of fear. How dare you lay a trap? But then. Zeus realized that something was terribly wrong. What he'd seen was not a face stricken with fear. But rather a pair of cold eyes staring back at him. Then. Boom. Hansu's spear withdrew as he pulled back his arm. Boom. Hansu's left arm flashed out as it blocked Silveril's path. A small shield on his left hand had blocked it. And in that instant. Boom. The hell is this? A yellow light exploded out from the man's shield and swept around their surroundings. And the power of lightning surrounding his body became noticeably weaker. PSSSS. The Rurno powders he'd held in place with the lightning immediately dispersed as his Silveril turned back from a long sword to a dagger. Damn. Clank. Zeus barely managed to guard against the charging shield with Silveril, all while shouting at his back. Towards the Dark King behind him. You bastard. Are you just going to watch? Come help me. Then this kid is dead. Yoink, UAAA. And these words of Zeus allowed the Dark King, who had been deep in thought while still suffering from pain, to make a decision and run into the fight. Reincarnator, Chapter 319, Darkness, 1. The Dark King pondered as he looked at the scene in front of him. As to which side was the correct one to take. If he took Zeus' side and suppressed Hansu, he would gain a chance to escape from this pain. After all, life was the most important thing everyone had, and he would just need to threaten Hansu to release his suffering. But something bugged his mind. If he helped Zeus and they still lost? What would that man do then? That would be terrifying. But the Dark King soon decided. He could not live in eternal pain like this. He wanted to eat delicacies, sleep with beautiful women, and enjoy everything a powerhouse like him deserved. Claws started extending out from the Dark King's hand. Kill. One could still get used to pain after a while. Though he couldn't withstand the pain in his body, he'd gotten used to one thing during the past few days. Fighting amidst the pain. Good. Zeus smiled as he saw the Dark King bring out his claws. He didn't like being injured, he preferred to completely dominate the other party. And of course, having another person to fight with was always a plus. Rumble. The Silveril lengthened once again. Then. Boom. Zeus bounced off the ground and swung his blade against Hansu. Crackle. Lightning followed the path of the blade as it smashed into the nearby area. The sword clashed with the shield, creating sparks, and Hansu saw the Dark King charging towards him past the shield. Hansu chuckled. Of course anyone would want to escape such eternal pain. But they should also use their brains. Hansu flicked his fingers and mumbled. Maybe you can't think properly because you're in pain. Shall I help you? Then. Quad K. The Dark King fell mid-dash, and started to scream as all his skills dispersed. SSSSSSH. Zeus grit his teeth as he looked at the Dark King rolling around the floor. I thought as much, but still. Of course the person who'd put on such a suppression method wouldn't allow any forms of retaliation. He tried to convince the Dark King just in case, but it seemed it wasn't very useful. Well, the one in pain was the Dark King anyway, and not him. This is good, at least I created an opening. The slight opening that was caused by the finger flick. Normal adventurers wouldn't be able to notice and utilize this, but he could. A tiny opening. Crackle. His Silveril slid past the shield and charged towards Hansu's right arm. Crack. A satisfying sound could be heard from his right shoulder, and Zeus smiled at this. This should be good enough. CHZZZCHCHZCHZ. The tremendous flow of current surged through the silveril. Even though Hansu was a transcendent, he was still a human. If his nerves burned up and his heart stopped, he would still die. I'll make you suffer a bit more. Zeus didn't focus on his heart, but rather on the nerves all over Hansu's body. This would cause the pain to intensify several times more, and could even cause paralysis. But at that moment, what is this? The lightning that he had poured into the other party's body was no longer in his control. Instead it was moving according to Hansu's will. What the fuck? Is this a spirit? He had heard many stories about spirits before. But he had never heard of a spirit that could suck out the energy of the opponent however one willed. Damn, no. In the opening that was created when he lost control over his lightning, Hansu smashed his spear towards his body. Right above his heart. Kaduduk. Kahook. They were too close to each other. The spear that penetrated through the lightning armor and his ribs continued to dig into his body. Right into his heart. Hwayay. Zeus breathed out, somehow he was still alive, but only just barely. ZZCHCHCZHZZ. Hansu, who had been electrocuted, spoke with a cold expression. Release this before things turn nastier. Even he would die if his heart were penetrated. Zeus slowly nodded and sat on the ground. What is this bastard? Zeus frowned as he looked at the man who was rapidly healing in front of him. This man had been hit by an attack that could have easily burned any normal transcendent countless times over. Even if he had a spirit, the body should not be able to heal back this quickly. The healing rate was so fast that it was visible to the eye, and his right shoulder was basically completed mended already. Is he a lizard or something? Zeus looked at the man that had defeated him. He'd assumed that he was pushing that man back, but as he thought about it, that didn't seem to be the case. That man's expression hadn't changed a single time during the whole fight, and he still seemed to have many things hidden up his sleeves. Though the man had received a lot more injuries, it now seemed that this was just his style of fighting. Since even he would use his shield to fight if he had a cheat-like healing ability as this man's. And it even seems like he grew stronger during our fight. Zeus shook his head. That wasn't the important part. What do I do now? The situation is really bad. At first, he'd been really worried of being turned like the Dark King. But thankfully, the man had only suppressed his mana, and hadn't turned him like the Dark King. Well, the spear was placed right outside his heart too. Thankfully, wait, why am I thankful? Zeus mocked himself for having such thoughts. Even if one dodged the worst case scenario, they would still be in deep shit. Like now. Then. After almost healing up, the man stood and spoke to him. So, how many of you guys were out there again? Zeus pondered for a moment. How should I answer so it's in my favor? A very short moment of thought. But Hansu didn't miss this. Yeah, things kept inside don't really come out on their own, do they? Gotta squeeze them out as always. Hansu smiled coldly as he started to gather a dark red-colored energy in his hand. The sight immediately caused Zeus to panic. Since that was the same vicious energy currently inside the Dark King's body. No. Don't worry, it's slightly different. Even before Zeus could react, the dark red energy had penetrated into his body. But soon Zeus realized that it wasn't doing anything, and was now confused. Hansu continued to smile coldly. I need to use you. How will I be able to use you if I turn you into that thing over there? Don't worry. This is just, well, let's just say that if I die, you'll die, too. What? You crazy bastard. Zeus flew into a rage. He thought that he was already in one of the worst possible situations, but apparently that wasn't the case. And he knew that what the man had said was true. The dark red energy squirming around his heart and his brain proved it. Hansu laughed at Zeus. How about it? Have your thoughts changed since we're now in the same boat? Effing hell. Zeus sighed. Crazy bastard. I don't know what he's thinking, but I hope he lives a calm life. What are your goals? I need to know your goals to answer your question. I should at least know what you want since we're in the same boat, right? Hansu nodded at these words. Simple. I need a lot of people like you. As many as possible. Hansu was planning to fish out every last one of them. And if this guy told him their locations, things would become even easier. And the moment Zeus heard this, he grit his teeth. This one is going to be trouble. Out of the 11 out there, none of them were easy targets. He grit his teeth as he predicted a future of himself becoming a meat shield for this bastard. He would need to do his best in that case. Since his comrades, no, they were his enemies now, weren't easy to deal with. What the hell is this guy's identity? Then. Something flashed through his mind. The mumbles of the being that had given him and his allies their strength. Their sizes are completely different. Were they the same person? But for some reason he felt suspicious. Someone who had appeared out of nowhere. A similar outfit. And the golden spear in his hand did not look simple. Zeus cautiously asked just in case. Are you perhaps that Kong Hansu? Hansu didn't reply to his question, but Zeus knew. That he was Kong Hansu. And the moment he realized this. Effing hell. The one who had turned him into a transcendent seemed to be half crazy, but one thing was clear. They felt an intense amount of rage towards Hansu. And he was sure that the being had ways of finding out if Hansu had come back or not. Then. Zeus's eyes turned to the war fortress. Was that the reason why he put the Dark King around this area? Zeus grit his teeth. The normal adventurers in the war fortress were gossiping amongst themselves. They couldn't handle this intense feeling of unease. What exploded this time? Why are those guys not climbing up if they're that strong already? Why are they causing chaos around this area? They thought that everything would end after the Dark King had finally been dealt with, but something else had occurred just a few days after. Though they were quite a long distance apart from the battle, the shockwaves from the thunderstorm could be felt in their area. Though the man had won again, there were no guarantees that the man would continue to win. Of course they couldn't bear this constant lingering sense of danger. One of the people asked Akron. Can't we just go up or something? Damn it all. Akron scoffed. Does anything change if we go up? The man fell into silence. It was true. No matter where you go, if you yourself weren't strong, nothing would change. Akron spoke to the man who had fallen silent. This is a chance for us to raise our strength, remember. That man is not our enemy. The man turned around with a grim expression. Though he's not an enemy. That man was not like the Dark King. He had given them a chance to become stronger. But that didn't help his fears from going away. That man is actually more fearsome. Though the Transcendents, who they could not handle, were terrifying. That man was even more so, since he was hunting those very Transcendents. Any power that wasn't under one's control was a symbol of fear. Then, somebody approached Akron and spoke. I think you'll need to come over for a bit. What's up? The adventurer spoke carefully. One of the captured underlings of the Dark King escaped. What? How? Akron frowned. Reincarnator, Chapter 320, Darkness, 2. Ha, ha. Rumble. Garp mumbled as he ran. He was one of the underlings of the Dark King who'd been held captive in the depths of the war fortress. Damn, didn't expect it to be this strong. Garp stared at the smoking piece of gem he held in his hand. Chief. With just a single use, he was able to blast a hole from the jail cell to the maze underground. His mana was sealed and the jail cell was sturdy, so he had no means of escaping it normally. This gem was a result of vastly advanced alchemy. Garp thought of the being who had given him this gem. Look after the Dark King well. If you continue to do so, then, sooner or later that Kong Hansu guy will come find him. Kahihi, he'll be curious to know how the world has changed. If you find him, then come find me, I will give you the same strength as the Dark King when you do. This was why he'd stayed by the Dark King. Since he had nothing to lose. It was better to act like the Dark King's lackey than going about randomly and getting killed anyway. And in a corner of his mind, he slightly wished that Kong Hansu wouldn't come. But he really did. Haha. He came. Kong Hansu himself really came. From the crazed shouts of the Dark King, there was a strong chance that Kong Hansu really had arrived. And soon he reached the... Good. After he sent this off, then everything would be over. He knew a lot would happen once he carried it out, but that did not matter to him. Clank. Garp picked up the abyssal crystal he'd hidden next to the flyer. Just enough to send one person up. He just needed to use this and get on the elevator. That being had told him. If you go up, tell them my name. They'll treat you well. They'll give you strength, as well. Flutter. Garp smiled as he looked at the flyer soaring through the air. Damn, that guy is also half mad. Zeus frowned. He started to calculate at a rapid pace. If that being comes into play, then things will get very dangerous. It was dangerous since he didn't know the true identity of the being. He didn't know how and when that being would strike at them. Which meant that he needed to direct Hansu towards victories for now. Since he'd also die if Hansu were killed. And to win? The answer was simple. Hansu getting stronger. And he himself getting stronger. Zeus thought up to this point, and then asked Hansu. By the way, why didn't you squeeze them dry? Huh? Zeus asked, his expression confused. I mean, think about it, those things are very useful. Him and the other 11 had formed an alliance to gain and increase the amount of slaves they had. A person with a large territory could get stronger at a rapid pace. From creating materials to going against the peculiar races, as well as collecting the abyssal crystals, they could rule over other people and force them to do so. Yeah, we are gods. That was why they'd thrown away their past names and renamed themselves. It was a bit cringy, but they had followed the words one of them had said. The normal adventurers paid them tribute, and the Transcendents protected them. A win-win for both sides. Then Zeus realized that this could be a chance for him. Yeah. There's no better place to gain more slaves than here. This location, where the abyssal race and the newcomers continuously poured out, was the best place to raise their individual strength in the most efficient manner. Zeus spoke to Hansu. Group them up and control them. Why are you busying yourself? You can just make them into your slaves and make your life easier. In this world, strength was basically the law. The reason why he and the other 11 struggled so hard to get stronger was because they had already encountered even stronger beings. But Hansu merely scoffed at Zeus. Crystals, they're a convenient item. A convenient item, indeed. And he wanted other people to use them to get stronger. He was different than them. He, who had already gained the rights. And they, who needed the crystals to climb higher. Of course he would also get stronger much faster if he used that spear. He could probably go up through the blue and indigo zones faster as well. But that wouldn't do. If he did this, the final barrier would block him. You should know how lucky you are. If he needed crystals, Zeus would have long been dead. Since they'd need to fight over the crystals anyway. Crack. Ugh. Zeus cried out as he felt the grasp on his throat tighten. This maniac. Though Zeus also preferred to think with his fists more often than not, this Hansu guy was just too much. Weren't they in the same boat? Hey, even if you did win, aren't you being too unreasonable? Damn bastard. Hansu had clearly said that he was useful. If Hansu really needed him, then shouldn't he at least treat him like a human being? Then. Hansu tightened his grip even more. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. We aren't equals just because we're in the same boat. Crash. Huak. Ha, ha. I steer the boat, you row it. Got it? Zeus attempted to retaliate by using the Thunder King's road, but then realized he couldn't due to the red energy surrounding his heart and his brain. His rage instantly died down as he felt the energy surrounding his heart. I'm in some deep sh*t now. Damn it. Hansu looked at Zeus's eyes and realized that it was the right time to speak. Hansu sat next to Zeus and asked. You seem to be in a hurry. Why? Zeus' attitude was not that of an attacker, but rather that of a defender. Hansu was curious at Zeus's actions. He acted like something was bound to come chasing after them. You know, it's possible that I could slow down, too. What do you know? Zeus frowned, but told Hansu all he knew. Who could it be? Hansu frowned. He wondered which one of his enemies would want him dead that badly, but he couldn't quite put a finger on it. Someone that strong would have left an impression on Hansu if they'd ever met. Is it Django? If I hadn't just seen that corpse, it wouldn't be this confusing. He was puzzled by the mysterious corpse that could have been Django. At this moment, Zeus spoke out carefully. Let's just go up, man. Damn it, it's not that hard to go up. Zeus mumbled. Though he had his own territory here, it wasn't as important as his own life. Though he didn't know what lay above, two transcendents should be able to survive. The abyssal crystals, the tickets for the way up, they were a joke to acquire anyway. But Hansu only chuckled. What are you thinking about? I have friends who I know will help me. What? Who? Zeus asked in shock. He had friends. That changed everything. Who? Can you bring them? Hansu shrugged at Zeus's words. Depends on how you do. Zeus grit his teeth as he realized who Hansu's friends were. They were his own allies. Hansu continued to speak with a smile. Come on, say who your allies are. These guys knew each other for sure, and Hansu wanted to know everything about them. Where they lived. Which skills they used. What their weaknesses were. What they did with their territories. I'll add your friends if you do. I told you, I'm only steering the boat and you would be rowing. Isn't it better to row together with your friends rather than alone? Zeus's expression turned nasty. And after a short period of thought, he spoke. Fine. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you, but, let's use those guys over there at least. He started out calm, but he was shouting by the time his sentence ended. Hansu continued to just stare at him, so he started pointing at the war fortress and shouted. Why? Why aren't you using them? You have to live, right? Look how useful they are. They can be laborers, scouts and even meat shields. Shouldn't you utilize everything at your disposal to win? Their opponents wouldn't be easy. No, his allies, all 11 of them, were tough nuts on their own. He didn't want to die yet. Meat shield. Hansu chuckled. This is why I like you guys. Ares, you told me before. That I should not kill them. But a small voice came out from the depths of his mind. How long are you going to continue this clown act? To only amount to this much after 2 years of sleep. Hansu chuckled at the whispers of the pandemic blade seed. This is all because of you anyway, it's basically all done. Besides, who could it be? Hansu looked to the west. The flyer flew through the air and continued to head west. Past a city with humans. Past a village with a small population. Towards the far west. The capital of the empire. Rumble. A man was standing where the empire's capital had once been. In the middle of the White Dragon arena, where Tiamat had stood and absorbed the enemy. Flutter. The moment the flyer landed, the stone-like expression of the man altered slightly. What is this? The man walked up to the paper and read it. Then. The man's expression brightened up. Finally. Where have you been sleeping, Kong Hansu? He had found him. Finally. Good, it seems that I'll be able to avenge you, Django. Crack. The man smiled as he smashed the white Rancom stake into the ground. And then. Deen. The mononode which flowed through the entire continent started to reverberate. Reincarnator, Chapter 321, Darkness, 3. As the man drove Rancom's stake onto the ground, the mononode started to shake. Brrrrrr. The man smirked as he felt the vibrations. He sensed that the giant seal blocking the 5 senses of it, which flowed through the mononode, had been released. Good, I hope he likes my gift. A gift only had value if there was a person to receive and if the person receiving it had been surprised by it. So he had hidden it. Until the time was ripe. And now. The person to receive the gift had arrived. Right now was the perfect time to gift it when the receiver had no idea about it. Rumble. The man continued to smile as he felt the vibrations ringing from the depths of the earth. It begins. Nurture. The ones nurturing others never realize that they're being nurtured at the same time. Evil devoured other evil things to become a bigger evil. And to raise a larger evil. You needed a lot of small ones. You all grew well, right? You should have, since I've only picked the good ones. People who didn't care about anything else in order to raise their own strength. People who wouldn't bat an eye at someone else's pain for their own advantage. He had specifically chosen those types since they would have the quickest growth. The man smiled as he thought of the seeds he had planted. Amidst a field about 1,300 kilometers away from the war fortress. In the middle of the empire's border city of the past, 2 people stood atop a guard tower. Then the man looked towards the woman with sharp facial features. Whoa, Demeter. You built a nice city. The woman called Demeter frowned as she spat back her reply. I said not to call me that, it makes me uncomfortable. Call me by my name. Ugh, why did Miguel suggest we do this? The man continued to smirk as he replied. Why? I like this idea of Zeus's very much. Grow up. Please. The man shrugged as he spoke. Just ignore Zeus entirely then. He was the one who suggested we build the city as well. Look at how well you built the city. The man looked towards the vast city below them as he chuckled. The man was called Hermes. His hearing and sight were considered top class even among the transcendents. And in his eyes. He saw everything in their surroundings within 100 kilometers radius. Boom, 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 boom. The first thing that caught his attention was the thing right below them. There was something continuously making noise below the guard tower. Somewhere behind the walls, hundreds of malnourished people were slamming at something with hammers. Countless materials were being mixed together, and melted down with flames. Metals were turned into weapons, while other rare materials were turned into useful objects for the transcendence. This is one thing I did better than Demeter. Hermes continued to look around with a content expression. Towards the vast icy plain past the castle walls. Screams of rage and pain continued to echo out. Kill it fast. If we don't fill up our quota of Dakramas by today, then we'll get sent to the nursery. You bastard. If you're going to die anyway, then at least attack them once before you fall. We're all about to die because of you. At least act as a meat shield. Thousands of adventurers had spread out around the icy plains to hunt for materials to be used in alchemy. Of course, if he, a transcendent, fought with them, it would be easier for them to hunt, as well as much safer. But no, that wouldn't do. How could they, who'd reached the level of gods, do such a trivial task? Plus, they had something else to do anyway. F it. I can't do this anymore. I'm leaving. You bastard. Where are you going? Oh. Running away. Hermes whistled as he looked to Demeter. Though he didn't need to tell her, he wanted to get on her good side whenever he could. Filthy bugs. Demeter's expression turned dark. Then. She slammed her foot on the ground. Crunch. Crackle. Revealing a power that was similar to what Hansu had displayed by using his spirit. Then. Cock. A giant metal pillar shot out from beneath the man who was trying to run away and pierced right through him. And shockingly, the man didn't die. Hermes shrugged at the scene. He knew why she hadn't killed the man. So thrifty. The man who had run would soon realize that he should have just died back then. Since he would soon be dragged to the nursery. But, anyway, where did she put it? Previously, it seemed to have been in the upper regions of the city, but now it had apparently disappeared. But after a moment of searching, the man realized where it was. It was right below them. Deep below them. Screams continued to echo out from deep underground. Screams of humans being ripped apart by abyssal beasts. She complained about it being ugly. I guess that's why she moved it underground. Demeter, how venomous, this is even bigger than mine. He thought he had a pretty large nursery, but Demeter's nursery was at least twice the size of his own. He himself filtered out pretty females to make a harem, so he had a certain order around the city, but Demeter seemed to despise all humans. To Demeter, all other normal beings on this floor were slaves that could create weapons for her, and deliver her the abyssal crystals. She'll get stronger much faster than me at this rate. I guess I'll need to go back and expand my nursery. Strength was law. Though they had formed an alliance out of fear for the being who'd made them, if the balance of strength between them were to break, who knew what would happen? What's going on inside that guy's head anyway? Why were we given freedom? Well, it was a good thing anyway. Since they were given time to grow stronger. Yes, we must get stronger. At this point, Hermes was speaking with a slightly annoyed voice. Why aren't Hades and Zeus coming? The reason he'd come was for a meeting. The topic of today's meeting was to discuss the issue of Akiju and Karhul. And how they would erase them. Though they'd merely been pressuring them up until now because they were too lazy to fully deal with them, those two bastards continued to be an annoyance. Since it had come to this, they were going to uproot them entirely. And, they seemed to be getting stronger even faster than we are, despite not utilizing their territory. Hermes had traded blows with Karhul recently, and his right hand was still throbbing from pain. Then. Rumble. Hermes frowned at the minute vibrations that rang out from deep under the ground. Hermes stole a glance at Demeter. Did she not feel it? Apparently, Demeter hadn't felt it. Well, it made sense. Even he, the one with the most heightened senses, had barely felt it due to his focus on the nursery. Very minute vibrations that had originated from very far away. What? Hermes was about to mention it to Demeter, but then, he didn't need to. Since the vibrations were getting stronger by the second. And soon even Demeter could feel it. What the hell, is this? The vibrations were getting increasingly stronger. They thought that something had blown up beneath the earth, but soon they realized what was really going on. The vibrations weren't getting stronger, but rather the thing causing it was getting closer. At a tremendous speed. Rumble. It's coming through the mana node. What the hell? Demeter shouted out in shock. The aura of the mysterious thing heading towards them was extremely vicious and evil. To the point where she couldn't determine what it could be. Demeter pondered for a bit and then spoke to Hermes. Let's run away. Run away. Hermes clenched his teeth. Can we even get away? The mysterious thing was moving way too fast. To the point where he'd barely be able to escape even at his fastest speed. Demeter nodded. Yeah. With your skill, you could move fast enough even if you carried me. Demeter clenched her teeth as she looked at the silent Hermes. This bastard. He's always nagging at me to sleep with him, but... It seems the moment their lives were on the line, even Hermes was having second thoughts. But there was nothing else she could do. Though she was stronger in terms of strength, she was much inferior when it came to speed. Demeter shouted at Hermes. If we get out of this, I'll grant you one wish, so, let's just try running away first. Hermes pondered for a moment but then shook his head as he lifted Demeter up. Let's just think of it as doing some charity work. I'll be getting a wish anyway. He had slept with countless beautiful women. What he wanted now was a strong woman. A woman even stronger than himself. Though that Akija girl is who I really want, this is still good enough. Let's go. Rumble. The wind spirits started to gather beneath Hermes. And the space beneath his feet folded onto itself. But right at the moment when Hermes and Demeter looked close to flying off. Wait. Huh? Why? Demeter urged Hermes on after he had stopped. That mysterious thing was charging towards this place at a tremendous speed anyway. While releasing that terrifying aura that pricked her skin. She wanted to leave as fast as possible, but why had he stopped? Hermes smiled at Demeter. Dumbo. We need to clean things up before we leave, right? Then. Rumble. Demeter extended her feet and slammed down onto the ground. Rumble. Thousands and thousands of spikes shot up everywhere within a radius of a few kilometers around them. Right from beneath the feet of the adventurers. Quad-duke. Kaduk. Ah. Why? Why are you doing this? Ah. We finished our quota. While Hermes was shocked by the noise, Demeter just lifted her feet and said. Let's go. It'll take a bit of time for that thing to eat all of this. Hermes smirked. What a smart girl. Sexy. Then. Boom. The guard tower that they'd been standing on blew apart, and their bodies instantly turned into a dot in the distance. Ah. Uaa. The only thing left behind were the adventurers who were still screaming. Look at this, Sirkong Hansu. Hansu frowned at what Akron had hurriedly brought over. A dark piece of rock. You found this in the maze? Yes, more specifically, near the mononode that passes through the maze. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the dark piece of rock that some life form had created. I wondered why there were no higher grade races. With this around, no other races could really settle down. Someone seems to have the same thoughts that I did. The same thoughts? Zeus looked confused by Hansu's words. Reincarnator, Chapter 322, Arc ROA, 1. There were countless strange creatures and races. But no matter where one went, there was always a higher mountain among the races. Hansu continued to look at the dark rock in his hand as he spoke to Zeus. There's something you need to do. Something I need to do. Hansu nodded. You said you guys had a way to contact each other, right? Zeus nodded. Though most of them preferred going solo, they still had forms of communication since they were in an alliance after all. After seeing Zeus nod, Hansu continued. Tell them all to gather here if they want to live. Zeus frowned at this. Hansu's expression had always been very carefree. Even while fighting against him, Hansu had never lost his composure. Even when he told Hansu that there were 12 of them, Hansu hadn't seemed scared but rather excited to beat them all up. But right now, Hansu was making a very grim expression. What is this? While Zeus was quietly trying to figure it out, there was someone who couldn't hold back his curiosity. What is this anyway? Akron's expression was full of worry. I didn't want to get tangled with these guys. Akron really did not want to get tangled with the Transcendents. But after seeing these tracks, he couldn't ignore it. The tracks of something that had passed by. The tracks left by that mysterious creature stood out so much that everyone could figure out which direction it was heading to. But the scouts did not dare. The vicious and greedy aura left behind in those tracks were terrifying enough. Not to mention the hint of gluttony mixed in. And shockingly, there was no aura of craziness or evil that they normally felt from a transcendent. This made it even scarier. Since this thing wouldn't hesitate for even a moment before it devoured them. As if the reason for its very existence was to eat. So Akron had come to find Hansu. He felt like Hansu would know about it. Hansu crushed the stone in his hand and spoke. Arc ROA. Arc ROA. At least back when he roamed around the abyss, the other races called this race the Archroas. The Dark Shadows. They didn't have actual bodies or even any form of conscious. Just pure gluttony. Damn. All sorts of damn things exist, huh? Is there only one? Do these things reproduce as well? Akron, and those nearby, frowned at Zeus's question. One was terrifying enough. If these things covered the world, then they wouldn't be able to survive. But Hansu shook his head. It can't reproduce. Phew. But Hansu continued to speak. Because this is only a baby. Baby. Hansu nodded. Well, not really a baby in biological terms, but, more like an egg. It will reproduce after it fully grows up. Yeah, it cannot reproduce. Yet. What? This is an egg. Zeus mumbled, sensing the terrifying aura that radiated from the stones. At least according to the biology they knew, eggs were weaker than babies. An existence that can only protect itself with its hard shell. But an egg that was this strong? What would it be like if it hatches? As Zeus and the others gulped. Hansu was having different thoughts. What an unfitting place for it to descend. Arc ROA. If this thing was let loose and allowed to freely devour and evolve. It could chew up dragons for breakfast, and the demon kings as dessert. And even Hansu had only seen one that was fully grown in his previous life. One had been able to grow while the races of the 6th level of the abyss were fighting each other. By the time the other races realized its existence, this thing had grown to the point where it didn't need to hide itself anymore. And realizing the situation, all other races came to a ceasefire and united under a single banner to get rid of this one monster. They had won in the end, but the number of beings on the 6th floor of the abyss had been reduced to a fourth of its original population. All from fighting a single Arc ROA. So all the races would instantly destroy them as soon as they detected it while still in its infancy, and thus, weaker. Because of its terrifying potential, it was a race that had reached the point of extinction. That was the Arc ROA. Of course it didn't belong here. The place for this thing was the abyss. The abyss where countless races fought amongst each other inside the humongous dimension. Maybe it could come down because it was an egg. Though the elevator seemed to send down anything that came its way, it abided by one strict rule. The objective of the elevator wasn't to annihilate the humans, but rather, to watch them fall into misery and despair. So naturally, there was really a limit to who could come down. Which meant that this thing really was an egg. An egg that had been beaten halfway to death, and the weakest amongst its race. Which made it even more dangerous. Since a weakened foe was bound to be more aggressive. Though he didn't know why it had been calm up until now, it would soon devour everything once it started to move. To evolve past an egg. To gather nutrients to be born as a baby. So hurry and tell your comrades. Tell them to gather here if they don't want to get killed. Then. Zeus made an understanding expression as he spoke. So you're throwing the others away, right? Only taking the useful ones. Akron's expression turned dark. And Zeus smirked. No matter how good you act, you're still a transcendent. But Hansu cut Zeus off. The normal adventurers don't need to worry about it. The rest of you do, though. Huh. Hansu chuckled. Have you ever seen a lion lick up ants off the ground? Rumble. HAAA, ha. This should be enough. Hermes dropped Demeter down after reaching the guard tower of his city and sighed out. Crackle. The dimensional crack that he'd gone through could still be seen behind him. Ugh, all that running is making me real tired. It had really been a very long time since he'd run that madly. It was even more strenuous since he'd been carrying a person along the way. But Demeter looked worried as she got down from Hermes' grasp. Why did you come here? Why didn't you go further? Demeter and Hermes' territories were the closest. Since Hermes settled near her. Of course it was still a little bit over 100 kilometers away, but thinking back to that thing's speed made her worried. But Hermes chuckled as he grasped her shoulder. Why are you in such a rush? You said you'd grant me a wish. This horny bastard, is that why you came here? Demeter frowned inwardly, but soon nodded. Since she needed him nearby to run away. Well, let's just think of it as a form of payment. She didn't really dislike Hermes either, and she felt like they had enough time anyway. It would take some time for that thing to eat all those bugs, and come all the way over here. And plus, there was a lot of food beneath them as well. Right as Demeter was about to hold Hermes, who was slowly approaching her. Ah, one moment. How rude of me. Go wait below, and let me prepare something. Hermes backed off as he jumped down from the tower. What did he prepare? He seems to be much more romantic than I'd thought. But the moment Demeter sat on the bed. Shiver. A chill ran down her back. Something was approaching them quietly. From below the very tower where she was in now. Then. Boom. The sound of a huge explosion blew out from where Hermes had jumped down to. The sound of activation for Hermes' skill. And Demeter realized what had happened as she roared out loud. Hermes had detected it a step before she did. That the thing had been silently chasing them the whole time. You effing bastard. How dare you use me as bait? Boom. It was too late to run. Demeter quickly slammed down her foot as she felt the terrifying aura charging up towards her. Rumble. The tower collapsed as thousands and thousands of spikes shot out and started attacking the monster. But it was too late. Kudududududuke. The thing that had made her and Hermes run in terror had charged through the spikes and chomped off her lower body. You will. She knew the moment she got bit. That she wouldn't be able to survive. The lower part of her body that had entered its mouth quickly disintegrated, and was sucked away. Towards another area in its dark body. Krrrrk. Demeter was at a loss as she looked at the creature that was devouring her. It wasn't some dumb monster. It learned, that we wouldn't run if it did that. She didn't know where this thing had come from, but it seemed like the other creatures that lived nearby this thing previously hadn't been able to run away from it in time, and it hadn't realized that things could actually run away. Which was why it had openly charged at them in the beginning. But as soon as it sensed them running, it changed its tactics. It hid its aura and launched a sneak attack instead. Quiet. Effing, bastard. Her eyes filled with hate, Demeter looked towards the direction Hermes had run off. She then slowly closed her eyes with a smile. At least everyone else will also get killed. Let's all meet again inside its belly. As she left that curse behind, Demeter lost consciousness. And as her body was devoured, the surface of the dark arc ROA changed colors and transformed. Hurry up. Hansu spoke towards Zeus and Akron. They didn't have a lot of time. Akron gulped as he nodded. According to Hansu's stories, this world would end if that thing was allowed to grow up. Damn, why is he making me do this? Zeus frowned as he retorted. What are you going to do while we do this? Hansu replied with a short answer. I'm going to end this. The seed's voice rang out within his mind. Reincarnator, Chapter 323, Arc ROA, 2. Rumble. Hermes looked back to where his territory had been as he wiped off his cold sweat. Ha. If Demeter had noticed it before he did, then he would have become its food instead. Since Demeter would have made the same choice he did. Don't hate me that much. Hermes sighed as he pondered. As to what he would do. But he didn't need to think about it that long. Why am I even thinking about all this? I just need to go up. This was good actually. That crazy thing would be running around while hunting for beings like himself. Rummaging through this entire world. Once it devoured all the transcendence in this world, it would then turn to the normal adventurers. This is going to become a land of the dead. Hermes decided to head towards the elevator right away. Though it was a shame to throw away his painstakingly created territory, it was better than being killed. He could always make a new land after going up anyway. But then. Perereric. Hermes frowned as he felt something flying towards him. This flyer is for emergency contact only. Did the others notice it as well? Then it would become troublesome. Since he would only be able to escape to the elevator if the others acted as bait for him. If everyone headed towards the elevator, then it was obvious where that monster would go to. After reading the message, Hermes sighed in relief. It seems they hadn't found out yet. But the message was still shocking. Zeus. You're asking for help. Hermes was actually surprised. This guy would never ask for help even if he was tortured. But Hermes shook his head. Why should I? Of course they were on friendly terms. But there was no reason for him to when he was about to go up. That monster he'd encountered was too terrifying for him to stay any longer than necessary. Effing dumbass. Captured. What the hell happened to you? Just deal with it yourself. Nobody would respond to Zeus anyway. Hermes chuckled after deeming none of his comrades to be useful, and he charged towards the elevator using his rumble. Hansu checked the status of his body after moving about 100 kilometers away from the war fortress and into the tundra. There were no signs of life nearby. Well, there were non-humans. Keying. A Dacrymit charged towards the cave where Hansu was standing. But after sensing Hansu's horrifying aura, it immediately made a U-turn and ran away. The dark red smoke slowly drifted out of his body. And Hansu chuckled at the sight. It had made a wise decision. There was a reason why he'd headed so far away from the war fortress. If he failed here, then everything in the nearby vicinity would be annihilated. If he failed, then his body would become a humongous living weapon. The pandemic blade soul spoke to Hansu. Hansu nodded. He was different from the other transcendents. He had to plant the skills of annihilation in his body one by one. Right from the beginning, that had been the aspect of his trait, a trait which allowed one to absorb the experience and knowledge of the creator of the skill, and even allow oneself to take it a step further. It only looked like a normal evolution on the surface. Though it was impossible to rise up a step by devouring some random skill, but devouring a skill of annihilation would allow him to evolve a skill to the next level. Like how he had crossed a wall when he evolved his demonic dragon's reinforcement 2 years ago. The next skill to be evolved was already set. Pandemic Blade. Usually, this skill would evolve faster the more it was used to kill. Like how the owner of the Pandemic Blade had done in the past. The creator of the skill had melted an entire world, and from that incident, had trained the skill to its limits. And it was the obvious path to take. Though it would take longer, it was safer and more fun to do so. But there was a way to shorten the time as well. Like how the owner of the 9-dragon spear had done in the past. You really are insane. You know that this is how the owner of the 9-dragon spear got killed, right? Why are you in such a rush? You can just let the others die and climb up slowly. But Hansu chuckled. Only those who need to die should die. Where's the meaning in a world if everyone dies? The pandemic blade soul mumbled. Whatever. You're the one dying, not me. At least you stopped playing around like a clown. Then. Rumble. The spores of the pandemic blade started to overflow inside Hansu's body. The dark red aura that had been devouring his insides. The quickest and most efficient way to raise the mastery level of pandemic blade. Forcefully make the number of spores go on a rampage and make your body get used to it. Gather the spores that are used to melt enemies and use them to melt your own body. Turn your own body into a container for the pandemic blade. This was the fastest and most efficient method indeed. If one discarded the dangers. Insane. The owner of the seed side. This guy had been doing this ever since his egg form. Though the demonic dragon's reinforcement had risen to another level, the pandemic blade continued to reproduce to melt his nerves and intestines. Because of this, his muscles, bones, and tendons that had been enhanced by the demonic dragon's reinforcement could not stand the pressure, and prevented them from working properly. He had to use a part of his mana to forcefully protect those parts of his body. He couldn't even use the pandemic blade as a weapon. Since the spores were focused on burning up his body. He'd even got injured by things that he could crush with a finger, like that Dark King or Zeus. Someone who had fully mastered a skill and someone who'd merely bulked up using crystals, the difference was like that of the heavens and earth, even within the first star transcendence. Though both were made of iron, a baton and a sharp sword were vastly different. Though the mastery level of the pandemic blade did go up fast. He had done so up till now since there had been no real dangers, but now everything had changed. Hansu had poured most of his mana into the pandemic blade instead of the demonic dragon's reinforcement. Then. Roar. Hansu's mana jade released a torrential amount of mana. Not to protect his body but to increase the number of spores. Then. Shhhhhhhhhh. The dark red aura started to run rampant inside his body. The spores continued to reproduce, greedily devouring Hansu's mana, melting his body down and seeping out from inside him. Dark red smoke seeped out from his 7 orifices, and his skin was soon covered by a red, toxic substance. Chiaeniac. His entire body melted down as smoke rose up. And caused the demonic dragon's reinforcement and immortal soul to retaliate furiously. A battle of time. Whether his body could withstand this and allow him to rise up to another level. Or melt down under the pressure. Ugh, why is he willing to go through all this? He just needs to melt down about half the people in this world. Who cares if the others died? Hansu just needed to ignore that arc ROA, climb up and slowly train. And it would be even faster if he used the pandemic blade to train against those who would be dying anyway. Why was the future Demon King acting like this? He was the owner of the being who had melted down an entire world to rise up as a transcendent, and he didn't understand this situation. Well, some already view this guy as a Demon King now. The soul then thought of Zeus, who should be running towards a specific location. Can you really just stick around here? What if all of them escape and go up? The soul had heard Hansu ordering Zeus to tell the others to gather if they didn't want to die. But couldn't they just go up? Hansu, who was now fully covered in a dark red shade, spoke with difficulty. It doesn't matter, somebody else will act instead. Who? Karhul. Ikiju. Those guys. Hansu shook his head. Rumble. Swoosh. Good, good. I'm almost there. Hermes, who had been ripping through space like a bolt of lightning, smiled as he neared the giant elevator. That Zeus guy was pretty useless, but he did give him an important piece of information. That the war fortress was rebuilt and the adventurers were slowly gathering more abyssal crystals. Which meant that he could just pick up the crystals on the way. If there's some pretty girls, 7 will do. He would need at least that much if he was going up to a new world. But as Hermes continued to fly with a smirk on his face, he suddenly stopped after seeing a familiar back. What the? Did he notice it as well? The most silent one of them all. Though he had no skills related to the underworld, he was called Hades because he acted like a Grim Reaper would. And Hades was now standing on a hill, staring at the elevator. All while hiding his aura. I don't feel good about this. It was always best to follow suit if he had no information about what was going on. Hermes also hid his aura as he asked Hades. What? Hades. Why are you standing here? Hades nodded in greeting and only pointed towards the elevator. Towards a location near the giant elevator to be specific. And Hermes' expression turned stiff as he looked. The one who'd made them. The being who stood in the deepest corners of their hearts like a heavy stone. That being had been slowly fading away from their memories because he had left without asking them for anything. But for him to appear at this time. And his objective seemed to be very clear. Kwaa. Their creator. And the person who was being crushed under his feet. Hermes clenched his fists as he looked at this scene. Ah. The Dark King, who couldn't win over his fear of death and had tried to go up, had been caught and was now crying out loud. And the man who had cut off the legs of the Dark King chuckled as he looked around at the elevator. He didn't ask anything of them. Since no owner would ask the pigs they raised for anything. But it would be annoying if they went up. Because then the thing he had released would have less food. Let's see. 1 or 2 should have been eaten already. Kong Hansu, where are you now? No one could go up. The man who had released the Ark Roa and had made the transcendence then laughed coldly next to the elevator. Reincarnator, Chapter 324, Ark Roa, 3. Crunch. 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 As it finished devouring another person, the Ark Roa's color and shape became more and more defined. Limbs sprouted out, and its body shrunk down in size. Though it was now smaller, it had become stronger overall and even its intelligence had risen. And slowly, the memories of the humans it had eaten started to appear inside its head. Well, it had the memories after consuming them actually. It just didn't have the intelligence to decipher the meanings behind them up until now. It had solely been focused on instinctively hunting and finding nutrition. But not anymore. There were about 13 nutritious ones left. 10 of which were comrades of the 2 it had eaten. 2 were enemies with the 10. 1 was feared by all. Kirik. Ark Roa pondered with its newfound intellect. It was not a match for the being that everyone feared. But it wasn't hard to reach that level. It would just need to eat about 4 more to get to the next stage. Then everything would be over. It could then devour the world. Ark Roa continued to think. It was time to choose. Either to eat the 2 who were separated from the others, and then head for the 10. Or head towards the 10. Of course, it didn't have to think very long. Its hunger had continued to call out to it. And it was even worse because it had absorbed the greed of the humans it had eaten. Greed for power. Greed to crush everything beneath its feet. Though it wasn't within the memories of the humans it had eaten, it had a feeling that it needed to get stronger as soon as possible. This newly enhanced greed and gluttony drove the Ark Roa past the great tundra. F. What do I do? Hermes was at a loss. He knew instinctively that the monster standing below the tower was a level above them. But then, a familiar voice could be heard behind him. You bastard, you just tried to run away, right? Hermes shrugged his shoulders. Don't fuss over it that much, you would have done the same thing. Ugh. Zeus gave up. They were all like this. Since that man had deliberately picked people like this in the first place. What a shit show. One after another, their allies started to gather. SSSSSS. What's up? Why did you call us to meet up? F. Did you call us over to deal with him? 1, 2.3. Zeus frowned as he counted. Other than Hades, Hermes, and himself, there should be 9 left. But only 5 had come. Where's Demeter? Zeus asked in confusion. He never knew what that Athena was ever up to, and the other 2 were arrogant, so it made sense that they wouldn't come. Athena is really hard to meet. I've seen her maybe, once. Twice. But this Hermes kid always followed Demeter around while wagging his tail. For someone whose territories were so close to not come together. Hermes inwardly jolted at the question. Should I answer? But the answer came from someone else. Kyle, also known as Hades, raised his hand. She was eaten. What? Don't joke around, what could even eat us? One of the girls who had arrived after Zeus scoffed, but Zeus cursed out since he knew the identity of the Ark Roa. F. It's that fast already. Why did you just leave if you knew she was being eaten? Why didn't you help? Apparently, you haven't seen it yet. Hades replied with a heavy expression. They wouldn't really help each other if they were dying anyway. Even if their own children were being eaten, they wouldn't actually go and help them. Hades really didn't want to approach the creepy creature that devoured Demeter. Afterwards it had gone through some sort of metamorphosis, making strange noises all the while. The other transcendents noticed the strange tension between Zeus and Hades, and grew uneasy as well. Hey, what's up? What really happened? Why did Demeter die? Everybody was making confused expressions. And Hermes realized the gist of the situation. That bastard. I know why he made us now. Hermes clenched his teeth. He realized why that man had made them and left them alone to roam freely. And why that man had reappeared the moment that black monster appeared. Why that powerful man was now just guarding the exit to go up. He realized it all. We were raised as livestock. The only exit had been blocked and that horrifying monster now roamed this world. Then, a thought appeared in Hermes' head. Hey Zeus, you said you got caught by someone, right? Zeus frowned. Hermes ignored Zeus's expression and continued to speak. You said that he has a bad relationship with that man over there, right? It looks like that man was the one who released the monster that ate Demeter. Zeus nodded. Hermes' guesses were mostly on point. But, how did you know that Demeter died? Hermes cut Zeus off as he continued to speak. That's not important. Anyway, that guy who caught you hasn't run away yet since he's confident, right? Right. Hermes chuckled. Let's go to him. Huh? What else can we do? Let's go help him. That's the only path we can take at this point. Help the mysterious man who they had no information about. But, then again, their choices were very, very limited. At this rate they would only become food for that monster. But seeing that the guy had called them over, it looked like he had something up his sleeve. Which meant that right now, no matter what, they had to help that man who had captured Zeus. Whether to stab him in the back or run away without fighting him, that would only matter if they survived from this fight. There was nothing for them to gain from just loitering around here anyway. Zeus frowned at Hermes' words. Dumbass. You'll all probably be his slaves if you go to Hansu. He hadn't gathered them here to listen to Hansu's instructions, but rather to ask for help. To suppress Hansu, and just leave him at the point of death. Once they pressed him down with their weapons, they could just leave him with a breath of life remaining, and keep him in a safe place. And then he would be free. But it looked like that wouldn't work anymore. Damn. As Zeus frowned, a voice rang out. Retards. You go do that. I'm betting my luck on something with higher chances. Huh? What are you planning to do? Hermes frowned at the curvaceous woman who had stepped out. The woman looked over her body, and then gulped. If he's also a man, something will happen, one way or another. Come on, Hera. UFER, call me by my name. Grow up, did I say I was going to be his wife? Hera real name, Allison cursed at Zeus. No matter what angle they looked at it from, the man who had created them held the absolute advantage. Shouldn't they stick to the winning side? At least she was going to. Yeah. If you're also a man, then. She was useful, strong, and beautiful. Usually, she would pull out the eyes of anyone who had such thoughts towards her, but with their current situation, she had to utilize everything she had at her disposal. Allison quickly headed towards the man standing below the tower. Rumble. The Dark King violently trembled. When this man had attacked, he felt as if the world had collapsed. Was there this much difference? If he knew the differences were this large, then he wouldn't have even tried to climb up. The Dark King trembled in fear as he stared at the man stepping on him. Ugh. The man raised his eyebrows. Why does this dumbass just keep screaming? The man put his hand on the Dark King's back. Then. Swoosh. The dark red aura started to get sucked out from the Dark King's brain and his heart. Into the hands of the man. Ah, ha. The Dark King even forgot the pain of his cut-off legs as he made a joyous expression. Since the pain of his severed leg was nothing compared to what Hansu had given him. The man ignored the Dark King and focused solely on the dark red cloud in his hand, poking it with his finger. Cheek. The dark red aura tried to savagely burn his finger, but it couldn't withstand the aura surrounding the man's body and it soon dispersed into the air. And the man smirked. Was he only this strong? The man sighed in relief. He had been uneasy the whole time he'd planned this. He had vowed for revenge, but he didn't know how strong Hansu had become in the past 2 years. This was why he had released the Arc ROA, which even he was wary of. He felt like his own strength wouldn't be enough. But it looked like there was no need for him to release the Arc ROA. Well, let's go beat up Hansu first. But the man soon shook his head. Since a girl had come to bother him. Unlike the other 12, including the Dark King. The one who had escaped his watch as soon as she was made. If only everyone was this easy to read. Hello. The man smiled coldly as he looked at the woman who was approaching him with a charming smile of her own. 800 kilometers west of the war fortress. Rumble. Ha, ha. Tezang was gasping for air after having run for so long. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. He had been running like a crazed person to find that man's friends, who all apparently lived in the west. But he was scared out of his wits because of that Arc ROA thing that was roaming the lands. No, it shouldn't be interested in weaklings like me. He said it wasn't interested in ants. Though he was more of a dog than an ant. Of course, that wasn't really reassuring. The fact that he had some strength was the reason why he'd been entrusted with this job anyway. Though he wasn't the main target of the Arc ROA, he was able to pass through the tundra which the others would have a hard time crossing. Boom. Kayak. Tezang continued to run after turning 4 konkines into powder. Well, until something blocked his path. Oh. The space in front of him had split apart. Then. Where are you going? I've never seen you before. AHH. Boom. Tezang freaked out, and slashed out with his sword at the silhouette of the woman. But his blades, which could chop apart abyssal monsters with ease, were caught by the woman's hands. What the hell? Toong. Tezang cursed, and backed off. The woman figured out where Tezang was heading off to, and then smiled as if she realized something. I don't think you'll need to go. Huh. It should be done by now. Reincarnator, Chapter 325, Arc ROA, 4. Hera or Allison was screaming, while being choked in mid-air. And bleeding profusely. This maniac. Allison grit her teeth at the man who was choking her, treating her like some random street dog. Why was he being so cold when she had listened well, and was even willing to offer her body? The man smiled coldly as he stared at Hera's confused expression. How dare you, scum? Of course, using this girl would have been beneficial for him. Since the others over there would also listen well. But he himself might get mixed up as food for the Arc ROA if he tangled with those kids. And another thing. He did not like these kids at all. He actually wanted them to die in misery. Boom. Arg. The man threw Allison down on the ground, and even kicked the Dark King. Kahook. Take this guy too, and do whatever you want with him. The man smiled as he saw the movements of the people standing on the hill above. Yes, run far, far away, and get devoured. Tata-tata-talk. He's just insane. Hermes cursed and ran away after seeing the man attack Allison immediately. He was sure that madman had never planned to let the 12 of them live in the first place. Which meant that there was no room for negotiation. Do we really have to become that thing's food? Hermes grit his teeth. He could not allow that. He believed that there was always a way. I don't know what the hell I can do with these retards though. Hermes glanced over at Ares who was chewing on his nails beside him. No way. Why, when he has so much strength? The guy, who looked to be barely 20, was almost going mad with worry. Of course it made sense. Since he was part of the lucky few. He had been able to come up to the green zone without facing a single hurdle in just 1 year. And the moment he got up to the zone, he had become a transcendent after being found by that guy. To him, This current life was probably much more fun than his old one back in the real world. He was probably an A-plus nerd who'd been ignored by everyone. But after coming here, he had basically become a king. He hadn't hesitated to abuse his power either. Even Hermes was shocked at how good Ares was at killing and pouncing on women. That was one of the reasons he had named him Ares as well. We have no other options. We have to go to that man. That man probably had something up his sleeve since he was preparing to fight that monster. I just don't have enough intel. Damn. I don't like having to get help from some unknown stranger. But as Hermes was about to speak to Zeus, a bird flew towards them at a very fast speed. To Ares. Flyer. A message. From who? Athena. Poseidon. Or is it Artemis? Very childish names they were, but they were easy to memorize. I hope it's Athena. Hermes mumbled, as he thought about the mysterious woman who always seemed to have been hiding something. Ares shouted out in glee. We can live. Ha 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 ha. We'll live. Long live Poseidon. Ha ha ha. Huh? What are you saying? Everybody made confused faces at Ares, who was laughing like a madman, and he continued to scream. It's done. Poseidon has almost killed that monster. With Artemis. Ha ha ha. Huh. The faces of everybody changed. The fire was put out. According to Hades, that monster had the ability to find them like a hunting dog. That was why they'd been afraid. But that monster was now dead. Though that man guarding the elevator was strong, he wouldn't be able to find them. Just how large was this continent? They could just all split up and slowly get stronger. Good. 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 Ares smiled. This was how it should have been. No matter how strong the monster was, it shouldn't have been able to threaten transcendence like themselves. Humans were the king of the world, and only other transcendents were worthy opponents for them. If a monster that strong already existed, why hadn't they seen them around by now? At this point, there should have been plenty of monsters who were weaker than that black shadow, but stronger than the Conkynes all over the continent. But as Ares smiled, Hermes smiled back and said, then. Our business is finished, right? Let's split up then. Huh? What? Then. Boom. The space below Hermes exploded as his body disappeared in a flash. Into the distance. And Ares was at a loss. Why is that fogey in such a rush? They could at least discuss their next plan of action, right? It was really rare for so many of them to gather in one place. But Ares suddenly realized something as he stared at the shape of Hermes disappearing into the distance. Where is he? The direction which the flyer had come from. Which was the direction where Poseidon's base was located. Hermes was going in that exact direction. Ares had forgotten about it for a moment. That monster was also an abyssal creature. An extremely strong one at that. That thing should have left a ton of crystals. He didn't know how Poseidon and Artemis had almost killed it, but if that thing was as strong as he'd heard, those two should be half dead as well. So if one of them could get there, and then finish them all off, then they could reap an endless amount of benefits. Then. How cold. I'm going to go help Poseidon. Me too, I'm quite close with Artemis. The transcendents started to leave one by one. Damn it. Boom. Ares started to charge towards Poseidon's base as well. If I can have that crystal, I'll be able to beat that Athena. The woman who'd made his heart beat. Which was why he'd always been depressed about it. Since she was stronger than him. If she was weaker, he would have been able to dominate her. This was the perfect chance. For revenge. He had been beaten halfway to death after trying to get it on with her in the past. Ares threw away the message and disappeared into the horizon as well. To chase after those who had gone first. Damn, what's going on? Zeus was at a loss for words as he looked at his comrades charging off with greed-filled eyes. Even the Dark King, whose feet had been cut off, was charging over. I don't feel good about this. With a worried expression, Zeus picked up the message Ares had thrown away. It was clearly Poseidon's handwriting. But something felt amiss. Zeus made a different decision as he headed towards Hansu's location. Rumble. A snow-covered tundra. A giant hill which originally held a cave had melted down entirely. Bubble bubble. And from the middle of the melted down land, a man stood up. Good. Hansu moved his hands around as he checked the status of his body. The attempt was a success. The spores of the pandemic blade were no longer a threat to him. No, they were now a powerful part of his strength. SSSSSK. Hansu mumbled to himself as he looked at the red cloud floating around his body. Should I have done this from the beginning? Hansu felt the tremendous amount of strength inside him. With this, he would be able to do a lot more. But he soon shook his head. Bubble bubble. Everything within a few hundred meters radius had entirely melted down. He hadn't been able to fully suppress the toxins of the pandemic blade during the process. If he had done it with ease, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. Which meant that it was a very close call. He had only succeeded because his body had gotten used to it. If he had tried this from the very beginning, then it wouldn't have stopped at just melting him. Bubble bubble bubble. Hansu stood up from the bubbling land and looked towards the distance. Let's head on over. Then. Yo. Did you succeed? A familiar voice was heard. Zeus's voice. Hansu jumped up, landed by Zeus and spoke to him. What a disappointment. I told you to bring everyone else, but you only brought one. Zeus was at a loss. He brought someone? SSS. Somebody appeared out of thin air. Ugh. Amazing. This is one of my hidden cards. Huh. Zeus was shocked to see the man who had followed him. He was someone who should not be here. What the, Hermes? Why are you here? Hermes touched the goosebumps on his arms as he spoke. I didn't feel right about it. So I lured them away. There were plenty of brains within the group. Ha ha ha. Poseidon. Where are you? After I get the crystal, I'll find that be Athena first, and see how she screams. Ares looked around once he arrived. Indeed, a battle had occurred here. Rumble. Poseidon's former lakeside city had been half destroyed. All the people seemed to have already run away, but they weren't within his interests anyway. Anyways, those fogies are real slow. Ares laughed as he thought of the others who would be running over. If you left out Hermes, his own speed was the fastest of them all. Anyway, Hermes should have arrived first. Where is he? As Ares looked around with a hurried expression, he saw someone on the ground in the distance. And he rushed over the moment he realized who it was. Poseidon. Did he get killed? That colorful outfit was hard to miss. Ares flew over and shook Poseidon. Hey. What happened? You said you almost won. Where did that monster go? He didn't care about Poseidon's health, but if that monster was still alive and kicking, it would be a huge issue. Then. A strange voice came out from Poseidon. Right, here. Huh. While Ares was feeling shocked by the strange voice. Crunch. Poseidon's body started to twist and turn in a weird angle. Ah. Ares freaked out and tried to push Poseidon away, but it was too late. A dark mouth charged out from Poseidon's shoulder and chomped down on Ares' hand. Quajuk. Uahh. A happy voice came out from Poseidon's mouth. If, eat, you. Two more. It even knew their names. Demeter, Artemis, Poseidon, Ares. Two more. After two more, it would be able to evolve. Crunch. Poseidon's mouth split apart as he swallowed Ares whole. Crunch crunch. The Arcaroa's shape started to change again. To look like Ares which it had just eaten. Then. A strange voice came out from his mouth. Hey. Found it? Found it? Guys, I found it. It started off weird, but soon it was able to perfectly copy Ares' voice. It then started to laugh coldly at the thought of the others who should be rushing over at any moment now. Reincarnator, Chapter 326, Arc ROA, 5. What? Hermes was wary of Hansu but nevertheless, he shrugged his shoulders and spoke. No matter how you think about it, it's suspicious. Don't you know how selfish they are? Why would they send a message when it's almost been killed? Anyone would have figured it out after some short thought. That those guys weren't that kind-hearted. Which meant that this was a trap. But who would buy them time if everyone knew it was a trap? If that thing had made a trap, then that meant a trap was needed. A trap being needed also meant that somebody needed to fall into the trap. So he had indeed lured them away. To rouse their innate greed and competitiveness. Retards. That's what you get when strength is handed over to you. Hermes clicked his tongue. The only ones with the right to possess strength were those who'd gone through countless struggles, and could make the correct decision in any situation. Like Ikiju or Karhul. But weak people who run away from danger were bound to act stupidly after they gained strength. What, is there an issue? Hermes was confused at Zeus who was looking at him in anger. It didn't matter, right? Those guys weren't pushovers. It would be for the better if they weakened the monster's strength as they fought. Zeus remembered a fact he had forgotten to mention. Dumbass. That thing gets stronger the more it eats. Of course he wouldn't have been able to imagine it if Hansu hadn't told him either. For something to eat and absorb the skills, intellect, and memories of the things it had eaten. This dumbass just handed over 7 huge chunks of meat. Hansu chuckled from behind and whispered. How about it? Now you understand why I wanted to put leashes on you guys, right? Hermes' expression froze. Didn't Zeus said he wanted them to gather for a cooperation? What was a leash about? Then. Boom. The space below Hermes exploded as his body disappeared. His skill sent him hundreds of meters away in an instant. I was fooled. Hermes grinned at his teeth. He was laughing at those who had fallen into that monster's trap, but it seems he has also fallen into a trap. By walking into it as well. What a dumb move on my part. Hermes ran away on his maximum speed. Chills continued to run down his back. The expression of the worried Zeus and the screaming Dark King at the elevator flashed by his eyes. Still, it won't be easy to catch me. Hermes signed out in relief as he ran away. He could feel the presence of that guy getting further behind him. He had been able to even run away from that monster. In terms of speed, he was the fastest out of the 12. Zeus grinned at his teeth as he looked at Hermes running away at an explosive speed. Are you going to let him go? Hansu chuckled at Zeus's words. No. Then. Crunch. Crack. Strange changes started to happen on Hansu's body. The dragonic energy, which hadn't been able to shine properly because of the pandemic blade, started to spread all over his body. His muscles bulged. It wasn't 3 like when he went through the racial metamorphosis, but his now even more powerful 2 hearts were pumping blood throughout his body at a crazy rate. The monojade, which had now completely integrated with his body, was pouring out mana like a storm. And changes weren't only occurring on the insides. Cheek. An extremely thin layer of transparent scales appeared and covered his skin. Then. TDDDDDK. What the hell? Zeus's jaws dropped as he looked at Hansu's change. How was it possible? 4 horns to grow from the head of a human. But it had really happened, in front of his eyes. TDDK. 2 horns were growing out from Hansu's head. They weren't large, but those 2 horns clearly indicated his difference from humans. Then. Boom. A tremendous flood of aura exploded out from his body. Energy created from mixing the dark gold energy of the demonic dragon's reinforcement and his newly evolved red pandemic blade. And Zeus slowly backed up as he saw this. With the melted down land as the background. A man with 2 horns was standing while releasing a horrifying aura. We were all just playing house compared to this guy. As Zeus, or Miguel, tried his best to suppress the fear rising from his mind. Hansu looked towards the direction Hermes had disappeared to. Though their strength was useful, they were using it in the wrong methods. And Ares wanted him to kill them all. But that was such a waste, was it not? If he can just perform on them, they would become very useful. Ha 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 ha. Farewell. Hansu smiled as he heard the voice of Hermes echoing out from the distance. Yeah. My actual job is to put dog leashes on you and whip you around. Hansu tightly grasped the forked lightning in his hand. Then. Boom. The golden spear in Hansu's hand split through space and disappeared into the horizon. Towards Hermes, who was smiling as if he had successfully ran away. Crunch. Crunch crunch. Hephaestus freaked out as he saw the monster devouring Hera while having the form of Ares. Hera's look mixed in with the look of Ares. It was transformed. Something continued to bubble up above as it continued to transform back from woman to man. Demeter, Artemis, and Poseidon's faces all appeared and disappeared one by one. Hephaestus turned and started to run away at this horrendous sight. Boom. 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 He had originally been proud of his large body, but now, he was deeply hating it. The thing had stopped imitating others now. The dark humanoid creature stared at the running Hephaestus for a moment. Then. Boom. Boom. It started to charge over. With a huge desire to devour him. It just needed one more. It didn't even need the others running behind him. If it could eat this one, it would evolve into a whole another creature. It could then figure out the identity of the annoying aura that had been continuously pestering it and pull it out of its roots. Kaaak. The black Arkaroa's hand extended out as it chased after the running Hephaestus. Ah. You bastards. Wait for me. Ha. Haa. The Dark King ignored the desperate screams of Hephaestus as he madly clawed away with his arms. It was slower than running, but this was what was allowing him to live. He had naturally fallen behind because he had been slow, and that had helped him to be the furthest away from the monster. Wasn't it the end after becoming a transcendent? Crunch crunch. Other transcendents caught up to the Dark King, who had been running away while cursing. Only 4 of them had been left other than Hephaestus in the distance. Dionysus, Apollon, and Hades. But they seemed to be quite calm as they were running. And the Dark King was at a loss. Retards, do you think surviving here is the end? Of course he himself would be caught before them. He was weaker and he didn't have his legs either. But what about after him? There was nowhere to run from this hell. And as if Apollon had read his mind, he kicked the Dark King while frowning. Boom. Quayak. It wasn't just a normal kick. His arm burnt up as the kick had been imbued with flames. Tata. The Dark King couldn't withstand the pain as he rolled on the ground as Apollon laughed. Ha ha ha. You should just become food since your legs are cut off anyway. I didn't injure you that much, so good luck. You effing bastard. That guy hadn't let him off easy for him. It was only because the less injured he was, the longer he would be able to fight. And into the ears of the Dark King, the desperate calls of Hephaestus could be heard. Ah, F off. Boom. Kia. The Dark King fell into despair as it looked at the mysterious dark creature who had caught up to Hephaestus. Rumble. Dionysus asked with a worried expression after running for a bit longer. Hey. What are you going to do? They would be able to escape for now, but an answer not existing was still the case. But Hades replied instead. Athena. Find her. She might have some methods up her sleeve. Against that thing? Even if she does, do you even know where she is? And Dionysus was shocked as he saw Hades nodding his head. Athena had always been very mysterious and lonesome. Boom. Boom. Apollon shouted at Dionysus. Is that really what's important? Let's just agree to not backstab each other first. Even if the others die, we have to survive and go up. Okay. He could not die. The world was such an amazing place, how could he die like this? Then. SSSSS. Of course. You won't be able to backstab anymore. I don't know about surviving and going up though. What? Apollon freaked out as a man appeared out of thin air in front of him. Where did he come from? But even before he could complete this thought, Hansu's right hand swung at him and smashed onto his stomach. Boom. Quayak. It was a light punch, don't overreact. Dionysus trembled in fear at the man who had appeared out of thin air and had attacked Apollon. Light. One attack. One attack was enough to cause Apollon to scream out and fall onto the ground with a huge indent on his stomach. This was light. Where did this FER pop out from? He wanted to run, but his feet didn't listen to him. Since he felt like he would get killed the moment he tried. Hansu spoke as he looked at the one rolling around the ground and the 2 frozen in place. Yeah, I'll have to recycle for now. If your friendship hasn't changed, then you guys would have been a bit happier. Hansu chucked as he sensed the exploding aura of the monster. If these guys worked together to fight and didn't abandon their comrades, then they would have bought enough time until he got here. And he would have been able to easily suppress the Ark ROA. But it seems the Ark ROA has been able to pick them out one by one and successfully evolve. Whatever. Fighting that thing was part of these guys' destiny as well. Effing hell. As Apollon spoke out in despair. Rumble. A dark red aura started to seep out around Hansu. Reincarnator, Chapter 327, Ark ROA, 6. Roar. Ah. F. After seeing Hades rolling on the floor in pain, Dionysus immediately activated his movement skill to run away. Boom. Skill, Fog of the Night. A skill that covered the surroundings in a thick fog, creating a swamp of clouds. A normal person would melt just by entering the fog itself, but of course, Dionysus didn't even want such a thing to happen. Run while this distracts him. Traitor. He heard the shouts of Hades, but Dionysus ignored it. They could not win. The moment he saw the man with horns, he knew. But if he could get away, he might be safe. Since that monster over there wouldn't let such a large meal go. He could run away while the monsters fought amongst themselves. Farewell, you bastards. Then. Swish. A hand reached out from the fog and grabbed him. Huh. How? He should still be behind me. Dionysus freaked out at first, but soon brightened up after seeing who it was that grabbed him. Hermes. Where did you? But Hermes, who had a giant hole on one of his shoulders, made a bitter expression as he cut Dionysus's words off. I'm sorry. Huh. Boom. A giant bolt of lightning pierced through the fog and smashed into Dionysus. Crackle. Ah. No. Dionysus realized who the owner of that bolt of lightning was, and started panicking. And Hermes mumbled while holding onto his wrist. Let's go together. Boom. After reinforcing his leg with his skill, Hermes lifted his leg up and smashed Dionysus in the stomach. Ugh. Bastard, why? Dionysus's skills dispersed, and the fog followed suit. And Dionysus fell into despair as he stared at the man walking towards him, who was dragging Hades and Apollon along with him. Rumble. Ugh, damn it. Why are we being imprisoned? What can we do against a monster like that? Apollon glared at Hansu, gritting his teeth. Red smoke was constantly entering his, Dionysus's and Hades's bodies. And he knew the moment his smoke entered his body, that they were now slaves. Hermes and Zeus, who were following behind them with a blank expression, proved it all. The red smoke entered his body and settled around his muscles, nerves, and spine. Zzzt. He felt chills and cold sweat running down his back. A feeling of something grabbing hold of his spine that was wondering whether to twist it apart or not. Quayak. But Hansu didn't care about all this. Be quiet for a bit. He couldn't change the fact that the Roi had already evolved. But this wasn't the only variable. There was a bigger one in fact. The one who wanted revenge against him. I could win, but, if I did, I'd just get stabbed behind my back. Hansu mumbled. There was a very high chance that this being had a method to hide from the Roi. That person would aim for an opening while he fought with the Roi. Even Hansu wouldn't be able to defeat both at the same time. Which meant that he would need to utilize the guys he'd caught as much as he could. There's probably something you guys can do as well. Rumble. Hansu chuckled as he looked at the five who had red smoke entering their bodies. Rumble. After devouring the creature that had named itself Hephaestus, it had evolved into another level. After receiving sufficient energy from its food, this released the genes that had been locked inside its body and caused it to transform in an explosive manner. The shadow-like body of the Roi thrashed about as if it were about to explode. But only for a moment. Crack. Snap. The shadow-like form fused into itself as it turned into a humanoid. The Roi, which had turned into a 2-meter-tall black humanoid, looked at its newly evolved body. Go, good. It's good. The voice was raspy at first, but soon it cleared up into an actual human's voice. And then the skin of the Roi bubbled as it formed a set of armor on its body. A set of armor similar to those worn by the things it had eaten. Though it looked more and more human after donning on armor, the Dark King's instincts constantly screamed at him. He could feel a monster that was on a whole other level from inside that thing's human-like skin. The bloodthirsty aura currently blasting at him made his skin feel like it was being ripped apart. That proved it all. The Dark King freaked out from this aura, and he struggled to run away. And after a while, he'd managed to go all the way up to the fortress which he had ruled in the past. Of course there wasn't anything that could protect him here, but there was nothing else in the Dark King's mind. Only the thought of hiding from that monster. Roi looked at the Dark King struggling to run away, and smiled. There was too much to eat. It had to get stronger, faster. Then. Stomp. The Roi smashed its feet onto the ground. Kayak. Uaaha. Metal spikes rose up from the ground and smashed through the Dark King's remaining leg. A skill once used by Demeter, who it had devoured. But as the Roi approached to feast on the Dark King while listening to it scream. Boom. A huge sound echoed out as the spikes that pierced through the Dark King were smashed apart. And the Dark King was at a loss for words after seeing who had saved him. Why? Zeus grit his teeth as he looked at the Dark King. He had become like this after becoming interested and getting involved with the Dark King. He wanted to rip the Dark King apart, but he could not. Since any form of help would be useful at this moment. Shut up, you bastard. You come help as well. I'll kill you if you become annoying. F. Zeus looked at the monster that was staring at the five of them, all of whom had become Hansu's slaves, and thought of Hansu's words. You'll be the bait. Attract its attention as much as you can. Once an opening appears, I'll attack it right away. It was a good plan, but there was a fatal flaw. Their own lives were at risk. So the five of them had asked. Then, what of them? But the reply that had come was too simple. That's why I'm telling you to do your best. The better you do, the more openings will occur. Once I attack, then you'll be able to live. Damn it. Damn it. Zeus grit his teeth, started up his skills and sent them towards the monster. Die. Boom. Then. The five of them, and the Dark King as well, started to unleash their attacks on the Roi. Boom. Swoosh. Crackle. Every attack was more than strong enough to smash apart hundreds of normal adventurers. But none of the six had unpleasant expressions, but rather, they wore the exact opposite. While this was all happening, the Roi just chuckled as it looked at the six with amusement. Kaha. And the moment the six of them heard this laugh, all of them fell into despair. It was clear what that laugh meant. It was looking down on them. Then. Boom. The Roi's body disappeared. Crunch. Uaaak. Apollon screamed. Something appeared right before his eyes and chomped on his arm. You bastard. Boom. Flames rose up aggressively from Apollon's body. A powerful force which had been traded with the crystals he had gained from sacrificing the lives of thousands of humans. But sadly, it had no effect on the Roi. Chomp chomp. Kwa. Apollon screamed once more. It wasn't that his skills weren't working. since the obsidian-like skin was slowly melting away from the flame, lightning, and poison. But as the Arc ROA continued to feast, its skin regenerated the moment it melted. Damn it! Crunch. Everybody roared as they continued to pour out their skills. Damn it! I will not die here. You bastard! Attack already! Zeus, who had been throwing out bolts of lightning one after another, roared at Hansu with rage. It was clear that they wouldn't be able to win him. They needed him to attack to survive. And, the moment he attacked the monster, they would all attack Kong Hansu and kill him. Bastard! I'm going to kill you. Zeus burned in rage as he thought of the man who had shoved him into this hellhole. No matter how strong the toxins inside their body, it wouldn't be under anyone's control after Hansu died, and at that point they could just slowly release it from within their bodies. Right now, the one he hated the most was Hansu and not that monster. And the moment Hansu attacked the monster would be the moment he'd be buried in his grave. Since their attacks would be landing on Hansu's back. Come, attack. Bastarode. Boom 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 boom. The Transcendents continued to throw out their skills at the Arc ROA, which had just finished eating Apollon and was now looking towards them with greedy eyes. Crack. Crunch. Ha 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 ha. I won. I won. Zeus was in glee as he looked at Hansu and the monster that had fallen at his feet. His plan had succeeded. The monster had been split in half from Hansu's attack. And after they attacked Hansu from behind, they'd managed to blow out his heart. Both of them. What a monster, 2 hearts. He even has horns. He's definitely not a human. Well anyway, he had won. And as for the ginormous crystal the beast had left behind. Once he devoured that, he'd be able to become stronger than even Kong Hansu himself. Plus there were all these items that Hansu had left behind. Dumbass. Using us as your slaves? You really thought we were going to be that easy? Smack. Zeus smiled in glee after kicking away Hansu's corpse. He was now the king of his region. He would enslave every female that came up. Every male would be food for the abyssal crystals. He would chase down the man who had created him, and kill him. He'd enslave Athena who had yet to appear, and he would kill Karhul and Akiju in the most painful way possible. No, I'll leave Akiju alive. So she can become friends with Athena, he. Then. A voice appeared out of the air. What are you thinking about? Zeus was shocked, and looked at the female who had spoken to him with puzzlement. Huh? Aphrodite? How are you? Aphrodite smiled at Zeus's words. What do you mean? I have to eat you. What? Then. Crunch. Kuggook. Zeus groaned out loud as he felt the tremendous amount of pain coming from his heart. Crack. Cracks appeared in the air as reality started to break down. Well, more like the illusion. Aphrodite's skill. F. Zeus fell into despair. Illusory dreams. A skill which showed a scene the opponent desired the most, turning them defenseless. Pain had made him break through the illusion as he started to see the true reality. Kong Hansu had not arrived, even after all 6 of them had been devoured. The only ones left were him and the monster currently eating his heart. Lying bastard. Then. Crunch. Arc ROA gulped down Zeus's head in one go as it finished up its feast. Het. As the Arc ROA made a satisfied expression while it felt the powers from the 6. A storm was occurring inside it. Rumble. The spores that had been sent into the bodies of the 6 became agitated, and fused inside the Arc ROA's stomach. Quaye, ah. The Arc ROA abruptly grasped onto its stomach and screamed. Uaa. Nice and clean. Though it wouldn't be easy to kill it off with the pandemic blade, it would be more than enough to buy him time. Hansu heard the scream echoing out from the distance as he looked at the man in front of him and spoke. While that thing is rolling around, let's finish our business. Why do you hate me so much? The man who had been standing near the elevator stared at Hansu, seething with rage. Reincarnator, Chapter 328, The Grand Scheme, 1. Hansu confirmed who the man was and frowned. He's young. He didn't even look 20. As Hansu frowned at this young boy, who should have only been at high school or even younger. Rumble. The boy, Kale, frowned. Where had it gone wrong? Hansu should not have been able to reach him. The spell from the Rancom stake should have hidden him from the Arc ROA. The Arc ROA should have eaten the Transcendence in quick succession, and then become stronger from the easiest to the hardest targets. And then finally it would reach Hansu. Then he himself would attack them both when they were half dead from fighting each other. This was his plan. But instead, Hansu had used the team he'd been raising for the Arc ROA against him. This guy is dangerous. This was why he'd been able to lead Sir Django to his death. Kale tightened his grip on the Rancom stake. Whatever. This is good, too. Since he should use his own hands to deal with his own issues. Kale thought of Django's last wish as he started to gather up strength. Rumble. An abnormal world. And its insane rules. Outer appearances did not prove the true power of a being. And as if Kale was trying to prove this, a storm of energy started to rush out from his body. Hansu frowned at this. 2-star indeed. This kid had climbed over the wall too. And he was different from the ones who'd used it to grow stronger. Boom. After completely gathering up his strength, Kale swung the stake at Hansu. The white stake, surrounded by a golden aura, aimed for Hansu's heart. And the moment forked lightning and the stake collided. Boom. A tremendous explosion occurred as it swept through the surroundings. Crackle. And Hansu laughed as he sensed the tremendous amount of lightning crackling around his body. He gathered a lot of energy into the stake, And this is the Golden Demon's reinforcement. Golden Demon's reinforcement. Skill rank 19. The body, after being shrouded by golden light, boasted an ironclad defense and a very solid attack to match. Boom. Boom. The golden spear and the white stake clashed, causing countless shockwaves to ring out. The ground split apart and lightning fell. Though it was only a clash between two people, the surrounding few hundred meters collapsed and the geography changed. SSSSS. The red spore seeped out from Hansu's body and multiplied inside the boy's body to melt him down, right as the golden aura charged at Hansu to smash apart his body. Crunch. Uaa. As forked lightning was about to pierce through Kale's defenses and go through his heart. Kale ignored the spear as he was also aiming for Hansu's heart with the stake. Boom. Hansu quickly retreated to defend the attack, frowning as he looked at the insane boy. That clash had been completely planned. The boy had purposely let down his guard around his heart, and then waited for an opening. All just to kill Hansu, even if it meant risking his own life. I've never even seen this kid before, why does he hate me so much? The boy was too insane for this to be just simple rage. A resolution to kill him even if it meant losing everything. Then. Boom. Kale, who had been smashing at Hansu with his golden aura, roared out in rage. If you hadn't pushed Django that far. If you hadn't brought the abyss. Kale thought back to 2 years in the past. Django had become a mess after his fight with Hansu. He had lost the fight and because he had overdrawn his soul, he had been forced to act out personally, which had caused even more of a backlash. But Django had tried to save his villagers despite his condition. And he would have succeeded. If the obelisk hadn't broken apart, which had caused a new, harsh environment to cover the entire green zone. If the elevator hadn't fallen into their world, which had brought down countless beasts with it. Everyone worked hard. We must go up. Django and everyone else had tried their best, but it hadn't been enough. The damage on Django's body had become worse after he'd overexerted himself trying to go up. And Kale had asked. As to why they had to try so hard to go up. Because the ones led by Kong Hansu were defending the line from a distance. Though they were slightly damaged from the beasts, they were hunting in relative safety. But Django shook his head with a bitter expression. No, we are the losers. We are not like them. Their situations were different. If they remained, they'd be wiped out. Because of the winners, they had to go up. They had to go up and find a new way to survive. Damn it. Kale grit his teeth as he thought of the past. Django had died. Fighting while the villagers went up. He and the villagers could only shed blood and tears, unable to help. Under Django's protection, they had been able to safely gather runes and raise their respective mastery of skills. But there was a limit to this. A plant raised in a greenhouse will snap once it meets a storm. And only when Django had fallen did they realize that the only ones who could rise up within the storm and face it head-on were those who had gained their strength within the storm. Effing, bastard. It's all because of you. Boom. Kale grit his teeth as he pushed Hansu back more and more. He had constantly been raising his strength for the day he would meet Hansu. He wasn't dumb. He realized that the strength gained through training and not through something like the nursery was the only true way of becoming really powerful. He'd realized that fighting in real-life threatening battles was the true way of becoming powerful, so he'd roamed through the entire fourth area to hunt the beasts and absorb their strength. This was why there were no powerful beasts within the entire fourth area. Because he had devoured them all. He had almost died a few times, but he'd been able to reach the second star. And he had constantly gathered energy into the Rancom stake just in case. And finally. He had met Hansu. The man who had turned Django into a mess and smashed apart the stage they'd been standing on. The man whom he thought he could easily kill with this painstakingly gained strength. Why? Boom. Kale grit his teeth as he stared at Hansu. The reality was harsh. His strength was not fake. He had confirmed it after smashing everyone apart, including the Transcendents. He hadn't slacked off even after reaching the second star, so he had been confident that he could beat Hansu, even if Hansu had become a 2-star. But what was this? What of the 2 years he'd spent training like a maniac? Then. Swoosh. The golden spear flashed past the stake and smashed into his shoulder. An attack much more fierce than his own. Ah! Kale screamed. And the memories he had been suppressing slowly rose up. Memories that had been locked away in case they might have been detrimental to his training. He is not normal. I've lost. It's not a matter of strength, but instead, he's just better at fighting. He thought of the conversation he had with Django before his death. He had beaten Django who had trained for over 20 years. For someone who had only been in this zone for a year to become that strong, what would his life have been like? And then he slowly thought back to the achievements this Hansu guy had done in the past. Achievements that he himself would fail even if he had 10 lives. I see. Kale fell into despair. He had been ignoring it until now. No matter how hard he ran. There was always someone who was soaring through the skies above him. That just by simply trying his best didn't mean he could beat everyone. Crunch. As his resolution crumbled, more and more openings appeared. And his opponent was not somebody who would miss such a thing. Kale smiled as he felt Hansu smash his body with his spear, breaking through his reinforcement. He wasn't enough. But if he, the runner, was not enough, he could just ask. That person who was also soaring through the skies. Kale closed his eyes and thought of the last conversation he'd had with Django. You are now the owner of the soul fragment. Don't cry. You will do well, you're a strong kid, believe in yourself. Oh Mr. Django, this is the end for me. I have lost already. And, please help me. Clementine. The person who he'd idolized more than Django. The moment he called out to the person who would be soaring through the skies far above them. You've done well. This is what Clementine told me to tell you. Good job. I'll take over from this point on. The voice of the fragment's owner, Teehee, could be heard inside his mind. And soon. The soul fragment that had been hiding in the corners of his mind started to devour him up from inside. Above a mountain a bit to the west of the war fortress. Kiyeing. A blue semi-shaped sphere, 4 meters in size, had been cast around 4 people, all of whom sat in the middle. 2 males and 2 females. And one of the males, Tezang, looked at the couple in amusement. So these are Karhal and Akiju, huh? A couple from the legendary era of the past. The people that man had been searching so hard for. But he could not figure out the identity of the other person. This woman who stared into the distance, holding onto a flail which reached down to her feet. As Tezang looked in confusion at this lady who had basically abducted him into this place. The lady raised her eyebrows and mumbled. Huh? This isn't good. He was crazier than I thought. Ikiju, Karhul, and Tezang finally asked her the question they had been trying to figure out for so long. Who are you? The mysterious woman who had saved them. Without the woman, they would have been swallowed alive. Since they had seen how the monster had come searching for them while it hid its aura, and then moving away after failing to find them. How does she know how to use that anyway? The flail in the woman's hands. The woman had been using the energy of the mana node with proficiency, which was why they'd been able to watch over the situation from relative safety. This barrier seemed to disrupt that monster's senses. Of course, they still couldn't approach the monster. The woman pondered for a moment and then spoke. Just call me Athena for now. I'll tell you later. It was childish. But she really liked that name. You're the last of the 12? But why are you helping us? Athena smiled at the suspicion in Karhul's words. Because it is now time to move. Athena muttered as she looked towards the war fortress in the distance. Reincarnator, Chapter 329, The Grand Scheme, 2. Rumbly. It's been 2 years. We didn't get a chance to finish our conversation back then, right? Hansa raised his brows at the boy's sudden change in attitude. And it wasn't just his attitude alone. His posture, aura, and his eyes had all changed. Those eyes which he had previously seen on Django. Hansu mumbled as he stared into those eyes. This boy inherited the soul fragment, huh? But even before Hansu could finish his thoughts, Teehee, who was now in full control of the boy, smiled. Well, the situation is much more different now. Then. Boom. The moment the stake swept through the air, the 7-strand spear which Hansu had experienced in the past shot out instantly. Boom. Though it was sent out in haste, the power behind it was not weak. The 7-strand spear charged towards him as it ripped the space apart. A power which could even cause the Dark King to become a pile of meat in an instant. As I suspected. There were no openings. Unlike the Dark King, who was basically playing around with random skills, or the boy, who had still been experienced, this person was dimensions apart. A skill that had been polished, over and over again. Hansu smiled coldly as he looked at the 7-colored spear which had manifested for the sole sake of destruction. He had been hurt by this quite a lot in the past, but now he had something very useful up his sleeves to counter it. Kirurik. He pumped out a few dragons from his heart, and they ran towards the tip of his spear. His heart continued to pump as it supplied every nook of his body with warm blood. He poured out waves of his mana, causing the mana jade to go into overdrive. And in the brief moment it took the 7-strand spear to reach Hansu, 4 dragons had crawled up the spear and had condensed into a single point. Then. The dark orb flew out. Boom. The 7-colored light and the dark orb collided, creating a huge shockwave. Kudududuk. But soon, the black-colored orb smashed apart the 7-colored light as if it were trying to prove that it was the higher-level skill, and almost instantly reached Teehee in control of the boy. Swoosh. Though it had been weakened from the collision with the 7-strand spear, it was still more than enough to destroy a life. Even though anybody would freak out if they were to see such a powerful attack approach them, Teehee merely smiled. Bubble bubble bubble. The area surrounding Teehee began to bubble. As if she was being covered in boiling water. The air and space itself bubbled up. Affecting Hansu's attack as well. As Hansu's black orb approached Teehee, it gradually started bubbling bit by bit. And as these two collided. Boom. Another tremendous shockwave was let loose, shaking the entire perimeter of the place. And Hansu frowned at the sight. Elemental outfit. A terrifyingly powerful skill which absorbed the surrounding elements to defend and attack. 4 skills at the level of solo numbering 1, 2, and 3, there wasn't much difference of power between them and the 0 numberings. To the point of being able to beat 0 numberings if the solo numbering 1, 2, and 3's mastery's levels were higher. From what he could see, Teehee's mastery over the skill was miles and miles ahead of its limit. The witch. She was annoying in the past as well. Hansu shook his head as he looked at Teehee walking through the residue of the explosion. Though she had the look of a 20-year-old boy, he could visualize the beauty who had fought so confidently in the past. A person who had terrifying potential and monstrous skills. With a personality that enjoyed battles. She would have been a very good comrade if not for the fact that she had long been blinded by Clementine's vision, skills, and potential. To the point that she'd been willing to offer up her own life. Well, everyone who follows Clementine is like that. Anyway, this would not end so quickly now. Since she wouldn't back down that easily. Crackle. As Hansu tightened his grip on forked lightning, Teehee walked out while wearing a colorful outfit that seemed to burn up her surroundings. Well, it's been a while, so I didn't want to say goodbye this soon, but this is the end of our reunion it seems. Your actions and words contradict themselves, did you know that? Teehee smiled at Hansu, who chuckled after seeing her body burn up even brighter. Well, it's not like you're going to just let me go, right? Hansu replied by gripping his spear even tighter. It was just as she'd said. He didn't know why she was trying to avoid a fight with him, which meant that this was important. And since letting them succeed in their plans wouldn't be good for him. I'll just break your legs right here. Hansu smiled coldly. His strength was overflowing. Another step closer to his past life's original power. The 4 skills were roaring out from within him. Use us. Hurry and use us. Use us to crush your enemy. Prove you are superior. Teehee herself might be an issue, but he didn't plan on losing to someone being controlled by Teehee. Boom. Hansu's spear and Rankom's stake collided, creating a huge shockwave. The shockwave continued to extend outwards. And soon it reached a creature that was rolling around the ground in pain. The Ark Roa which was trying its best to suppress the pandemic blade. Rumble. The shockwave from the distance pricked its skin, but the ROA had no time to worry about such a thing. There was something much more important at stake. KRRKRRKR. The food it had just eaten was rotten beyond reason. The ones it had eaten were nothing more than empty husks because all their sources of mana had been devoured by these spores. It had devoured 6, all of which had been filled to the brim with these spores. It hadn't gained much strength from them, and instead had just received a lot of pain. Ugh, Kahook. The pain hadn't reached the point of killing it, though. It was just a bit annoying. For something to give this much pain to itself. The ROA slowly suppressed the spores as its eyes filled with rage. Of course it wasn't acting according to its emotions. The shockwaves from the distance was telling it that this place wasn't safe. It needed to heal back up, it needed to evolve even more. It needed more food. Much more food. The ROA started to focus on its left arm. Swoosh. The veins, muscles, and mana circuits started to crazily push the spores towards its body. The spores multiplied at an insane rate to devour its entire left arm, but as they moved, they soon realized that there was much more energy in the actual body. And after fully curing its left arm of the spear, the ROA used its right arm to cut its left arm off. Crunch. The ROA's left arm turned to mush as it fell down to the ground. Squirm. There was no blood. Only a bit of life. Soon. Another left arm regenerated. And shockingly, the same thing was happening to its original left arm. Whoosh. Crunch. The left arm quickly grew larger and larger. It expanded into a giant, gruesome sphere, about the size of a man, but then started folding into itself. Grrrrrr. A giant hunting dog came out as a result. Gray AR. As its claws and teeth sprang out, it started to dash away with a roar. There was no point in giving it an order. The ROA was the dog, and the dog was the ROA. The ROA's true body smiled as it looked at the dog while it continued to suppress the spores. A clone of itself that was created just for the sake of devouring. Though it had only expanded a bit of strength since it needed to quickly suppress the spores, that dog would be more than enough to sweep apart the entire zone. Though the remaining beings were weak, once he devoured the millions alive, it would be of great help towards its next stage. Then he would eat them all. The ones from below who were going to come up. And the ones going up. And everything on the 7th floor as well. Then, it would have the right to go back to where it had come from. But there was something it needed to do before that. Growling. As the ROA growled out while thinking of the weak human beings who lived upon this land. Boom. Something flew over and loudly landed next to it. Then. A young boy's voice could be heard through the smoke. Ah, he really wasn't an easy opponent. Seriously. Teehee, who had cut through space to arrive here, smiled as she looked at her empty hand. She'd been forced to throw away the stake and run away. And there wasn't much time left now, either. Since the one who had caused all of this would soon arrive. Ugh, I'll need to finish things up before then, but damn. He's really strong. Teehee shook her head as she thought of Hansu. She had thought of herself as being quite strong, but it seemed like Hansu was numerous levels above her. Although she would win if she brought her true body over since they were in different zones, that didn't even qualify as an excuse. Since she had come to this world 20 years prior to Hansu. Teehee smiled bitterly and shook her head. She didn't like lingering on useless thoughts. She just needed to accomplish her objectives. Teehee then smiled towards the ROA in front of her. It's been a while, right? Since I sent you down here when you were an egg. Grrrrrr. Though it looked different, the aura was the same. The past. ROA grit its teeth as it saw one of the beings which had turned it to such a mess and had forced it to run away on the elevator. Reincarnator, Chapter 330, The Grand Scheme, 3. What the hell, what's going on? Rumble. Akron, who tried to calm down the others back at the war fortress, freaked out at the storm-like aura that was radiating from the distance. Lightning shot down as thunder roared out. From time to time, a vicious aura would burst forth and spread throughout the entire land. One of the underlings near Akron asked him quietly. We'll be fine, right? He said it wouldn't eat ants. But Akron could not answer his underling. Since he couldn't be certain. The crazed ROA's vicious aura was too terrifying for them to drop their guards just yet. The bloodthirsty aura it was letting out resembled an animal that had been injured. Of course, he didn't have to ponder for long. Grrr. What the hell is that? Akron could see something dashing through the tundra in the distance. He then realized what it was as he roared. Damn it. Prepare for battle. Akron swung out with his sword, staring at the black dog that was approaching them at a terrifying speed. Boom. As Hansu swung out with his spear. Rumbling. A huge explosion ripped apart the red barrier in the sky. And for a moment, people could see the sky through the hole in the barrier. The red barrier, which had more than enough energy to incinerate dozens of people, chased after Hansu. Crackle. Quajuk. Hansu continued to walk forward while ripping apart the barrier with his forked lightning, and then he suddenly slammed at something that was embedded into the ground. Boom. As the Rancom stake in the ground shook from the impact. Jijijijijik. The red silk-like energy chasing after Hansu abruptly disappeared. Rank 25, Scarlet Hell. She learned a lot, huh? Plus, the Rancom stake had been gathering energy for 2 years. Hansu ripped apart the barrier, which had been created from the energy that was within the stake, and then muttered as he looked towards the direction he had gone to. I'm not sure what she's planning. The ROA was there. Which explained quite a lot of things. Like how such a major beast like an ROA had been able to come this far down. I guess I'll need to hurry. Boom. Hansu grasped onto Rancom's stake and then dashed towards the distance. Aries. Keldian, Kong, Te. Clementine. Shintihi. The ROA continued to repeat the names viciously. As his intellect rose up, the memories of his past were coming back. Memories of going around the abyss and deciding to get on the elevator to eat some tasty things. Memories of having eaten a lot, but then being caught by those things. And then being beaten to the point of death. The memory of it being forced down the elevator in its weakened state. Memories of being sealed the moment it came down to the fourth zone and then being shoved into that mononote thing. As it looked at the person in front of it, all those memories flashed through its mind. The aura inside that person was definitely one of the things that had sent it down here. I'm still far from healing. The Arc ROA gritted its teeth as it glared at its opponent. It had neither fully healed, nor had it suppressed the toxins in its body. And those memories. Memories of it being destroyed, despite being much more powerful back then. The Arc ROA only pondered for a moment before it came to a decision. To escape. Another powerful aura was quickly approaching this location. And from what it could tell, those two were enemies. As long as it could escape from this location, the being in front wouldn't chase it down. And after that, it just needed to heal up using the hunting dog it had sent out. I don't know why you appeared, but I'll see you later. Boom. The Arc ROA quickly started to dash away. Thousands of spikes to meter skill rose up from the ground and towards the man ahead of it. At the same time, the Arc ROA's hands spread out into the air. Crackle. Swish. Zeus's lightning shot out from its right hand, and the fog of Dionysus seeped out from its left. Explosions occurred all around the Arc ROA as the surroundings melted down. But the Arc ROA didn't let down its guard as it continued to dash away. Swish. The space beneath the Arc ROA folded into itself and was distorted. Hermes' skill, the god of the skies. Of course, the strength behind the skills were dimensions apart despite being the same exact skills. Zoom. Space cracked apart as the Arc ROA shot out hundreds of meters away in an instant. But then. Quajadududuak. AHH. A hand reached out from the poisonous fog and grasped onto its neck. Bubble bubble. The bubbling barrier destroyed the poisonous fog and the lightning. It even started devouring them. Squeeze. Growling. The hand tightened its grip on its neck. It could not run like this. The Arc ROA looked towards the boy who had defended against its lightning and spikes, then used its right arm to smash down on the hand holding onto its neck. Boom. Though she had the elemental outfit and the golden demon reinforcement, the Arc ROA was not a weak beast at all. A shockwave rang out from the wrist holding onto the Arc ROA's neck. It would be better to just release the Arc ROA and attack another body part instead of holding onto its neck and doing nothing. But he continued to grasp its neck, making no move to attack. No, she even smiled at the Arc ROA and asked. Why are you in such a rush? As she continued to look at the Arc ROA, he questioned Kale, who was watching all this from within his body. Are you sure? Are you really prepared for all this? Then. Kale, who had been watching the situation, took a deep breath and then nodded. He'd been ready for this since the day he received the soul fragment. He was just sad that he couldn't avenge Django with his own hands. I wanted to meet Clementine at least once. Thank you for everything. And, I hope you succeed in the future. He smiled. It's just like Django told me. You are strong. Good job. Then. He, in control of Kale's body, reached out with his left arm. Towards the open mouth of the Arc ROA. Kayadadak. The Arc ROA instinctively ripped apart the hand but was still shocked. It had filled its mouth with mana in case the attack was aiming for its head. But shockingly, the hand was destroyed far too easily. The mana inside the hand had no power, deadly intent, or skills. But while the Arc ROA was thinking in confusion, feeling the sensation of energy it had devoured from the hand, he felt Hansu's aura charging towards this location and said, Eat. He then shoved Kale's left arm into the Arc ROA's mouth. Crunch. At first, the Arc ROA was shocked by these actions, but soon smiled in glee. Its intellect hadn't evolved to the point of critical thinking just yet, so there was a limit to what it could determine. In its mind, there was no reason to decline a free meal. Eat. Then. Crunch. Quajuk. Countless mouths extended out from various parts of the Arc ROA and started to devour He. Anybody would be terrified at the sight of their own body being devoured, but Kale only made an expression of relief as he watched from inside. Good. Django, I'm coming. I'm sorry I ran away like a coward before. Squirm. Crack. The Arc ROA made strange noises as it devoured the body, mind, and even the soul of Kale. Ah. Grow AAR. Everybody screamed at the catastrophe that was the black dog. They were being devoured. Damn it. Even a dog is this strong now. Run. Fall back. Everybody split up and run. Akron quickly roared. His decision to try and fight it had not been a good one. It was not a simple beast. It was a beast created by the Arc ROA for the sole purpose of eating. Of course, such a thing would be much more powerful than them. It was on the same level as a transcendent. Bastard. Bastard. Effing bastard. Akron gritted his teeth as he ran away. Ah. Uaa. Countless screams echoed out from the surroundings. That beast was literally ignoring all attacks as it continued to devour them. We'll be annihilated at this rate. But as Akron fell into despair, a miracle occurred. Boom. Grow AR. 5 beams of light shot down from the skies and smashed into the giant black dog. And as the black dog roared out from pain. Tata tata. 4 people landed next to Akron. Tezang. Wait, who are the others? But even before Akron could ask. Boom. The man, Karhul, who seemed to be the leader, sent out another 5 beams of light and then spoke to Akron. We'll stop it, so run away. Who are you? But as Tezang tried to explain. Oh, not me. I'll leave this to the two of you. Athena spoke to Karhul and Athena from the back. And Tezang stopped for a moment. He was a bit disappointed. I don't even count, huh? He knew he was weak, but he felt sad that she wasn't even interested in him at all. Even more so since Athena was so beautiful too. A woman who made his heart flutter the moment he saw her. Maybe if I become stronger. Tezang looked towards Athena and asked. Where are you going? Athena smiled as she replied. I'm going to go help Mr. Hansu. She's going there. Karhal mumbled as he looked towards the distance where that monster was residing. He could sense the bloodthirsty aura that was sweeping towards them like a storm. Though he knew Athena was stronger than himself, he didn't believe she would dare to help. Karhal asked Athena. Do you guys know each other? If they had met earlier and had a special relationship, then helping in a situation like this made sense. But Athena replied with a shy expression. No, I'm just a fan. Ever since the first zone. Hansu surely has a lot of fans. But Tezang asked with a confused expression as he looked at the blushing Athena in front of him. 1st zone? I've never heard of someone like you, though. It had been 2 years since he'd come to this world. Since she was beautiful and powerful, her name would have spread far and wide. But Athena smiled. Of course, I arrived after you. This is my first year, you see. Shall I call you senior? Reincarnator, Chapter 331, The Grand Scheme, 4. Annoying. Seriously. Hansu chuckled as he looked at the monster going through a metamorphosis in front of him. Crunch. Squirm. The Reincarnator's shape was changing at a rapid pace. Into the familiar look of that woman from the past. Crunch crunch. And soon, a very calming voice came out from the Reincarnator's mouth. Success. Hansu mumbled at the monster that looked and sounded like Teehee. A beast controlled by a soul fragment. Ingenious. A soul fragment could only be implanted into a human. To let the Reincarnator devour a being controlled by a soul fragment, and then controlling it. Of course, if it were as simple as that, then Hansu wouldn't have been so shocked. Squirm. Teehee, in control of the Reincarnator's body, smiled softly at Hansu. Well, there's still a few things to swap around, but it looks like it succeeded. Well, anyway, I'm very thankful to you, Mr. Hansu. SSSSS. Teehee continued to speak, all while making strange noises from various parts of her body. Our actual plan isn't for the annihilation of humankind. We just want strength to control them. A perfect system using the soul fragment, the Lord trait, and other traits which allowed for perfect control. The sad part was the low amount of people with such traits, which led to a low amount of people who could serve under them. Though a normal person would decide to kill off everyone in case of potential dangers, but Clementine was not a normal person. You should understand us more than anybody else, since you wouldn't have tried so hard to suppress us if you didn't. They, and Hansu, only wanted one thing. A strength that was perfectly controlled. So they had asked him 2 years ago. To join them. So. You still want me to join you? Teehee nodded. You caused the world to collapse, right? We know why you did it. You either didn't know what would happen if everybody's strength was limited by Hadwall, or maybe you wanted more strength. No one could control billions of people. But controlling the few transcendents that were born from those people was much more manageable. Even more so if the controllers were much stronger than the ones being controlled. Join us. Since you are someone even we would want. Teehee muttered quietly at Hansu. This was the truth. There was a reason why they had delayed their plans so much. She was the one that had been against Kale avenging Jango and releasing the Reincarnator. Of course, if the Reincarnator had been released much earlier, they would have found Hansu much earlier as well. Burying Hansu, who had been fully capable of controlling the lower zone, something which even they decided was too difficult and had given up on, was too much of a waste. During these 2 years, there had been a lot of people as strong as Hansu. But even after 2 years, they had not seen anyone like Kong Hansu. Other than Clementine. Teehee continued to speak to Hansu. How about it? Join us. If you join us, then we have no more reason to fight. Hansu nodded. There's nothing bad about it. Teehee's expression brightened. A powerful ally was valuable. They had experienced this already. Though he'd woken up after 2 years and the world had changed, the benefits they would gain if Hansu stood by their side was not something that could easily be measured. Since a tiger wouldn't become a cat just because it had woken up from a deep sleep. And if they could gain the first, second, and third zone that Hansu controlled, nothing more was needed. Good. Really good. But I have a condition. Teehee stopped for a moment but then nodded as she spoke. They never expected him to accept that easily anyway. And they had the capacity to accept all sorts of conditions. Speak. You guys said this before, that you wanted to control each other completely. The more power they had, the better. That's why they were performing countless experiments in the upper 3 zones. Like controlling the Reincarnator with the soul fragment here at the 4th zone. But there was one idea that they believed in. So they focused more on controlling strength rather than raising it. The Reincarnator experiment looked quite simple, but it had taken a year and hundreds of experiments conducted in the zones above. But Hansu only chuckled. Sadly, me too. My only condition is for you guys to serve beneath me. If you can agree to that, then I will join you at any time. Teehee's expression turned ugly at Hansu's words. I didn't know you were this greedy. Do you know how much difference there is between us? Hansu had eaten zones 1, 2, and 3 below. But they had control of zones 5, 6, and 7 above. Though the amount was the same, the difference in strength was too vast. They were offering an alliance, but it wasn't for equal terms. It was because of the potential of the 3 zones Hansu had below. But Hansu chuckled. Yeah? Then what were you going to do if I agreed to your proposal today? Of course. Teehee frowned. They would implant the soul fragment into Hansu. The experiment had succeeded, and Hansu was countless times more precious than one Reincarnator anyway. But they would need to completely Hansu. And Hansu would not agree to such a thing. Since Hansu also wanted strength that was under his control. Teehee finally understood Clementine's words. Well. Ask him if you want to, but he probably won't agree with you. She assumed he would agree since they had similar thoughts. But her thoughts were wrong. Someone who wanted to be in complete command was a control freak. Just like Clementine. There was no way two people who needed to be the head would ally themselves. Even more so if they had a lot of pride. Hansu continued to speak. And if you wanted an alliance, couldn't you have just said it before? Why were you hurrying to fuse with the RKROA? He stopped short. She'd wanted to talk about the alliance first. But the reason why she'd fused with the RKROA was because of Clementine. Right. If you go down, fuse with the RKROA first. She now knew why Clementine had told her to. Hansu smiled coldly. Were you going to smash me apart and force me to accept if I declined? This damned world. The most important thing wasn't ambition, but rather the strength to back it up. The strength to smash apart their opponent's ambitions. He smiled as she said. Yes, that seems to be the case. Since you guys are different from me. Then. Boom. Tremendous amounts of energy exploded out from Hansu and smashed into the RKROA. Though it was sudden, he had expected it the moment their conversation had ended, and had been able to block it. There was a limit to a soul fragment's durability. But it didn't matter. Since it was useless for them to talk further. Her opponent would need to become a bit more weak to continue their discussion. Rumble. Good. We now know that you won't be controlled by us. That means, you don't care about those coming up from below, right? She should have threatened him like this from the start. He smiled as she muttered. We'll come back to you in a bit. Will your thoughts be the same even then? Swoosh. He's consciousness started to fade away from inside the RKROA's body. Gray AR. A huge roar echoed out from the RKROA which had just regained its body. It may have lost its control, but it still remembered. Remembered everything that had happened. It should have been roaming around the abyss, but instead, it had been shackled down by a trick. It would never be able to escape from these shackles now. Since the fragment that had been embedded into its soul could still suppress and control it. Its rage was then directed at the person in front of it. Effing humans. Kill them all. Its improved intellect had searched through its brain for a fitting word, but it was being blinded by rage. Boom. Strength exploded out from the RKROA. Strength that was dimensions apart from its greatly weakened state from mere moments ago. Well. It devoured an entire 2-star transcendent, makes a lot of sense. Hansu defended against the attack, and as he was preparing to defend the next one by raising his spear. Boom. Something quickly flew in from the distance and smashed into the RKROA's side. A flail. Then. Tata. Swiftly flying from the same location, a human landed next to him and said. I came to help. A pleasant attitude and voice, as well as having a lot of strength. Receiving such aid was always nice in a situation like this. If he could trust her, of course. Hansu spoke out coldly. I don't think I'll need it. One of the 12, huh? Why had he declined Clementine? Because he didn't trust powerhouses whose limits had been broken. Even more so if she was one of the 12, which had flipped the 4th zone upside down. Since she had been able to hide up until now, she seemed to have a few tricks up her sleeve. But that was it. SSSSS. Red smoke rose up from his hand. One's already hard to deal with, but two, wait, I feel like I've seen her before. Hansu frowned. Then. A long-lost memory rose up from his mind. Kiriel. And as Hansu unconsciously mumbled the word. Ho, how do you know my name? Athena asked in shock. Reincarnator, Chapter 332, Mjolnir, 1. I finally met him, but... Kiriel, who had been excited at meeting Hansu, was confused. Her seniors, who had acted as her teachers and comrades, had always talked about the past. It had been this way ever since she had come into this world, all throughout the 1st zone to the 3rd zone. They talked about how much of a hell the previous world had been, unlike the systemized world of the present. How they had to survive in such a world and grow stronger. Of course, she wasn't interested in all this. Since it had only taken her a month or two to catch up to them. Instead, every time she heard this story, her attention had settled on a single man. Who was he really? How did he revive that giant world tree? How did he tame the continent-sized beasts? How did he annihilate the sages who treated humans like slaves? And how did he turn the world from a terrifying hell to a place that was actually livable? It had started off as curiosity, but soon grew into hope and a form of respect. And as she grew stronger, she felt herself getting closer to this man. So she had trained like a madman and chased after his footsteps. But there was a difference between wanting to meet her idol and seeing them act weird. He knows my name. Kiriel muttered in confusion. Her knowing the name of this man, Hansu, was obvious. Since she was his fan and her trade was more focused on things like this. But Hansu shouldn't know about her. Since she'd come up here in the 2 years Hansu had been asleep. She had only been in this world for a year. I've never even told my name to anyone in this zone. But there was no time to listen to his reply. Boom. Since the RKROA's rage-filled attack was still shooting towards them. Damn. Kiriel freaked out at the long metal spears that shot out from the ground, and Hansu smiled sheepishly after realizing what he'd done. I've made a mistake. He'd accidentally blurted out her name since it had been so sudden. Boom. Hansu dodged the attack the RKROA aimed at Kiriel and looked at her. He couldn't believe it. It made sense that Kiriel was already this strong. Since her talent was top-notch, even in his past life when she was still alive. But no matter what their relationship had been in his past life. He didn't know how this woman might have changed. Even more so if she had been mingling with the 12. Of course, their powerful opponent was also an issue. Boom. Kill them all. Thousands of spikes rose up from the ground to block their path of escape, and its body was covered in lightning and flames. Kayagduduk. The RKROA, which had returned to its former black humanoid form, dashed through the melted land surrounding it and swung its fist at him. Quajaduk. Hansu could no longer dodge, and had to block it with his hands, but the impact caused his hands to shake from the tremendous amount of force behind the RKROA's fists. It ate too damn much. It would put him in a bad situation if he turned Kiriel into an enemy, especially since he needed her strength to slightly improve their chances. But the moment Kiriel saw Hansu's face, she started to frown. It's because you can't trust me, right? Hansu sighed at her words. Do you know what I've done to meet you? Kiriel thought of her past. She would need to become stronger to continue following him. She had always accepted this fact even as she offered Hansu her help. She knew what had happened to those who accompanied him in the beginning. Since she had devoted all her spare time outside of training into researching such things. Even if the world had changed, it was always nice to be a beauty. And even more so to be a powerhouse. After countless hours of research, she had come to a conclusion. Though they had been left behind to manage the lower zones, there was a truth hidden behind those words. They couldn't keep up. She would not chase after him from behind. She would stand by his side and watch over him. She didn't go through with the nursery, and evaded the eyes of the others while she hunted down the beasts of the abyss. Since according to her trait, Hansu wouldn't like something like the nursery. The only way to become stronger was to hunt. She had devoted almost 24 hours of every day to chase after Hansu, who could appear at any time. But for her to see those cold and harsh eyes after finally being able to meet him. But Kiriel soon shook her head. No, it makes sense. She had expected this the moment she involved herself with the 12. To gain his trust, she was going to bring the heads of the other 12, as well as the head of the one who had created her, but the thing in front of her had done it before she could. Of course, the answer was simple. She just needed to offer the monster instead. Let's go. Boom. Kiriel grasped the flail, a weapon she'd been fortunate to come across, and one that she treated dearly, and charged towards the RKROA currently dashing towards Hansu. Boom. She then smashed her flail into the RKROA's head. Boom. Roar. Hey, Athena. Why are you doing this? The RKROA's body squirmed around after being beaten down a few times. The RKROA's body instantly changed to look like Aphrodite. It was a cheap tactic, but it wasn't aiming to achieve something great out of this. Just a single moment. It just needed a single flinch. But Aphrodite's looks were not enough. Since Kiriel actually hated her right now. What the hell are you saying? Boom. You scrubs are the reason why he suspects me. Kiriel smashed away the face of the RKROA that had tried to approach her looking like Aphrodite. But yeah, this isn't easy. Boom. Boom. Kiriel frowned as she smashed away the opponent. Her hand was actually tingling. And as if the RKROA was getting used to everything, its movements were becoming faster and even more subtle than before. As well as the power of its skills. Quad-dunk. Ugh. Lightning now covered the metal spikes that rose up from the ground. Meaning that its strength was rising. Boom. Kiriel frowned as she sent out a few skills from the energy stored within the flail. This is going to be hard to do alone. What am I going to do? She had jumped in to prove herself to Hansu, but it wasn't easy. And according to her trait, she lacked the skill suited for this situation. At that moment. Move. Boom. Grow AR. A small orb shot past Kiri's shoulder and smashed into the RKROA. The RKROA screamed out in pain as Kiriel looked at Hansu wit and glee. You trust me? She had felt that she hadn't done enough to gain his trust, but for him to agree to fight with her already. But of course, Hansu hadn't interfered because he fully trusted her. I can't just watch. Though he kept telling himself that the Kiriel of the past and the current Kiriel were different people. As he watched her fight, his past memories kept on rising up. And they couldn't drag this out any longer since the RKROA was getting stronger. Kill the RKROA first, and then decide. Roar. While Kiriel had been buying time, he attacked with a combination of 7 dragons from the 9 dragons spear, but the RKROA was already regenerating. And as Hansu watched this, more dragons started to gather around his hand. If we're going to fight, then. Hansu pondered for a moment, and then took off the Arham's shield on his left wrist. And deactivated the Rancom stake on his left hand. He then threw them towards Kiriel. Swish. Huh. Kiriel looked at Hansu in confusion. Might as well. He had already spoken her name, it would be impossible to dodge her suspicions. He decided to use his knowledge of the past to dodge around it later. He spoke to Kiriel. Read it with your trait. Huh. Hurry. Use your psychometry to read those 3. Kiriel was in shock. He even knew about that. Boom. Kiriel stared at Hansu in confusion as he attacked the RKROA with his 9 dragon spear. Psychometry. Her trait. The ability to read the past memories of objects, the surrounding land, and life forms. A trait which she had never told to anyone. She had been able to read the traces of her seniors' battles and become stronger. She could tell if someone was lying. She had been able to confirm Hansu's achievements that others could only hear of in tales. The battle at the corner of the world tree. The battle within the giant white lion, Lazar. The annihilation of the sages inside the giant underground birdcage in the 3rd zone. And this trait was the most useful when scanning an artifact. She was able to find out every secret and method of use hidden within an artifact. Though most other adventurers couldn't follow the ancient uses of mana that were different from modern-day methods. She could. Maybe it was a blessing from the gods. She had even been able to learn the spells of the old empire which had been engraved on the flail. Hansu shouted at Kiriel. Read all 3. Hansu realized something on his way here. The 3 godly artifacts of the empire. Arham's shield. God's flail. Rancom stake. They'd initially been split up because they had to be used separately for different reasons, but it was originally a single object. The strange hole on the flail. The strange indent on Arham's shield. The few protrusions on Rancom's stake. Miraculously, these strange features fit each other perfectly. But these weren't some random Lego blocks. A method to use them was needed. And even he could not figure that out. But, Kiriel. Kiriel could with her psychometry. But Kiriel was hesitating. If I use that then you'll have to fight alone. Roar. Boom. Kiriel shouted worriedly as she looked at the Arkaroa's terrifying attacks. Psychometry wasn't that easy to use. She needed to focus deeply in order to read the details. And she wouldn't be able to fight during that time. She wouldn't be able to defend herself either. But as if it felt her hesitation. Kaha. The Arkaroa, which had been fighting Hansu, extended its arm towards Kiriel. SHHHHSHSH. It used Hephaestus' skill, and extended its arm out several dozens of meters, reaching for her neck. Damn. As Kiriel was about to swing her flail. Boom. Hansu flew in from the distance and blocked the attack in front of her. Reminds me of the past. Hansu smiled towards Kiriel and said. Don't worry about it, and hurry. I will guard you. And as she saw that smile. Ah, yes. Kiriel blushed and then started to focus on the 3 artifacts. And soon. SSSSS. Kiriel's consciousness got sucked into the artifacts as Hansu watched. You'll be able to figure it out. Why, for what reason they were created. And who created it? This was not something the Empire could make. Ruar. Hansu mumbled as he smashed away at the Arkaroa charging towards him. Reincarnator, Chapter 333, Mjalnir, 2. Kiririring. Kiriel was quickly reading through the memories within the 3 godly artifacts. With a slight blush on her face. That wasn't so bad, right? He said he would guard me. Perhaps he wasn't yet interested in her, but at least she had become a bit more trustable. He wouldn't give her such precious artifacts otherwise. He fought with Jango, huh? He fought by himself a lot of the time, too. The memories were not in the god's flail, but inside the Rancom stake, and Arham's shield. Kiriel smiled as she read the memories of Hansu's battles, and focused as she delved deeper and deeper. The surrounding space quickly passed by as she went further and further into the past. The days of when the flail had been below the ground of the kingdom. The days of when the Rancom stake had been embedded into the White Dragon arena. Faster, and faster. But soon. Chiik. She reached a formless barrier that prevented her from delving further into the past. This is it. This is where I got stuck before. Psychometry didn't allow her to delve into everything. Since things like emotions or thoughts could get erased with time. The memory she could see with just the flail only reached up to the days of the kingdoms and the empire. So memories past those 1,000 years were actually hard to see. But, if it's all 3. Kiriel breathed in and started to scan through the memories of all 3 at once. Crack. Crack crack. Countless memory fragments started to move towards her consciousness and fit together like puzzle pieces inside her head. She mixed together the memory pieces from the 3 artifacts, and delved deeper. Then. SSSSS. As the memories of the 3 artifacts fused, the blurry images of the past started to clear up. And soon. Papuk. I got through. A crystal clear scene unfolded before her eyes as she continued to delve deeper and deeper. The scene was of a man powerful beyond reason, surrounded in a white aura. And the giant hammer in his hands. She knew the name of the man already. Though the Rancom stake had lost some memories, it would not forget its owner which had owned it for 1,000 years. Tiamat. And a voice came into her mind. I need to disassemble this now. This is too dangerous. Disassemble. Then. Swish. A tremendous amount of energy poured into the hammer. Boom. And then abruptly exploded. Clank. Crack. The light subsided as 3 objects appeared in place of the hammer. And Kiriel realized why it had been so hard to remember the memories of the past. This was why it wasn't possible, huh? Of course it would be hard for one object to retain the memories from its days of being 3. Even more so if it was a memory from 1,000 years ago. The handle of the hammer popped out as it became the stake. The head of the hammer remained like a giant end of a flail. The flat part of the hammer's head, which was made to smash into the enemies, popped off and turned into a shield-like object. And Kiriel focused on the scene to memorize the method Tiamat had used to disassemble the hammer. Since she might be able to recreate that hammer if she used that method in reverse. Like Hansu had thought, despite being a very complex method, Kiriel's trait allowed her to memorize it quickly. Shall I go back? Kiriel mumbled. She had completely memorized the methods after replaying the memory a few times. But then. But who made this? She started to get curious. It might have been hard for her to do it before, but since the artifacts had come together, it would be possible to see it. The origins of that hammer. If she saw how the hammer had been created, she would be able to see how to use the hammer better as well. And he had disassembled it because it was a dangerous weapon. Why was it dangerous? At this point. The corner of her mind that wanted to be of a bigger help to Hansu kept on calling out to her. She also wanted to surprise Hansu as well. But she shook her head. I must go and help. Though not much time would have passed in real life, she was worried at the fact that Hansu was holding on by himself. But as she was about to stop her psychometry. Kiriririk. Huh? Oh. She was suddenly bombarded with memories, each scene rolling back with increasing speed. What the hell? What went wrong? While she was still lost in shock, her consciousness was sucked in. Deeper and deeper into the past. Rumble. She's taking a bit longer than I thought. Hansu stole a glance at Kiriel, who was still in a daze, and then looked back at the Ark Roa who was focusing on something. Is it tasty? Crunch crunch. The Ark Roa, who had been chomping on Hansu's left arm, smiled. With a leisurely expression. Hansu looked back and forth between his shoulder where his arm got ripped off and at Kiriel, and then clutched his spear more tightly. My left arm will regrow, but, the weapon is an issue. I don't know if this was the right choice. The half-broken forked lightning swung from side to side. And Hansu sighed at this sight. It's a solo numbering weapon. I guess it isn't enough anymore. It wasn't just the forked lightning that had been wrecked. Hansu looked at the half-destroyed 1,000 soldiers' armor, then shrugged. When he'd woken up, his Nirmaha's ring was long gone, and the 2 usable artifacts he had left were at the point of breaking apart. Hansu chuckled at what a miserable sight he made. Well, it made a lot of sense. Solo numbering artifacts meant that they were the best artifacts of the 7 zones. Though they were top-notch artifacts that had saved his life countless times, ever since the 7 zones had collapsed and people started crossing the barrier, these weapons just couldn't keep up with the changes. He needed better artifacts. But the issue was that, as of right now, there was nowhere for him to gain any. It would have been nice if I still had the Nirmaha. Hansu muttered, thinking of the ring which had mysteriously disappeared. Though it was in the lower ranks of the solo numbering, it was still a very powerful artifact. Being ranked 9th, it was actually more useful than the 6th ranked 1,000 soldiers' armor, and even the forked lightning. Well, how I obtained it was abnormal as well. He felt like there was something he didn't know about, but there was no point in grieving over it since it was already gone. No matter how good it was, if it wasn't in his hands then it was even more useless than this broken down spear. I knew this would happen to you eventually whenever you were bent like that in the past. Hansu looked at the spear and sighed out loud. He then applied some force and broke it apart. Snap. Despite him being a transcendent, it shouldn't be a weapon that could break this easily, but it had still done so way too effortlessly. It had already reached its limits. You've done well so far. Please, hold on for just a bit longer. Hansu held onto the half with the blade, and fed the bottom half to his armor. Crunch crunch. Crunch. A mouth appeared on the chest of the armor, and it started to devour the half-forked lightning. Soon, the silver armor started to repair itself, with bits of gold appearing to fill in the cracks. This should be good enough. Though the range of his attacks had been considerably reduced, there was no point in using a spear that was already cracked in the middle since he wouldn't be able to fully utilize its strength. It was better to use it as a short spear and feed the rest to reinforce his armor. But the 1,000 soldiers' armor was not the only thing that had finished its meal. Crunch. Geek. The Arc ROA smiled after having finished eating Hansu's left arm. And soon. Boom. The Arc ROA roared and charged at Hansu. Towards Kiriel, who was behind Hansu. What a smart kid. As Hansu moved into a defensive position to block the Arc ROA. Quaduduk. Another arm extended out from its chest and smashed into Hansu's spear. Usually, he would just block something like this. But then the Arc ROA's left hand would kill Kiriel. Crunch. Hansu felt his chest being destroyed, and thought of Kiriel behind him. If he gave her up, it would be a much easier battle. And that made sense as well. He didn't know what Kiriel would bring, but the current situation wasn't very optimistic. But he decided to just follow his heart. Ugh, just treat it as a form of repayment. After all, you died for me. Boom. Hansu ignored the pain coming up from his chest as he used the short spear in his right arm to stab down on the Arc ROA's left hand. Boom. Quahaha. Though its left hand had been penetrated, the Arc ROA continued to smile. The dull blade of the half-broken spear wasn't strong enough to go through its defenses and its regenerative speed. There wasn't even a need to aim for the girl behind him either. The Arc ROA started frenziedly attacking the now easier opponent. Boom. Boom. The Arc ROA's fist swapped around quickly from a sword, hammer, and then to a spear. Whichever weapon was the best for attacking Hansu's body. Crunch. Boom. Every time it blocked an attack, the remaining half of forked lightning bent and cracked apart even more. And then. Clank. The blade of the forked lightning broke apart into small fragments. Dumbass. Hansu fed the remaining bits of the spear to his armor, and then changed his posture to attack with his one remaining arm. I kept telling myself not to be blinded by the past. Hansu chuckled. He thought that he wouldn't. But he'd been doing it up until now. But it seemed to differ from person to person. And the Arc ROA, after watching Hansu for a moment, started to charge towards him again. Boom. To finish off its now weaponless enemy. The man hadn't been its opponent even when his weapon was intact. And now he was barehanded, and even missing an arm. Looks tasty. As the Arc ROA started dashing towards him. Charururu arc. Clank. Clang. A strange clanking noise, like something being assembled, could be heard behind Hansu. The sounds of metal smashing into one another. Then. Mr. Hansu. Catch. Swoosh whoosh whoosh. Something quickly flew towards Hansu from behind. As the Arc ROA felt the terrifying aura, it started to quickly move its arm to try and intercept it. Heh, what do you think you're doing? Hansu pulled his head back, and then smashed it into the head of the Arc ROA. Boom. AHH. As the Arc ROA, who had been solely focused on its right hand, flinched from the impact. Hansu reached back with his right hand and caught the object flying towards him. Good. Very good. Hansu smiled at the sensation that was rising up his arm. The solid feeling it was giving off. It was different from the shield and the stake. Well met, friend. Hansu then tightened his grip. Swish. Swinging out with his right arm, he smashed the Arc ROA's head. Boom. Though the head had been hit, a loud noise rang out. Quaah. And as the Arc ROA screamed, while grasping onto its head. CHCHCHCHCHCHCHCHCH. The sky split apart as a humongous bolt of lightning, hundreds of times thicker than that of Zeus's, shot down. Reincarnator, Chapter 334, Mjolnir, 3. Karhal. Focus. Damn it. I'm as focused as can be. Boom. Karhal screamed as he beat at the crazed dog. He thought that it would be a comfortable fight since it was just a clone. But what the hell was this? This crazed dog was not at all simple. Damn. Is this the difference between 1 and 2 stars? To the point of needing 2 people for just a clone. And it wasn't like they could escape. Since everyone running away right now would just become its food if he fled. Boom. Karhal, who had just smashed away the dog as it leapt towards him again, looked shocked at the rebound force he just felt in his hands. It feels weaker. Karhal then looked towards the mountain range, at the giant bolts of lightning shooting down on it. Boom. Uaa. The Ark Roa roared out in pain from being smashed over and over again by a giant hammer. Boom. 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 Countless spikes rose up every time the Ark Roa smashed down with its feet, causing lightning, fire, and poisonous clouds to rise up. Hundreds of meters of land around it had melted down. But. Boom. Kaduduk. Roar. The Ark Roa absorbed the impact of the hammer with its body, and then attempted to retaliate. Crunch. Rumbling. The sky continued to split apart as lightning crackled from above. Boom. Ah, ahh. The Ark Roa couldn't even scream out loud after being hit by this lightning, and instead screamed inside its mind. Because it had skills to control lightning, it had some natural resistance to lightning itself, but this thing was on a whole other level. It felt as if its entire body was burning up. The moment it was hit, every nerve fiber on its body seemed to scream with pain. His central nervous system, and even his muscles were paralyzed in an instant. And soon. Uaa. Boom. The Ark Roa could not withstand the power of the hammer, and it was flung back into the mountain in the distance. Rumble. Hansu smiled as he looked at the hammer that had sent the Ark Roa flying. It's more than I expected. He'd known it would be quite useful once fused. Since each of those artifacts were incredibly powerful on their own. But after using it in its fused state, the forked lightning was nothing compared to this. Even though he couldn't even use it to its full potential, it was still showing such a tremendous amount of strength. So he became even more curious of its origins. This definitely isn't something the humans of the past could make. He was certain that this wasn't made by the Empire. He suspected that it might be the apex of technology of the ancient humans, but he'd come to a realization after using the hammer and seeing its design. That the ancient humans hadn't made it. An alloy that even a transcendent could freely utilize wasn't something that was easy to make, even for them. And there was no reason for them to make such a close combat weapon like this. Why would they, who had made countless long-range skills, make a weapon like this? What did Kiriel see? But Hansu decided to ask these questions later. Since that wasn't the main issue. Yeah, you should be hungry by now. Boom. 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 Hansu started to chase after the Ark Roa, which had stomped off towards the war fortress. Hungry. 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 Boom. 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 The Ark Roa's expression was full of pain. Though its body was regenerating quickly, it didn't mean that it wasn't suffering. The Ark Roa looked furious as it suppressed the pain that was rising up from all over its body. How had the situation turned out like this? Not only was it shocked at being tricked by a human, it was now being beaten to death by another. That weapon. That mysterious weapon was too terrifying. It felt like it had seen the weapon before, but couldn't quite remember. Chills ran down its back and its teeth clattered. The Ark Roa ran, gritting its teeth. There was only one reason why it had become so miserable. Strength. I'm not strong enough. This was all because it hadn't eaten enough. This wasn't the time to pick out the tasty meats. It needed to devour everything and anything. The Ark Roa glared furiously at the war fortress in the distance. As well as at the two transcendents fighting with its clone. It would become even stronger with 2 more pieces of food. It felt the aura of that man chasing after it, but the Ark Roa smirked. That man would not be able to catch up to it. Boom. The skill, activated, and its movement speed rose up explosively. The man chasing it from behind had fought well. It respected him to a degree. But his bodily abilities were inferior compared to itself, and he didn't have any movement skills. By the time that man arrived, everything would have ended. It would have devoured everything. I can win. Eat. I can eat. He had only obtained a new weapon, his body was still damaged. It just needed to become a bit stronger. Actually, just absorbing the clone itself would be enough. I'm going to shred you apart. It was going to destroy everything. Him and his entire race. Arriving at the war fortress, the Ark Roa extended its arm with a gleeful smile. Swoosh. He activated Hephaestus' skill, making its arm spread out hundreds of meters long. Towards the two who were looking at him in shock. Devour. But then. Boom. A loud noise was heard. Its hand was blocked. Kiriririk. What? The Ark Roa was at a loss for words. The only thing that could block it was still far away behind it. And the two it was aiming for were way too weak to block its attack. Phew. Safe. A woman's voice could be heard from the dust cloud rising up from the collision. And the moment it heard the woman's voice. Damn it. Boom. The Ark Roa's expression turned ugly as it charged towards Athena, who'd managed to stop it. There was no time for something like this. It needed to quickly devour those 2 people, and its clone, to regain its strength. Boom. 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 Kiriel and the Ark Roa started to fight each other. Ugh, just a musclehead. As she fought without her weapon, Kiriel frowned at the pain she was feeling from all over her body. The Ark Roa's attacks were not easy to defend with just her unprotected body. Each attack felt like she was being smashed with an iron hammer. The pain drove all the way into her bones. Plus the Ark Roa's strange skin kept creating mouths to bite her. Crunch. No. The Ark Roa successfully bit a chunk of flesh off, and looked at Kiriel, who was now frowning in pain. It hurts. Kiriel frowned at the pain from her arm, but then smiled at the Ark Roa. Are you sure you have time for this? The moment the Ark Roa saw Kiriel's expression, it woke up from its gluttonous stupor. But it was too late. Swish. Where are you going? Kiriel quickly hugged the Ark Roa, which had attempted to dash backwards. And at the same time, Kiriel's body turned extremely heavy. To the point that it was unable to carry her and run away. Oh. Damn it. It wouldn't be able to run away like this. Boom. The RKROA felt danger, and released an endless torrent of flames and clouds of poison. To melt down Kiriel. Die. Roar. The hunting dog that was supposed to return to it was now being held back by the two transcendents as well. At this rate it really was going to die. Only by killing this girl would it have a sliver of a chance to live. But at that moment, a small voice came out from Kiriel. Do I pass? And an answer came from behind the RKROA. For now. Boom. Quaa. The RKROA's head exploded with a tremendous amount of pain, and it was flung away in agony. Of course, it didn't get far. Hansu caught the RKROA with his already regenerated left arm, then smashed it into the ground, muttering quietly as he stepped onto its back. Try withstanding this. Crackle. The RKROA caught sight of the hammer as it struggled to escape. Bolts of lightning struck down around the hammer. And only at the gate of death did the RKROA remember where it had seen this before. The weapon it had forgotten about, along with the disappearance of its power. Ah, the abyss. From above the RKROA. Swish. The hammer in Hansu's hand began to descend. Boom. Boom. Ah. Are there no crystals or anything? Will that be destroyed too? Kiriel frowned at the RKROA, which was currently being turned into a paste of meat, and backed off. There was nothing else for her to do, and there was something she needed to think about. She thought back to when she'd been forcibly sucked into the past. Nephilim. Who the hell are you? Nephilim. The one who had dragged her consciousness into the past against her will. And the original owner of the hammer. Boom. While the RKROA was being pulverized, along with half a mountain range, Kiriel frowned as she thought back to what she had seen in that memory. Reincarnator, Chapter 335, Mjalnir, 4. Who the hell are you, really? Kiriel thought back to that memory of the past as she stared at the hammer being swung in front of her. Swoosh. Ha, haa. Kiriel remained calm despite having been forcibly sucked into the memory, and focused on looking around at her surroundings. There must be a reason why the memory reader had taken her back against her will. Kiriel looked around and sighed when she realized that she'd seen this place before. It's not unfamiliar, but, why am I here? Kiriel muttered, looking around the room at the top of the obelisk. This was a place she had visited in order to find traces of Hansu during the period of time she'd roamed around the entire fourth zone after him. Though most things that could retain memories would melt away from a huge explosion, she could still see the glory of its past. She wasn't really curious or shocked at the giant obelisk that was working at full capacity. She was rather curious as to why her psychometry had brought her here. Then. Good. A voice was heard from the corner of the room, and her neck spun around towards its direction. And then frowned. The giant hammer was in the middle of the room. Crackle. She didn't know what had been done to the hammer, but lightning was crackling around it, and everything else in the room near the hammer had been burnt black. And the man who was smiling at the hammer. The voice had to have come from that man. Who? A slightly feeble-looking body. He looked way too weak in comparison to Tiamat, but his researcher-like looks attracted her curiosity even more. Since this person might be related to the creator of the hammer. The man, who had been looking at the hammer in the luxurious room at the top of the obelisk, looked towards the empty space and said. Welcome, my precious guest. What? Seriously? Don't be shocked. I'm really talking to you. Kiriel freaked out at the man who was staring directly at where her consciousness was. No way. A memory was something she read. Normally, the memory didn't react to her presence. Clank. An ominous feeling ran through her, and she tried to cancel her trait and escape, but it was useless. It was as if she was being held down. Don't be shocked. I mean you no harm. I just tried it out for fun. Who are you? The man then seemed to realize something, and exclaimed. I've forgotten to introduce myself. The man pointed towards the hammer on the ground. I am called Nephilim, greetings. Kiriel, who'd been listening to his words in a daze, asked. Did you bring me here? Nephilim chuckled as he replied. I didn't call you, you just got sucked in while trying to read the Mjalnir's memories. Mjalnir. Nephilim nodded. Yes. That hammer over there. Cheek. Nephilim pointed towards the hammer currently emitting smoke in the middle of the room. A hammer that did not look like something simple. So that's what it looks like when it's fused. Kiriel looked at the hammer. It was letting off sparks and burning the contents of the room. She recalled what Hansu had wanted her to find out, so she asked Nephilim. Did you make that? This current situation as a whole made no sense, but she wasn't the type to argue about something that was already happening. The most important thing was gathering intel. The man seemed quite friendly, which meant she had nothing to fear for now. I need to ask as much as I can. But Nephilim shook his head with a smile. No. I did not make it. Then. I brought it. Brought it? From where? Nephilim looked at Kiriel, who was tilting her head in confusion, and then shook his finger. Telling you everything would be a bit too much. Anyway, I brought it to help a few people below, but, it seems to be too strong in this form. Nephilim thought of Tiamat, who would be proceeding to perform his revenge, and smiled as he touched the Mjalnir with his finger. Then. Pshsiaik. The lines on Mjalnir's surface radiated a golden light, and the hammer gradually grew weaker. Kiriel's brows rose up at the sight. It turned into 3 pieces. It still looked like a hammer, but it was different. Since the flow of mana inside it had turned into 3 separate circuits of their own. At this rate, those individual pieces wouldn't be able to use even half of the original's power. Nephilim looked kindly at Kiriel, and explained with a smile. This should fit this world's level a bit more. Was it necessary to break the Mjalnir down to Tiamat's level? But since he had restructured the hammer to be disassembled, Tiamat would put it to good use. He could either wield the hammer to destroy the world, or use them separately in places he needed to. It didn't matter anyway. Since both outcomes would be fun. Nephilim, who had been smiling at the hammer, Spoke to Kiriel. Apparently, it's been fused again. Though there are still some restrictions, but... Congratulations. Nephilim congratulated Kiriel, and shook her hand. Goodbye, then. Be careful when wielding it. Since it's not a simple object. Remember who the owner is. Swoosh. Kiri's consciousness suddenly started to return to reality at a tremendous speed. That really happened. Yes, I wanted to read more of the memory, but... I can't anymore. After hearing Kiriel's account, Hansu looked at the hammer. Brought it? Rumble. Crackle. Even after completely destroying the Ark ROA, the hammer in his hands was still searching for things to smash apart. Like its owner. Hansu frowned at the destructive energy running through the hand holding onto the hammer's handle. I now understand why it's hard to handle. This hammer was always desiring to destroy. No matter if the opponent was an enemy or its owner. The moment it smashed apart the Ark ROA, the energy heading towards the Ark ROA flew towards Hansu. It ripped his muscles, burned up his nerves, and broke his bones. Crack. Kuduk. The destructive energy flowed through Hansu's arm and into his body to rip apart his insides. His body was going through an infinite loop, the Mjolnir was destroying him internally, and the immortal soul and dragon essence blade regenerated any damage inflicted. He understood why Tiamat had broken this apart. Since Tiamat wouldn't have been able to hold onto this with his past level of strength. And Kiriel carefully asked Hansu. Are you going to keep holding onto it? Though she was also at the 2-star level, due to her lack of regenerative and close combat skills, it was very taxing for her to hold it, even for a brief moment. She'd end up a mess with just a single day of slowly being gnawed away by it. It would be okay in a fight, but for one to always carry it around. Can't you carry it around in some container? Like a pouch? But Hansu shook his head. No. This thing had a huge amount of pride. When he'd released it, he felt the reaction of the hammer being much more powerful after holding onto it again. It would not accept those that denied this energy as its owner. And another thing. This is going to be helpful for training. Pajajajik. Hansu mumbled as he felt the lightning energy burning up his insides. Skill masteries improved the more one used it. I guess the next seed on the list is the Immortal Soul. Between the 9-Dragon Spear and the Immortal Soul, he'd wondered which seed he would use to get to the 3-star level, but then decided on the latter. He then shouted towards the two fighting in the distance. Boom. Hurry and finish. We should greet each other since we've been separated for so long. Damn it. You bastard. Help us or something. Karhal gritted his teeth and roared out loud. His expression was full of glee, though. Ruoar. The Ark ROA's clone, the hunting dog, still remained and it was trying its best to resist being killed off by Karhal and Akiju. It was indeed trying its best, but it was not an opponent for the two after its original body had been destroyed. Boom. Surrounded by her White River demonic art, Akiju smashed the chest of the dog, and shouted at Hansu. Just rest for a bit. We'll be right over. It really has been a while. For her to use such words. Hansu then put the hammer down, and sat on it. Pachichikisiath. The Mjolnir retaliated as if to say that it wasn't a chair, but Hansu ignored it and relaxed. He was indeed tired. Ugh, it hasn't even been a week since I woke up. But Hansu chuckled. 2 years was a long time to rest. And there was a long way for him to go. At that moment. Kiririring. A healing aura entered Hansu's body. Right, what shall I do with this child? One thing was clear, he didn't dislike this girl either. As Hansu smirked at Kiriel, who was healing him with a happy smile. Boom. Ha. Ha ha ha. This bastard. It's finally dead. At Karhal's shout, the black dog fell down with a hole in its heart. SSSS. The black dog trembled for a moment in rage as it looked around, but then collapsed. It then turned into black powder, dispersing into the air. SSSSS. At that moment. What is this? Akiju, who had been standing in front of the black powder, asked out loud, causing Hansu, Kiriel, and everyone else to look at where the Ark ROA's corpse had fallen. Then they saw it. A human head-sized box amidst the black powder. Along with a small letter. Hansu focused with his eyes, and looked at the word on the letter. Gift. So it only treats it as dead when the clone gets killed as well, huh? But why didn't it appear itself? Confused, Hansu looked at the box that seemed to have been left behind by the fairy. Yes, it's 1/8, but this is what the raw say XD. Reincarnator, Chapter 336, 5th Area, Old Blue Zone, 1. Shall I open the letter first, or the box? Hansu pondered for a moment, but decided to open the box first. He was curious about its contents. Anyway, you usually look at the product first, and then read the directions after. Hansu mumbled to himself as he approached the box. Kiriel, Akiju, and Karhal followed suit. Hansu asked the three. Are you hurt anywhere? Ha, this is nothing, you know. As long as we win, we'll heal. I'm fine as well. The three replied with voices full of vigor. And Hansu stared at the three. It really has been a while. 2 of them, 2 years. 1, a few decades. He really couldn't think of what to say since it had been so long since he'd seen them. Even though he had so much he wanted to say. Karhal chuckled as he watched the hesitating Hansu, and then spoke to him while pointing towards the box. Stop staring at me and just open the damn box first. I'm curious too. I'm feeling very greedy right now, you know. Hansu smirked and nodded. Sure, since I'm the one who got hit the most and suffered the most, it makes sense for me to open it. Damn it, do you not know that I suffered a lot, too? While you were asleep. Ugh. Karhal shuddered at the memories as Hansu laughed at him. Hansu then approached the box that stood out from its surroundings. It was neatly tied by a ribbon. He untied the ribbon and opened the lid. Phew. Something came out, with bright lights accompanying it. Not one, but many. 4. 4 boxes, all completely different in color and appearance. And weirdly, the 4 items each had a name on them. For Hansugang. That's some strange taste. They even misspelled my name. It's K, not G. From the sloppy penmanship, he knew right then who had written these words. Since there was only one type of person who kept trying their best to be kind to them in this damned world. I don't know why they didn't meet us personally, but... Anyway, he realized why they divided it into 4 objects. It depended on a person's contributions. But from what he knew, the reward for the ARC ROA would be more than big enough for the 4 of them. There seems to be one for each of us. Let's take a look. Kiriel and the other 2 walked up to their respective boxes and took out their contents. Oh, mine is a crystal? I guess I fought a bit harder than Ikiju. Yes, mine seems to be a crystal too, but a bit smaller than Karhul's. Ikiju and Karhul both received crystals. The crystals were huge. It would have taken at least half a year for them to gather a similar amount if they hunted for it on their own. Those shouldn't be able to get them to a 2-star, but it'll be pretty close. Well, the ARC ROA did devour countless transcendence. After calculating the size of Karhul and Ikiju's crystals, as well as their current level of strength, Hansu then lifted his item. His reward was a bit different from Kiriel's. Mine is a marble. A marble with countless forms within it. It seemed to have been created by mixing countless different colors, and looked like a typical black bowling ball one could find in any bowling range. However, it was only the size of a fist, and looked much, much more beautiful than a bowling ball. On the other hand, Kiriel's item looked like a claw from a beast. Or maybe a tooth, or maybe a horn. But it doesn't seem to have any effects. Doesn't look edible, either. At that moment, Hansu saw the letter. There seemed to be an explanation below their names. This doesn't really explain it. He still wasn't sure what it meant. Hansu picked up the letter and opened it to read. He wanted to try and figure out what this marble could be used for. Ha ha ha. I wonder if you're doing well. A pity I can't meet you in person. I can only write you a letter, instead. Hansu shook his head at the still playful words of the fairy and continued to read. And the question he had in his mind was answered for him. I'll explain why I cannot appear before you, but, let me say this first. Those so-called beings you guys call transcendents are just people who sit between the abyss and the 7 colored zones. He knew this. It was the reason why the transcendents were many times stronger than ordinary people of the same zone. The 7-zone system was made to strengthen humans to the point where they could reach the level of the abyss anyway. The existence of the transcendents meant that the system created by the fairies to raise the people's strengths just wasn't enough anymore. Even if we touch our ears, the system panel no longer comes up. Although the normal adventurers might still be under the system, if those people were the students preparing to enter the university called Abyss, then the transcendents were the graduates who were fully qualified. And to become as strong as a transcendent, you needed to at least be as strong as a level 1 would be at the Violet Zone, because the people of the Violet Zone would still be able to survive in the Abyss. Of course, that was in comparison to the 1-star transcendents. The solo numberings, they don't have much meaning anymore. They're still useful, though. Solo numberings were 9 items that were at their strongest when raised to the level of the Violet Zones. Which meant that the items reached their limits at the Violet Zone. Maybe the 1-star transcendents could still use them, but for a 2-star like him, they weren't enough. And truthfully, they'd already stopped using the artifacts left behind by the fairies when they were in the Abyss. They'd used those artifacts to kill the fairies and rip apart the abyssal beasts, and then recreated a weapon from their corpses. Since we're only the managers of the 7 zones, it's hard to pry into the affairs of transcendence since you guys are basically graduates. Still, don't get too cocky. It doesn't mean you're stronger than us or anything. Heh. Childish. He knew this already. The gods' messengers who controlled this world would not go down with just this measly strength. But then, we can't really leave you guys alone, you babies of the transcendence. It'll be a waste of time if we don't help since this whole system was made to strengthen you guys, right? Hansu nodded. These words were correct. The best artifacts and skills of the 7 zones were those categorized at the level of the solo numberings. The very definition of numbering meant being the most powerful of the 7 zones. All his 0 numberings had been given to him directly by the fairy anyway. No artifacts, only skills. You can use crystals to strengthen skills, and through fighting you can raise their mastery level, but artifacts are a bit different. It's possible for you to create one, but you don't have enough information at hand to do so. Hansu nodded at these words. A powerful beast like the Arc ROA could be transformed into a weapon that even he could use. Which is how he fought in the past as well. But in order to do that, their alchemy, metallurgy, and their crafting abilities needed to be at a much higher level. It wasn't like a game where a blacksmith could just hammer at some random materials, and then create a godly sword out of the blue. It was much more realistic. One needed to be at the same level as the Violet Zone at least. Recycling the corpses of beasts to create artifacts that transcendents can use, only those who'd raised their mastery of all 3 skills to the level of the Violet Zone level, only the people whose masteries of these 3 skills had been raised to the level of the Violet Zone, acquired countless knowledge and created an efficient method to handle such materials could create artifacts that transcendents could use by recycling the corpses of beasts. It'd be even better if I could acquire the system I was going to get from the Violet Zone. Of course, giving you crystals isn't very fair for you. You don't need them. You've already had the right to leave from the beginning. Hansu already possessed the right to go over the wall without the crystals. This meant that he was at an advantage compared to others, but at the same time, he was also losing out. What was the point in killing beasts if he had no use for their crystals? His skill masteries would rise, but there were no other rewards. So this is my act of benevolence to you. Since you've already leveled up, you'll need to gear up as well, right? I'll send you something every time you kill some useful fellow, so keep that in mind. And try harder if you want to gain more skills. You'll receive another skill every time you manage to kill something by yourself. Is it like a material? If it was, then he could create a good artifact even if he didn't have the skills to do so. Since the fairy had already taken care of the middle processes for him. Hansu smiled at this point. Not bad. He could just raise his masteries to get stronger, and then find other ways to get the 3 remaining skills. The thing he'd been most worried about was the artifact, but now the fairies had solved the issue just like that. This was a much better reward for him in comparison to a crystal. I've gained this, too. Rumble. After taking a glance at the hammer in his hands, Hansu read the last line of the letter. P.S. Having them Mjolnir is cheating, but I'll let it go, since the others are also working hard. Hansu destroyed the letter after reading those mysterious last words. The others are also working hard, There were still questions left unanswered. Like his missing ring. But those questions would naturally be answered once he went up. Finally, it's time to go up. Hansu mumbled towards the sky-high tower in the distance. 1 month later. Rumble. The giant elevator loudly opened its doors. 5th floor. Hansu thought of the things he'd done in the past month as he stepped off the elevator. Reincarnator, Chapter 337, 5th area, Old Blue Zone, 2. Rumbling. Not bad. Hansu mumbled to himself as he looked around the elevator. Raise the walls higher. It'll be trouble if it collapses. Strengthen the formations as well. We need to block the Konkai's attacks. Keep the boundaries clear between each living area. It becomes difficult to check if they get mixed. Countless adventurers had gathered near the elevator and were rebuilding the city. They raised walls, set up living areas, and treated the wounded. Though everybody was moving around non-stop due to the sheer amount of work that had to be done, there was a hint of vigor in each other's expressions. This was because most of these people had been slaving under those 12 people who called themselves gods. But now, that horrible life had ended. They had gained their freedom. But their joy was tinged with sadness and regret. Their present safety only reminded them of their dead comrades and family. Ikiju and Karhal both looked somber as they watched these people. If we hurried just a bit more, we would have been able to save much more. But they soon brushed those thoughts aside. It was good that everything had settled down. All they needed to do was set up the 4th zone, just like the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd zones below. There was still an issue, though. What are you going to do about the transcendence? Karhal asked. According to what he knew, the first 2 ND, and 3rd zones below were holding back from creating new transcendence. It was because the beasts in the lower zones gave a lower amount of crystals, so transcendence would take as many crystals as it would take to send hundreds of thousands of people up. Plus, they had no way to control those transcendence as well. It was better to keep on sending them up the moment the crystals were acquired. But in this zone, the story was a bit different. The green zone was a good place to create transcendence, plus they knew the higher zones were currently in bad situations. We'll need their strength, but they might all turn into power-hungry maniacs. Karhal frowned after he spoke. But Hansu chuckled. Let's check out the zone above first. You've all seen it already, right? Kiriel, Ikiju, and Karhal nodded. Yes, Hansu had guessed it right. But back then, we were forced to go down. Karhal breathed in and out, thinking back to the past when they'd run back down. Let's go. Boom. Crazy bastards. Kang Han, the man who had been residing on the 3rd floor of the 4th zone, screamed as he blocked the attacks flying at him. At first he was full of glee when he had seen the 4 men and 2 females who'd come up. Since 4 of them had looked familiar. 2 were kids who had tried to devour the 2nd floor below, and the other 2 had been beaten down by him before. He remembered the 2 who he'd beaten. Karhal and Ikiju. 2 people who he'd fought with and had sent back down. Though it had been a close victory, he had still won. The upper floor had more powerful beasts that gave more crystals, and the efficiency of the nursery was better here. The lazy kids of the lower floors were people he should be able to beat with ease. Or at least, he thought he would. Boom. Kang Han clenched his teeth at the tremendous impact of Karhal's attack. What the, this makes no sense. I should be stronger. There were 6 of them as well, but the other 5 weren't even doing anything. He'd won against the 2 back then, but now, even fighting against 1 was hard. Damn, I cannot lose. How could he beat 6 when he couldn't even beat 1? But he couldn't get captured like this. He realized it the moment he saw the 2 people who controlled the 2nd floor, both covered in some red aura. That he would become like them the second he was caught. And even worse. The eyes of the man at the very back. The eyes of the man who was surrounded by a strange red energy, and had a hammer in his hand. Those eyes that looked down on him. Those eyes terrified him. He could guess what his life would be like once he was completely under that man's control. But he also realized that the man's eyes became slightly softer when he looked at Karhal in front of him. Take him hostage. Boom. Kang Han realized that Karhal was the only hope he had, so he started to frenziedly push Karhal back. Crunch. Karhal clenched his teeth when he saw Kang Han giving up his own left arm to strike at his heart. And Kiriel shouted towards Karhal from the back. Shall I help? But Karhal smashed Kang Han away as he shouted in reply. Don't interrupt. I'll handle it. Boom. You bastard, I won't lose to you a second time. Boom. Karhal thought back to when he'd come up to the 3rd floor in the past. Though one couldn't go to and from between zones. If they had enough crystals, they could still move around the floors within the same zone. Karhal and Ikiju had come up in the past to search for traces of Hansu back then. But it had been too late. While they were searching for Hansu, the people above had already become transcendents, and were stronger than them. Though they were all 1-star transcendents, they had still lost. If they hadn't had any spare crystals back then they might have died on the spot. Bastards. Boom. Kang Han gave up his left arm, while Karhal received the attack with his left shoulder. Kiriel frowned at the crazed battle that was occurring. They were basically killing themselves. If she or Hansu stepped in, they wouldn't even need to waste their time like this. It would just end in a single strike. TSSS. Thankfully, there's only that one guy on the 3rd floor. Kiriel looked at the traces around the elevator and then asked Hansu. Shouldn't you step in? Hansu shook his head. Leave him be, this zone needs a king, anyway. Boom. Hansu silently watched Karhal, who was bleeding all over from his body, but still managed to push back the enemy. He knew the decision Karhal had made. You've chosen to remain here. Karhal was now fighting to gain that approval. Power that was gained through another's hand would only become a source of ridicule. Only those who fought and won the throne with their own power were fit to be kings. So Hansu didn't help. It doesn't look like he'll need my help, anyway. He'd been worried at first. Worried that he might not be able to accomplish everything he needed to do because he had to help his old comrades. So he had reminded himself. Do not underestimate his comrades. Die, you bastard. Boom. Ah. Good. Hansu smiled as he watched Karhal smash Kang Han onto the ground, his body still bleeding all over. Smack. Smack. Bastards. Line up properly. Karhal shouted as he smacked the heads of the guys from the 4th zone, all of whom he'd defeated after going through continued cycles of healing and fighting. From the 2nd floor to the 7th. There were a total of 9 transcendents. And Akiju was a bit shocked at this number. Much lower than I expected. Even if it was the same 4th zone, everything became more efficient as one went up. Whether it was fighting or creating a nursery. Since the amount of crystals that came out were different. But Hansu shook his head. That's because you'd normally want to climb up to the next zone once you become a 2-star. Isn't it better to remain here? Akiju asked in shock. Wasn't it better to be a king within the 4th zone, rather than continuing to participate in the bloody massacre in the upper zones? It was why some transcendents set up the nursery. A safe pick in comparison to risking their lives above. It would be more fitting if such guys wanted to remain below. But Kiriel realized what Hansu was saying. Since she was at a 2nd star already. Oh. The moment she rose up to the 2nd star, her entire body started to throb and she was filled with anxiety. As if her body was telling her that she didn't belong here. It was such an intense feeling that if it weren't for Hansu, she would have long headed up already. It was too uncomfortable to just ignore. So much to the point that she felt like she wouldn't be happy, no matter what happened. So it wasn't just me. Other than Hansu and the Ark Roa, the only other 2-star she knew was that man called Kale. And she'd never even talked to him properly, so she'd known nothing about this. And Hansu thought of the fairy as he looked at Kiriel's expression. It just means we should be where we belong. So he would climb. Hansu spoke to Karhal. I will stay. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of being beaten down over and over again. Somebody has to stay behind, anyway. Akiju and Hansu both nodded. Someone had to remain in the 4th zone to control those who came up. Like how they'd done in the first 2 ND and 3rd zones. And Karhal wanted to remain. I really wanted to follow you. Karhal mumbled to himself as he looked at Hansu. Why wouldn't he want to? He wanted to become strong. He wanted to stand by Hansu. That was why he'd searched for him. But during his search for Hansu, he saw countless other adventurers being tortured by the Transcendents. And realized that somebody had to take care of them. This really doesn't suit me. Damn. Have I hung out with Akiju for too long? At first, he had decided to remain because Akiju had asked him for help. But now, it was his choice and his choice alone. Karhal spoke to Hansu after finishing his thoughts. Hurry and put it in. I shall be responsible for your power and wreak havoc in this place, he. Once you leave, then I'll be the king of this place. If he borrowed the strength of Hansu's soul fragment, then he'd even be able to use the pandemic blade to a degree. Alongside the control of the other transcendents who were filled to the brim with the pandemic blade's spores. You are now my slaves, forever. Hansu smiled with a content expression. Fine. You are now, the king of this world. The king with the right to control every transcendent in the 4th zone. Kiiying. Hansu pulled out a soul fragment and placed his hand on Karhal's chest. Reincarnator, Chapter 338, 5th Area, Old Blue Zone, 3. You're going to stay? Hansu asked Akiju before going up on the elevator. Akiju nodded. Somebody needs to stay behind and help. I need to find those Ans who've hidden themselves and get their blessings as well. Don't activate this randomly, okay? Hansu smiled bitterly as he looked at Akiju, who had filled herself with the pandemic blade's spores. But he soon nodded. Time to go up. It's really been a long time since I've gone up with somebody else next to me. Hansu mumbled to himself as he looked at Kiriel next to him. Kiriel was smiling with an extremely happy expression. And Hansu thought back to the past. Will this really be fine? The mission that he had on his shoulders was too heavy and too difficult for him to trust with some random passersby and continue on his way. The abyssal beasts weren't pushovers and Clementine wouldn't just stay idle. No, the environment in each of the 7 zones were an issue as well. Though he had become much stronger, these guys weren't something that powers like Tiamat, the satellite fortresses, or the Gragos could suppress. They weren't beasts prepared for the adventurers, but instead were closer to natural disasters. And it was the same for the zones above. So it was hard to trust anybody in a situation like this. But this still feels shitty as hell. Inserting the spores of the pandemic blade inside his friends and comrades was a really crappy job to do. Even more so if they'd been with him for a long time. But for her to willingly receive the spores to follow him. Kiriel didn't have a single hint of dissatisfaction on her face either, only glee. Whatever. It's not like you're going to make me do anything weird, right? You never know. Well, that's for the future. I'll be a lot of help to you anyway, right? Hansu shook his head. She was right. In a world where anything could pop up from anywhere, the trait of psychometry that could read the traces of the past was an extremely helpful ability. Even more so in a situation like this. Karhal and Akiju chuckled at the two, and then pushed them into the elevator. Goodbye. If you ever meet that Sangjin, or your other friends, send them my greetings. And as Hansu nodded, the doors of the elevator closed. Rumble. The elevator, now filled up with crystals, started to rise up with Hansu and Kiriel inside it. It's impossible to guess what happened to the upper zones. Hansu stretched his body as he prepared to battle. He knew about the fifth zone, the blue zone of the past. But he didn't know how the fifth zone might have changed from all the fights between the Transcendents. Kiriel watched Hansu, copying his movements and stretching her body as well. You're preparing in case of an ambush, right? Hansu nodded. By now, they would know that the Arc ROA had been killed and a soul fragment had been wasted. If Clementine had already messed with the blue zone. And if he was Clementine. I would strike the moment we got off the elevator. As she continued to stretch and practice her various skills next to Hansu, Kiriel asked in confusion. If the opponent is so strong, then is there a need for us to go up right now? We can just train more, and though it would take longer to gain strength below, they could still become stronger before coming up. But Hansu shook his head. There's no time. There wasn't much time left until the abyss fully collapsed. He'd been asleep for 2 years. He'd been active for about a year before he fell asleep. Which meant that in about 6 months or so, the barrier between the abyss and the other verse was going to completely break apart. He needed to get up to the violet zone and activate the. He needed to devour the whole plant within it and obtain a firmer footing towards the abyss. For him to hide in the lower floors when he barely had time to accomplish his goals? What difference would there be between him and the cowards who ran the nursery? The fairies had given him some minor goals. Every time he killed a substantial abyssal being, he would get a reward. The immortal soul's mastery wouldn't rise by itself, either. It would only increase as his body shredded apart and his soul felt in danger of destruction. All or nothing. Even if he avoided the fight, everything would end once the wall fell apart. It might be after the abyss collapsed, from fighting the mobs of Clementine's underlings and the other powerful beings of the abyss. Or he might die valiantly while fighting against Clementine's underlings on the way up. Both outcomes would be failures in his books. Which meant that there was only one answer left. I will finish things up within these 6 months. Either he smashed apart all of Clementine's forces and placed them in the front lines against the abyss. Or Clementine gets the last laugh. Hansu chuckled as he thought of Clementine in the past. He couldn't imagine Clementine laughing, no matter what. We could never see through his thoughts. Other than his hatred for humankind, he was someone whose thoughts were unknown to all. Hansu thought to himself as he grasped his hammer tighter. Should I not have broken the limits? If he hadn't done so, then he would have been the only one with the right to become a transcendent in the entirety of the 7 zones. He wouldn't even have to care about Clementine's underlings then. Since he could just smash them all apart with a finger. He would also be able to obtain the legacy artifacts of the 3 upper zones with much more ease. But he shook his head. He won't be letting things go that easy. Hansu couldn't imagine Clementine saying something like, how could you become so strong? Even if he didn't break the limits. Clementine would have done something. Even if it destroyed the entire other verse, Clementine would stop him. And what use would that be? He would need to face the abyss alone at that point. We will see. As to how you prepared. Chiajijiaik. As he looked towards the elevator's door with the hammer in his hand. GGGGGGKKKKNG. The giant elevator made huge noises as it slowed down. Meaning it had arrived at the 5th zone, the blue zone. Rumble. The white inner walls of the elevator opened up. But at that moment. Swoosh. Kiriel was shocked at the sudden loss of air. What the, it's a vacuum. It felt like the windows of an airplane had popped off. And not only that. Whoosh. An intense wave of heat smashed against them. Kiriel frowned at this horrific environment. No matter how strong she had become, she was still a human. Though she wouldn't die immediately from a vacuum, if this situation continued for a long time then her ability to fight would naturally decrease. I didn't learn any survival-related skills, damn. What the hell happened to the 5th zone? Since she had come after everything had settled, she didn't know what the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th zones had been like, but she still knew that they hadn't been this harsh. But as Kiriel was still reeling from this current situation. A translucent aura came out from Hansu's body and surrounded both of their bodies. The surrounding air became much more bearable. The intense heat died down as the oxygen was compressed around their bodies. And Kiriel looked at Hansu in shock as she felt the strong amount of life aura within the colorless aura. This is the spirit, An ability she had not received because the people before her had caused a ruckus. He protected me. He. Kiriel stared at Hansu with a smile, but then quickly woke up from her stupor. This wasn't the right time for such a thing. Boom. A red light exploded out from Kiriel's body. A detection-type skill mixed in with her trait. Though she wouldn't be able to read too deeply like this, she could still read a large area around her. It was the best method for finding ambushes or traps. SSSSS. But Kiriel shook her head as she scanned the area. There's nothing. There were no ambushes set up. Hansu took a glance at Kiriel's shocked expression, and then turned around. Towards the distant sky. And Kiriel freaked out even more as she looked at the sky. What is this place? Kiriel frowned as she walked out from the elevator, looking intently at the sky. A completely dark sky. Night. No. This wasn't nighttime. At this moment, Hansu spoke out. The protective barrier broke. A translucent blue barrier was covering the entire sky as if it were trying to defend against the darkness. The issue was that this blue barrier was not complete. The blue barrier that had been made from tens of thousands of giant hexagonal shapes had hundreds of its hexagons broken or missing. And through those holes, the air was continuously being sucked out. And in the process, also brought in heat. Kiriel realized the situation as she looked at the giant barrier and the scene below. What is this place? Is it like a moon? No, it's not a moon. Is it a space station? Kiriel mumbled to herself as she looked around. The entire floor was made of artificial materials like steel, so it couldn't be a moon. But there was only a broken down city above that ground. The metal shelters were melting down from the heat, seeping in through the holes in the barrier. This is a place where humans live? Damn, was this the original difficulty of the blue zone? As Kiriel mumbled at the extremely artificial-looking world that didn't have a single trace of a human, Hansu was also lost in thought. That's not breakable. That would be too much, even for Clementine. Even though Clementine was a handful, the original rulers should be in this zone. The owners of the yellow zone were the sages, followed by the higher races. And the owner of the green zone was Tiamat. Then there was also the owner of the fifth zone. The Machine King. That was what his friends had called him in the past. Melchizedek. I guess I'll need to figure out why that thing broke. Hansu mumbled as he glanced at the giant space colony that should have been under the control of Melchizedek as Kiriel curiously swept through the area. Reincarnator, Chapter 339, Main Research Center, 1. Can you read anything? Hansu asked Kiriel, who continued to stay focused with her hand on the ground. Please, wait a moment. She hadn't been able to read anything with her area skill. Which meant that nothing had happened recently, at least. SSSSSSS. As the range decreased and the effectiveness multiplied, she was able to delve deeper and read even more memories. Kiriel started off from the most recent event near the elevator and started to read through them. Soon. What is this? Kiriel started to frown. Damn it. Run. Bastards. You attack us from behind after forming an alliance. Please. Please don't leave me behind, please. Countless strange attacks were flying around the elevator and turning the whole place into a mess. Crunch. Crack. What? Because the attackers hadn't reached the land she was reading, she couldn't figure out their identities. She could only see the countless adventurers being killed off like flies from those strange attacks. But soon she realized that she didn't really need to read the memories of other areas. Boom. Boom. She could feel the vibrations of the ground getting stronger. Which meant that something was coming. Something was coming to crush those adventurers that were running away. But as Kiriel continued to read the memory. Whoosh. Someone was pulling strongly on the back of her clothes. AHH. Because of the external stimulus, her psychometry was shattered and she was forced back out into reality. Damn. I almost saw it. So close. But as she turned around. Boom. The ground exploded right where she'd been standing. Kiriel frowned at the beam attack that was exactly the same as the one she'd seen in the memories. Indeed, her guard had been down because she'd been using her psychometry. She wouldn't die from it, but it was clear that an attack of this level would hurt her to some degree. But as Kiriel quickly activated her skills to defend against the fragments and the flames that came from the explosion, somebody was already standing before her. Titing. Hansu had pulled Kiriel behind him and deflected most of the damage with the hammer. Rumble. This is the spirit, huh? How useful. Kiriel looked at Hansu absorbing the residual flames into his body, but then turned to the thing that had attacked her in the first place. A robot. Eeing. Kaka. She'd thought it would be an abyssal beast or an underling of Clementine. But the thing that was actually coming towards her was a robot. Rumble. It looked like a construction machine all clad in some metal alloy. The laser beam weapon that had attacked her was attached on top of it, alongside a cannon. Overall, it looked very similar to a tank. Rumbling. Though the 10-meter-tall giant machine approaching her looked quite threatening, her expression remained indifferent. How boring. Kiriel cracked her knuckles and surrounded herself in flames as she mumbled. The fifth zone. A giant metal city, and the giant barrier that surrounded it. The extremely advanced technology. She expected everything within this place to fit the look of its surroundings. But what the hell was this? It just looks very generic. Even the Akados of the second zone look more advanced than this. Kiriel sighed as she thought of the silver androids controlled by Guanye, the lord of the second zone. Kiyeyeing. Energy started to gather at the giant cannon on top of the machine. Boom. It fired towards the humans that still hadn't run away even after seeing it. The energy was so violent that the attack had melted down the surrounding land, destroying the debris. Wow, that's a bit strong. Though it looked lame, its might was dimensions apart from the Akados. But Kiriel only shrugged her shoulders as she took something out from her pocket. Whoosh. Kiriel used the object to quickly draw lines in the air. And as the beam smashed against the space Kiriel had just been drawing on. Clonk. The laser split into two halves and flew past her, exploding in the space behind her. Boom. Kiriel used the force of the explosion to accelerate her charge forwards and drew a vertical line. And as the object in Kiriel's hand cut through the air. Clank. The huge metal robot split in half, its two parts falling down. Kairururuk. The tank struggled and made strange noises as it attempted to turn its cannon to attack again, but it was futile. Deep within its metal walls, the tank's core had been split apart as well. And with a final groan, the tank soon stopped moving. Kiriel checked the insides to see if anybody was riding it, but it was empty. A robot is indeed a robot. But damn, this is a really good one. Kiriel looked at the object in her hand in shock. Arkaroe's Fang. It was only the Arkaroe's Fang in name, but its might was actually countless times stronger than the fangs of an Arkaroe itself. It was capable of splitting the air apart and deflected light. Unlike its noble appearance, which resembled an ivory tusk, the might hidden within it was no joke. That fairy was one hell of a nuisance in the tutorial, but at least they're properly giving out rewards, huh? Kiriel rubbed the fang's soft curves as she looked towards Hansu. He fought even harder than me, so he should have received a better reward than mine, but he only got part of an artifact. Kiriel tried to imagine what it would look like once it was completed, and then spoke to Hansu. Looks like this is all there is to it. I think these are the ones that roam around this area. These things were more than strong enough to threaten normal adventurers, but they were a bit lacking when it came to transcendence like herself. Reading this thing's memories should help out at least. Maybe she'd find a clue as to why that barrier had broken apart. Kiyeing. Ugh. Kiriel's expression turned unsightly as she read the memory. And Hansu chuckled while watching her. If it's a common weapon then it'll only be useful once it's mass-produced. Ah. Rumble. Clank. Clank. Even before Kiriel could freak out at the hundreds of machines she had seen in the memories, those exact machines had already gathered around them. Kiyoying. ZZZZMMMM. The Melchizdek's machines had gathered after receiving the distress signal of the machine that Kiriel had just destroyed. And the first thing they did was gather energy to attack the two of them. Let's see. Boom. As Hansu smashed the Mjolnir into the ground, a giant bolt of lightning smashed down from the sky, creating a pillar of lightning. Rumbling. Hansu started to think about his next step as he swept apart the attacks of the countless machines with the lightning pillar. No matter what happened here, he just needed to accomplish his job. I need to sweep away Melchizdek. He always had to remember his job. His goal was to win. And the first requirement to achieve his goal was annihilation of all obstacles that could deter his path towards that victory. The strength in his hands was all for this goal. The Machine King, driven by his greed for material objects and information, wouldn't be an exception to this as well. He wanted to avoid it if possible, but he had been attacked the second he encountered his underlings. And this would not end until he smashed apart Melchizdek's main body located somewhere within the 5th zone. Where could he be? Hansu looked around in various directions and mumbled. It doesn't seem like it would be on the 1st floor. The chances of Melchizdek being on the 1st floor were very low. But these soldiers were reacting way too violently. There were way more of them than usual as well. Of course, it wouldn't be weird for it to be in the 1st floor. Despite being a machine, Melchizdek was a curious being that pretended to be a human as it roamed around the entire zone. And if it was on the 1st floor, there was only one place it would go to. The main research center. SSSSSS. Hansu mumbled, and with a sweep of his pandemic blade, he melted over 20 of the robots. He realized something after looking around. In this giant metal city that was divided into various sectors with different facilities and functions, this place was where the main research center was located. Of course, this was something the humans had named it, but the name was very fitting. If he's here, then, jackpot. It would be even better if Melchizdek didn't bring his elite soldiers with it, but just being near his current location was good enough. Since it would be much better than if it hid behind its. If I can find him while I'm cleaning up these pieces of garbage, then, that really is a jackpot. As he focused, Hansu thought of Melchizdek, who reminded him of an innocent child. Then. Chiajijijiak. A dark aura started to gather around the tip of Mjolnir. The 9-Dragon Spear. Of course, the name was because the creator of the skill was somebody who wielded a spear. The important thing wasn't the name, but how the skill itself worked. A skill which squeezed every drop of strength in its user's body, including the user's instinctive struggle for survival during its use, and then turned that strength into a destructive form of energy that smashed apart the user's foe. Every time another dragon was added, the pain one felt throughout their body was multiplied. A skill which stacked the energy that was extracted out from the body through this process and used it to destroy one's foes. This was the 9-Dragon Spear. Which meant that as long as one understood the method behind the extraction of strength, and how the energy was gathered, it didn't matter what weapon was used. Quiodke. Swish. 4 dragons rushed out from Hansu's heart and started to intermingle with the lightning within the Mjolnir. It wasn't that 4 was his limit. But rather that 4 was more than enough. Hansu lifted the hammer surrounded by black lightning and smashed it into the ground. And the moment the hammer collided with the metallic land. Boom. The black lightning rode through the ground and started to spread out. Like countless dragons charging towards their enemies. ZZZZZZTTT. Boom. The streaks of black lightning swam through the land and smashed into the robots, blowing them up and melting them down. It was like watching countless dragons chewing apart their prey. Rumble. Boom. Whoa. Kiriel split apart the robots one by one, dazedly looked at the scene where hundreds of robots were destroyed in an instant. But there were another set of eyes that were watching the scene as well. What the hell is that? Rumble. 17 kilometers away from the elevator. A man, who was lying between the buildings and watching the elevator, freaked out at the scene where hundreds of AR-1121s were being destroyed. Though they were mass-produced, those things weren't so weak that they could be destroyed that easily. Another man, who had been standing next to him, asked with a stern expression. Do you think he came down from above? Or came up from below? How would I know? After hearing the annoyed voice of the man who was on the ground, the man with the stern expression frowned. You mean we'll have to meet them to find out? Are you going to make contact? That man was too strong for them to just ignore and continue on with what they'd been doing. The man on the ground, who seemed to be the leader, frowned at the words of his underling. Reincarnator, Chapter 340, Main Research Center, 2. Kiyoying. After seeing their comrades being destroyed, countless more unmanned robots rushed to this location and started to search. Kiruk. Their goal was to collect intel regarding their mysterious opponent. They were coded to collect intel throughout the entire research center, but once attacked, they would gather in order to destroy or capture their foe. Though the sensors above the modules were working at full power to find the 2 intruders, it was all futile. After inspecting its destroyed comrade, the AR-1121 picked it up and started to move away. It assumed the intruder had fled to another location. It would be able to gather a bit of intel after it looked through the debris. And right next to them, there were 2 pairs of eyes that were watching these robots returning to their original positions. This is much better. Hansu nodded as he looked at the thin barrier surrounding him and Kiriel. And Kiriel smiled proudly. It's something the mages of the kingdoms were using, but it seemed useful, so I learned it. I was able to hide from the Ark ROA, and even from the one who created the various transcendents. Hansu's brows rose up. He had always wondered how she'd roamed around without being detected by the others, but it looked like this was how she had done it. It still shouldn't have been that easy. Her methods were indeed above the norm, and her talents were naturally not inferior to the Chaldean in the past. Anyway, where do we go now? Kiriel asked Hansu, looking around the vast, artificial land. It's too wide. If she were to read everything with her psychometry, she would burn out very quickly. She didn't know what she had to look for as well. Right. Do I have to tell her? Hansu thought to himself. If they were going to continue traveling, there was a need for him to tell her that he had come from the future. Otherwise, she would question him every time he did something strange. It might even cause confusion during a decisive moment, since Kiriel wouldn't understand why he was doing certain things. But even before Hansu could finish his thoughts, Kiriel asked him a question, with eyes full of expectation. Hurry and show me. I heard you have a weird superpower, right? Did she see that too? He had heard that she'd researched him, but it looked like she'd also seen the lies he'd made in the past. Hansu chuckled at Kiriel's puppy-like eyes and pointed towards a direction. Let's go that way then. And Kiriel smiled at Hansu's actions. This world was a new, unknown world. Nobody knew where they were, and they didn't know what they would encounter or where they had to go. But a trait that showed them the path in a situation like this? Wasn't that the best trait in a leader one could ask for? And his goal was cool too. Saving all of mankind. I'm going to follow him until the end. Kiriel tightly grasped the fang in her hand as she quickly followed Hansu from behind. It seems everything was destroyed. Who lived here in the past? Kiriel mumbled as she ran past countless metal buildings. It was strange. Robots wouldn't live in such places. And the half-destroyed barrier in the sky had also proved something. There was something that needed that exact barrier. But strangely, there wasn't a single trace of a human being in this vast land. Only the metal robots that roamed from place to place while making strange noises. Ugh. Kiriel looked around at the tank-like robots, who all seemed to be running around in a hectic state because of their intrusion. SSSSSK. What the hell? Kiriel frowned at the minute and invisible wave that made contact with her own barrier. This was a detection skill. Quite a high-leveled one too. No, it's not just a skill. What is this? One thing was clear at least, they had been found. Swoosh. A man appeared from where the wave had originated from in the distance. Right where they were heading towards. And the man was holding onto a strange rod-like object in his hands. Chiajijik. That. He mixed his skill with that. She wondered how he detected her through her barrier, but he'd apparently mixed his skill with a strange object. The man wore a necklace, which suddenly created a strange, translucent bubble that surrounded his head. Something that allowed him to maintain his fighting abilities in a land that had no oxygen to breathe. Kiriel started to get curious as she watched the man. He seemed to be clad in various items that looked different from normal artifacts. Were you always able to mix skills with technology? That thing looked extremely useful. Though the skills looked magical, there were a lot of cases where they fell short. Most of them were very inefficient if they couldn't be used in direct combat or for survival. And as if feeling Kiriel's eyes on him, the man shouted out towards Kiriel and Hansu. Wait. Please wait a moment. Kiriel stopped after hearing the man's shout, and asked Hansu. What shall we do? She was interested in the man already, but the man had come to find them instead. And the man was in quite a perilous situation as well. Kirike. Damn it. The surrounding robots had heard the man's shouts and were gathering towards this area. Apparently, he had come outside even after knowing that it would be dangerous. Hansu pondered for a moment at Kiriel's words, but then nodded. Let's hear him out at least. The scene from the memory Kiriel had told him about kept on bugging him. And he also wondered why the giant barrier in the sky had broken apart. Intel was better the more one had, and somebody who'd been here longer would definitely know more than they did. Kiriel chuckled as she nodded. It looks like we'll need to rescue him first. The man was screaming while he fought the robots in the distance. Ah. Boom. She and Hansu couldn't be seen by the robots since they were behind her barrier that hid them. So all their attention and attacks had been focused on the man. Hansu nodded at Kiriel's words as he watched the man who was barely dodging the various attacks that flew towards him. I'll do it. Then. SSSSSS. A massive red cloud started to appear around Hansu's body. Ha, HAAA. Thank you. The man gasped for breath after reaching the barrier Kiriel had set up. Kiriel mumbled to herself as she looked at the man's appearance. Whoa. What a hottie. His looks were comparable to some famous superstar. But Kiriel moved her eyes away from his face. The various machinery the man had on his body was more interesting to her than his face. What are all these things? She wasn't an engineer to begin with, so she couldn't figure out with a single glance how he used his machinery nor how they were created. But there was no need for her to know all those details. She just needed to know how to use them, and what effect they had. And her trade was perfect for such a thing. Let's see. Keying. As Kiriel activated her psychometry to read the memories. Hansu spoke to the man, who was still gasping for breath. Why did you call out to us? The man looked into Hansu's eyes and said. What else? I was asking for help. Kiriel clenched her teeth as she used a touch of her psychometry. She had expected this to some degree. Since she and Hansu had shown off their prowess already, anyone who came to find them would be coming for that exact reason. But what gall? AB. Is he not scared? Those looks might be able to subdue the rage of some females, but it wouldn't be that useful against another man. But Hansu looked at the man in amusement. He could see the man had something backing his arrogance. And the man saw Hansu's gaze and nodded. Good. We should all be helping each other out. I'm sure you won't lose out on this deal. Do you even know who we are? The man shrugged his shoulders. Well, I don't know who you are, but you are human. Since that crazy bastard Melchizedek betrayed the humans, we should be helping each other out. Betray. Kiriel was shocked. Betrayal. Had they been allies in the past? The man looked at Kiriel in shock. What a pretty girl. The man, Jack Hounder, smiled and replied kindly. Yes, betray. That bastard suggested we ally and then betrayed us the moment we agreed. Jack looked in the direction of the research center in the distance. Outer areas of the giant machine city. Rumble. A train-like object was quickly scouting through the perimeter of the city. But it didn't seem like a train for transferring people or cargo. The giant train racing through the metal ground was simply humongous. Rumble. The giant train charging over the ground was easily the size of a small island. And there were hundreds of buildings that had been built on top of that train. And in the middle of this train, within a giant building, rumble, a 2-meter-tall humanoid form was standing in the middle of a structure, which resembled a factory or research center. The man, who had been standing amidst the countless noisy machines, ignored the faint vibrations in the ground as he looked around. Though the various machines looked quite disorganized, the view from the man's position was quite a sight. To the left, there were thousands of test tubes which held countless humans. To the right of the man, there were factories that were quickly constructing things. Bubble bubble. The humans who looked to be sleeping peacefully were mostly in parts. Just the bottom half, the top half were just the arms and legs. The other parts had already melted down into the liquid. And these liquefied bodies were being sucked into a larger tube that was attached on top of the test tubes. SSSSS. The man, who had been staring at the factory, turned towards the liquids. Towards the direction where those liquids were heading to. The man looked at the giant aquarium located in front of him. The life form that was being created in the middle. The life form that was receiving the liquefied humans from the left, and nanomachines from the plant on the right. The man caressed the aquarium as he mumbled. A step towards unification. But this was not enough. He needed more. As fast as possible. As much as possible. The man then turned towards the elevator and smiled. Eh? Like seagulls or gall, like he has such balls. B he has LE balls. Reincarnator, Chapter 341, Main Research Center, 3. Rumble. You live hidden down there. Jack nodded at Kiriel who had been pointing towards the ruins in the distance. We have about 200 people managing the barrier to keep us hidden. It doesn't look like those robots know how to use skills proficiently yet. Well, they were borrowing the powers of the strange artifacts they had dug up from this place because their own skills weren't enough. Like the personal equipment that had helped him find these two just now. This is already good enough. Jack looked at the two people in front of him. If they could borrow their strength, who were both definitely transcendents, their situation would become much better. She doesn't really leave his side though. Jack made a dissatisfied expression as he looked at Kiriel. He hadn't seen a woman in so long. Plus she was such a beauty, but she was always on her guard against him. What's the point of being handsome anymore? He knew he was good looking, and he had lived a decent life up to this point. Until he reached the blue zone. Until Melchizedek betrayed them. It was mostly useless now. Since he couldn't attract any males with his looks. AB. Kiriel threw a question at Jack, who'd been looking her up and down. What happened? What about the alliance? With a sad expression, Jack shrugged his shoulders and said. This is what happens when you don't have the strength. I'll continue after we arrive. We're almost there. Jack then started to speed up. And Kiriel's curiosity only increased. She was actually the type that could not hold back her curiosity very well. The reason why she had searched around for information on Hansu was because of her curiosity as well. Whatever, I can just figure it out on my own. But as Kiriel lifted her hands up to use her psychometry, Jack raised both his hands and spoke out. Whoa, whoa. Please don't do that thing you did before. It feels a bit icky, so. We're almost here anyway. Oops. Kiriel made an embarrassed expression. Jack then jumped towards a specific location within the ruins. Then, several machines that were hidden within the ruins activated, and a blue light scanned all three of their bodies. Did-it-it-ick. But the moment the blue light scanned through Hansu and Kiriel, it turned red and made warning noises. Something vibrated beneath them. The hell is this? Kiriel frowned and looked at Hansu to see what they should do. Ah, these things are sensitive. Please relax. Jack lifted his palms again to calm them down, and then put in a few commands which caused the red light to turn back to blue. Soon. Rumble. A 10-meter-tall mechanical spider rose up from the ruins. MR4112. Ah, this is what vibrated under us just now, huh? Cheek. Kiriel mumbled as she looked at the giant machine spider, and as soon as it finished rising it then opened up its stomach for them to enter. There seemed to be weapons in the machine's 8 legs, and it was clear what this thing would have done if the light had remained red. It's a very rare thing you see. We were barely able to hack it so you guys won't be able to break this. Come on, let's get on. Rumbling. The spider, after taking in the three of them, started to dig through the metal debris and into the ground. It soon disappeared without a trace as it headed deeper and deeper underground. Rumble. The spider shot beams from its legs to melt down the path, and it only stopped after it melted down a 13-meter-tall metal wall to make an entrance. Rumbling. The stomach of the mechanical spider opened up, and light entered the space the trio were in. And Kiriel was shocked at the scene that unfolded before her eyes. It's quite well decorated. The giant shelter clearly showed traces of humans having lived here. The giant shelter, which was the size of a few sports fields combined, had countless tunnels for things to enter and leave through. Some strange machines were digging out materials as they entered and left through these passages as well. What is that? Dirt. Or. Kiriel grew curious as she looked at the construction machines moving in strange materials from the tunnels. Of course, it wouldn't be weird if they were or dirt. Since this place wasn't really a satellite, but rather a structure built on top of a moon from what she could see. But the important thing was why they were digging holes at a time like this. What the hell are they doing? But as Kiriel was lost in confusion. A small group of people quickly walked towards Hansu and Kiriel. 20 or so people who were also clad in strange artifacts like Jack. Once the group arrived in front of them, a large, blond man standing in the front extended his hand and greeted them. Greetings. I am called Samuel. He seems to be the leader of their group. Kiriel mumbled to herself. He hadn't really said he was the leader, but it was clear after looking at the surrounding people. That he was the leader of this place. Well, he might not be as well. Samuel continued to speak to Kiriel and Hansu. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Samuel's attitude was full of caution. He had to be, since he was dealing with transcendents. Monsters who had broken past the limits of humankind. If they could just help us out a bit. It was too late to say these words. Hansu spoke coldly to Samuel, who had been looking at him with a perplexed gaze. Let's get to the main point. It doesn't look like we have a lot of time. Samuel nodded. I've asked you guys to come here to make an alliance. You won't lose out, I promise. Hansu continued to speak. First, tell me your objective. Kiriel nodded. She and Hansu had come here because of their curiosity, but these people's stories were different. For them to suggest an alliance like this, despite knowing how strong she and Hansu were? What if they were insane like Zeus, and were thinking about turning all these people into slaves? Would they have dared to invite them here? Samuel smiled. Is your goal the research center? Hansu replied with silence. It seems they've been watching us longer than we expected. Even transcendents couldn't watch over someone from dozens of kilometers away. Which meant that they deduced that his goal was the research center from the direction he had taken. Samuel checked that his thoughts were correct from Hansu's expression, and then confidently continued. And you guys should have come down from above, since that's the only way for you guys to know the location. Not really. Kiriel made a strange expression. This Samuel guy was acting as if he knew everything, but it didn't seem like that was the case. Well, with a strange trait like that, it's easy to misunderstand. Kiriel mumbled as she thought of Hansu's trait. They'd been running towards their objective without a break. A very important sounding location. Nobody would suspect that they'd come from below like this. Since it was impossible for someone to go straight towards their objective if they didn't even know where they were heading to. So the place we were heading to is called the research center, huh? She hadn't actually known the location since she was just following Hansu's trait. Kiriel pondered for a moment and decided just to stay quiet. A misunderstanding had its uses. But unlike Kiriel's thoughts, Hansu just replied bluntly. You're wrong. We came from below. What? Aren't you here to reclaim the research center after failing to do it last time? But as Hansu shook his head, Samuel's expression turned into one of confusion. No way. How did they know how to get to the research center after coming from below? The main research center was continuously in motion. If one didn't know its path, then it would be impossible to find it. Even if they were to pick up hints left behind another, it wouldn't be possible to do such a thing. As Samuel was lost in confusion, Hansu continued to speak. But you're half correct. I've never failed in reclaiming the research center, but I have indeed come for it this time. Samuel's confusion grew. To come up from below to attack the research center? How did he know about this? It was too unbelievable to be a lie. What's his objective? For them to have come from below. Then the story had changed a little. But Hansu chuckled at Samuel's perplexed expression. We don't really care much anyway. We can just leave if we want to. So show us what you're hiding, because I don't believe this is all you have to ask for an alliance. Hansu looked around. About 1,000 people were scattered around this place. Though it was a large force, it was nowhere near enough people to attack the research center. But they hadn't pleaded for help, but had asked for an alliance instead. Which meant that had something to back themselves up. If they don't have anything that is worth our time, then, there's no need to form an alliance. Their objective also seemed to be the research center. He didn't know why they wanted to take over that place, but if they had no cards to deal with, it was better for him to move as a duo with Kiriel for efficiency's sake. After a short pause, Samuel nodded. Yeah, our objectives are the same. Letting the two of them in without a detailed investigation had been a mistake. But this could also give them a chance. This way. Jack, lead them well. Samuel then walked away towards a tunnel. Hansu and Kiriel shrugged at each other and followed suit. Rumble. Are there no females here? Everyone they had seen on the way were men. Seconds 141. As Kiriel was walking through the tunnels where the construction robots were digging things up, Samuel spoke up from the front. It was as if he was trying to make some small talk to get rid of the silence. Do you know what this facility was made for? This shelter, you mean? Samuel shook his head. This giant base in general. The fifth zone, the blue zone of the past. This entire moon is the fifth zone. It was a moon base, huh? But of course, she couldn't figure out why this base had been made. Samuel smiled, then continued to speak. This giant moon base was said to have been built in order to research sleeping beneath this place. It was all for that purpose. Samuel mumbled as he thought of the giant base of the moon. Asterisk in Korean, the term, pronounced Wisung, can both mean a satellite and a moon, or anything that really floats around a planet. The author seems to use them interchangeably, so I had to infer from the surrounding context. It seems to me that this giant body of mass in space is not a moon, but some form of asteroid. But since the author described it as the size of a moon, I assume it is the Earth's moon. I'll just translate it as the moon. P.S. Information may get changed with future context. A or can he? B. Hey. Don't raise my hopes. Reincarnator, Chapter 342, Refinement, 1. Analyzing, complete. The Research Center. The giant Central Intelligence let out a line of words after researching the debris of the robots that had been destroyed by Hansu's attacks. The intelligence, which had been gently stroking the broken robot parts like a mother would do to a child, started to compile a list of results from the research. Kiriririk. The traces of strength left behind on the remains of its creations. There was always a unique aura behind every attack. And this differed from the user's strength, traits, and personality. If one could find that aura, then it was just a matter of time before they found the owner. The Central Intelligence started to send out commands to every single one of its underlings. Then. Kiriririk. The scanning modules of the robots closest to the intelligence started to change. And they were now programmed to search and identify that brand new and alluring aura that had destroyed its comrades. Samuel smiled as he continued to guide Hansu and Kiriel. This place we're living in was also used to research the base as well. The previous inhabitants had all disappeared for some reason. The only robots still in operation were those that had been ordered to dig. And the people who had run away after Melchizedek's betrayal had found a ray of hope in this exact location. A ray of hope telling them that they might be able to beat those metal cans. But the most important thing right now was rescuing the females that had been captured and taken to the research center. This is turning me insane. Samuel mumbled. Believe it or not, the lack of women in this already hell-like place made it even worse. He'd been thankful in the past when Melchizedek had ignored them and targeted only the females, but now he deeply regretted not saving those females after spending so many days with just men. Gulp. Samuel was embarrassed that Kiriel kept smirking at him. He'd been staring at her beauty, which had rarely been seen even in the shelter in the past. It had been so long since he had seen a woman, he had subconsciously gulped at the sight of her. Well, at least they don't seem like the violent type. Samuel sighed in relief when Kiriel started ignoring him as if she was used to it. If these guys were the violent type, then there was a high chance that his head would have flown off already. Well, if they were like that, then I wouldn't even have made contact with them in the first place. Jack had a trait that could read a person's emotions and their evil thoughts, and since he'd already checked them out, it was all good. It had been a dangerous mission, but he'd succeeded. The duo looked quite safe from afar, and he'd felt a sense of urgency. With the combination of his good looks and his trait, he had bewitched countless women in the past. And after seeing such a beauty, he could barely hold himself in check. So, what's actually below this place? Kiriel asked curiously, looking back and forth between Jack and Samuel. She didn't care that Samuel had stopped talking to think, but she was still curious. And Samuel merely replied with a blank expression. We don't know, but it should be amazing. You don't know. Samuel blushed again as Kiriel's brows rose up, and he quickly tried to explain. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of such a beauty. Of course. Since such an advanced civilization was working this hard to dig it out, shouldn't it be amazing? He wasn't basing his confidence just on this assumption. The original inhabitants of this so-called excavation center had actually left behind a record. A record stating that if one can excavate the hidden weapon below the space, then they would have a chance to save their actual planet. Yeah. Samuel smiled confidently. He didn't know why these two were heading towards the research center, but only an insane maniac would approach that place because it had the tightest defenses of any structure in this entire floor. Which meant that they had a specific goal to achieve. The other Transcendents had acted like that as well. Transcendents could not be born without desire. Samuel knew that these people would help them out. You guys need slaves as well, so we will gladly fill that role. He'd never even dreamed of being able to control these two. Their levels of strength were dimensions apart. He only wished for one thing. And that was for these guys to take them in. He could guarantee that their group was quite useful. Since strength wasn't the only thing that one needed to survive in this world. So he had called out to these two. To give them what they'd been searching for and gaining protection in return. And these two weren't dangerous, at least according to Jack, so it was fine for now. Escaping this damned shelter was the most important thing. The robots were getting closer and closer to finding them, and being stuck in this underground shelter was becoming increasingly unbearable. It would be nice to monopolize the unknown weapon hidden below, but Samuel wasn't confident enough in the weapon for him to go all out against those robots. They needed a shield. Like the ones they had in the past. Before Melchizedek betrayed them. It was nice when they protected us. As Samuel grit his teeth at the thought of those Transcendents who'd left them behind and gone up. Hansu organized his thoughts and asked a question. Are there perhaps any abyssal beings living in the tunnels? And Samuel smirked inwardly at this question. He clearly knew why Hansu was asking such a question. Even a powerful person like him is trying to avoid fighting, huh? Well, it would be weird if he was actively looking for a fight. Why would they bother fighting if they could actually retrieve that weapon? Samuel continued to explain. It hurt his pride, but he needed to make themselves look good. Don't worry. We are doing our best to keep ourselves hidden. Almost 200 people are sustaining the barrier, and we're even using artifacts to reinforce it. How could the abyssal beings find us when even Melchizedek cannot? They had always been meticulous about staying hidden in case of the scouting machines. Also they could dig out that precious weapon buried below. And if they can help us, it would be faster. Although they'd been digging at a good pace until now, they had started to encounter the harder, rocky layers, and could only dig out a few dozen meters in a day. But if these two could help them out, it would only take an instant to finish. Samuel smiled as he thought of the mutual benefits for both parties. But Hansu seemed to have lost interest as he said. We're leaving. Yes. Huh. Kiriel nodded, a bored expression already on her face, and Samuel was left flustered at what had just happened. Huh, why? Rumbly. Annoying. Kiriel looked at the small group of males following her and Hansu. Are you coming with us? And Jack, who'd been leading the group next to Kiriel, nodded. Yes, we plan to. You aren't expecting us to protect you, right? Jack shook his head. No, no. We'll manage our own work ourselves. I'm sure we can be of help. Jack looked back at the shelter that he'd once placed so much hope on. It was now far behind them. In the past, he had once thought of that shelter as their final ray of hope. He knew that as long as they could dig out whatever was below it, they would gain the chance to get back at the metal cans. But not anymore. From their reactions, there's a chance that the thing hidden below won't be as amazing as we expected. Jack thought to himself as he looked at the duo. Those two people were moving around as if they already knew a lot about this place. And he had lost all interest after hearing their words. The thing hidden below might be something his group would find amazing. But it seemed like it wouldn't be for these two Transcendents. Logically speaking, shouldn't they stick with the stronger side then? Samuel couldn't bear to give up the shelter, and so he had stayed behind. But Jack couldn't let this opportunity go. But at least he'd stayed loyal. When Jack had been about to leave, Samuel had said. Please. It's okay to leave, but please do keep quiet about this. If he had voiced out his thoughts on the way out, there would be many more following the two of them. At least half of them would. Of course, he never planned to say anything, even without Samuel's plea. Since it wouldn't be good for him either if more competitors came along. I cannot let this woman go. Jack stared at Kiriel. It was a chance of a lifetime. Blinding beauty and earth-shaking strength. If such a powerful and beautiful woman were to protect him, the probability of him surviving in the future would become much higher. And it wouldn't be a bad choice for the woman as well. It was a bit too much for him to say with his own mouth, but he was one heck of a hunk. He had almost never failed at getting a girl in the past. His face was more than enough, but his trait, which allowed him to read a woman's emotions, was basically made to bewitch women. Kiriel shrugged at Jack and looked to Hansu. As if she was asking Hansu if this was fine. Hansu looked at Jack and said, "Go back. It's not too late." But Jack shook his head. He could not let this chance go, and he knew a small fact about the robots. We can protect ourselves. Just leave us behind if we become a nuisance, we aren't that selfish. He wasn't sticking around for no reason. The artificial robots naturally aimed for stronger beings. Which meant that this was safer for them. While the two of them distracted the robots, their group could just fight the weaker ones or stay hidden. He just needed to hold on until he established a good relationship with that woman. Trust me. I won't be in any danger. But something came into Jack's eyes, and he laughed to himself. What is that? Jack frowned at Hansu, who was opening and closing his hands. It seemed like Hansu was measuring something. Reincarnator, Chapter 343, Refinement, 2. What is he doing? That's bothering me. Jack continued looking at Hansu strangely. For some reason, he was bothered by Hansu's hands. But he didn't show it, of course. I'm not that much of an amateur. Jack thought. He'd realized something after living with a trait that read a person's emotions. That a person needed to be slightly different inwardly and outwardly. If their inside thoughts and actual actions were the same, then they lost the barrier that protected them. Anyone would be able to read them and guess their next actions and thoughts. And he had seen quite a lot of people fall into despair when that happened. Oh well, I guess I'll be friendly with you too. Just a curious thought, why did you just leave? Is it because a weapon like that is useless once you're that strong? He didn't really like hanging out with other men, but there was no harm in becoming acquainted with someone as strong as Hansu. And so he had asked. He was a bit curious too. As to why Hansu had thrown away that weapon. Hansu shook his head. No, it's not because of that. What the hell? As Jack frowned. Hansu smiled and continued to speak. Do you know what Melchizedek wants? No. How could I? And how could you? Hansu had said that the two of them had come from below. How could such people know about Melchizedek's thoughts? He only knew one thing about Melchizedek. If there weren't any transcendents around, it would attack them without a single thought. From what he'd heard, there were two transcendents that were leagues above others of their kind at the top of the fifth zone. If they didn't exist, then Melchizedek wouldn't even have suggested an alliance in the first place. Damn. Why did they go up? He wishes to win this battle. Against us. Hansu shook his head. He had been able to chat with Melchizedek in the past. Before it had become violent. When it had still treated humans favorably. I despise the ones who sent me here. Hansu looked towards the sky. At a planet, which was countless times larger than this moon. It seemed tiny because it was so far from where they stood. He looked at several other moons orbiting around the planet. Moons with other races that wouldn't have made contact with the humans if everything had stayed the same. Melchizedek's enemy was not the humans, but those who lived on that planet. And this was probably why he'd asked for an alliance. There is no point in wasting strength against the humans. But the current situation was now the exact opposite. Melchizedek and the Transcendents were at war. And all the Transcendents that used to be here had already gone up. Which meant one thing. One side had agitated the other first, and as a result, they had to fight with all they had. And Hansu could guess who had started this. Effing Clementine. It's as if you'd die if you remain still. Kiriel asked again in confusion. Why did they attack Melchizedek? There's nothing in it for them. At least the abyssal beings gave out crystals. There was nothing to gain from Melchizedek. At least from what she knew. But Hansu smiled. Even if there's nothing to take from the other, if your objectives are the same, then you're bound to fight sooner or later. At that moment. Rumble. A huge earthquake had started, causing all nearby objects to tremble vigorously. Jack and Kiriel looked around in shock. What the hell is this? As if a heart was beating. Vibrations started to occur in rhythmic intervals. Boom 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 boom. Huh. The entire moon trembled to the beat. As if something hidden inside was doing its best to escape. At that moment, Kiriel thought of the excavation center. The machines that were working crazily in an attempt to dig out the object that was hidden inside the moon. Then. Rumble. A tremendous earthquake occurred, countless times stronger than the one from before. You. Jack and the others tried their best to maintain their balance. A normal earthquake wouldn't really hurt the few of them who had transcended far past the limits of a human. Since even an earthquake measuring a magnitude 6 would only feel like a train passing nearby. But this was different. It felt as if the entire land itself was going to flip over, and a huge bomb was about to explode beneath them. And at that moment. Crack. Crackle. Clang. The ground, which was mostly composed of solid metal, started to crack and split. The barrier that was barely maintaining its shape in the sky was ripped apart, completely breaking down. The entire colony that had been built upon the moon started to collapse. The land itself was transforming. As if something that had been rolled up was now stretching itself out. What the F? Jack cursed inwardly. He'd managed to hold on by embedding his hands and feet into the metal. Crunch. Swish. The distant horizon rose up into the sky. And the huge, but still round, moon started to uncurl itself. Then. Boom. Something started to rise up from the city. Ah! Everyone panicked at seeing the metal spikes rising up from the ground. Well, they could only be described as spike-like. These so-called spikes were hundreds of meters tall and were spaced out every few kilometers or so. Each spike almost resembled a small mountain. Rumble. What in the world is going on? Kiriel freaked out at the huge spike rising up in front of them. It was like watching a mountain being born right before your eyes. And how can the ground stay intact after a thing like this pops through it? The countless artificial metal pieces that had covered the moon had all been shattered and shredded apart, and they were now floating up into the atmosphere. Past the now broken down barrier. We'll be flung off at this rate. As Kiriel freaked out from seeing her body rising alongside the spikes. Boom. Hold on to this thing. Hansu smashed his hand into the rising spike and shouted to the people around him. And everyone's expressions brightened up. Yes, that. Although the artificial metal plates may fly up, this spike wouldn't since it had come from below. Everyone brightened up, and they started to smash their hands into the spike as well. Crack. Crunch. Damn, this is really tough. Jack frowned at the pain in his hand after attempting to smash it into the spike. He thought he could easily hold onto it since Hansu's and Kiriel's hands had gone through it like it was tofu. Well, at least we're safe for now. Jack sighed in relief as he hung down from the spike which was gradually slowing its ascent. Rumble. After calming down, he was finally able to look around. And this was an amazing place to do it since he was a couple of kilometers in the air. Oh god. Jack freaked out as he looked around. The city that they'd just been in had been shredded apart. Of course, how could a city remain intact when the land beneath it had transformed and spread out? Plus these spikes. The force of these spikes rising up had caused all the remaining mass to fly up into the atmosphere. Far past the now ripped apart barrier. Rumble. And in the midst of this chaos. Roar. A huge roar rang out throughout the moon. Well, throughout the moon-like thing. Kiriel finally realized what the excavation center had been living on this whole time. And exactly what they had worked so hard to dig out. This isn't a moon. Yeah, it is a weapon though. A giant stingray-shaped monster had uncurled itself and was now flapping its wings, looking poised to traverse through space. But it didn't really look like a natural being. If it were, then it wouldn't have thousands of assault weapons attached to its back. These aren't spikes. They're cannons. Kiriel was freaking out. She'd used psychometry on the giant spike she was clinging to. The hole at the top of this so-called spike. And the artificial patterns on the interior walls of this cannon. Indeed. It is a weapon. Kiriel mumbled. It was a weapon. But it was not a sword or a gun like she'd initially imagined. Hansu mumbled to himself as he looked at the giant living weapon. This is just the beginning. The excavation center was digging at the wrong spot anyway. That was merely this lifeform's leather AB back. They might find its muscles or nerves, but they would never be able to get to the core. You need to dig for the head. Melchizedek and Clementine. One of the two had succeeded in taking over the control tower of this living weapon. Since the two would have warred with the other to take control. He'd be able to figure it out pretty soon anyway. Let's see. The planet that Nelkipa had been orbiting. And another weaponized moon that was orbiting the planet. As Hansu mumbled at the side of the main planet and the few other moons. Roar. The stingray started to fly towards a particular direction. Towards the bright red main planet. And Hansu smiled bitterly at this. I guess Melchizedek won. If it had been Clementine, then it would have headed towards the weaponized moon for him to take over the... But the result was the exact opposite. The Nelkipa was heading towards the main planet. And Hansu spoke out. Prepare for impact. Huh? As Kiriel asked. Hansu pointed towards the sky with a smile. This is just the beginning. They're not going to just sit around and watch. Then. Rumbling. From the surface of the main planet. Tens of thousands of small dots shone out as something shot out towards. This is the real war. What Melchizedek truly wanted. What the F? As Jack screamed. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-boom. A giant flaming pillar struck the surface of Nelkipa. A, is this correct? B, yes. Reincarnator, Chapter 344, Refinement, 3. Boom. Countless pillars of flames fell down from the sky and smashed into the ground. Boom. Boom. The few pieces of scrap and rubble left behind immediately evaporated into gas. They didn't even liquefy and instead had immediately turned into gas. Oh my god. Jack was in a daze as he stared at the super dense materials disappearing into nothing. The materials didn't even get hit directly yet. Ba-ba-boom. Tens of thousands of attacks were flying towards them, but the Nelkipa was so huge that those attacks had quite a distance between them before they struck down. But the issue lay somewhere else. Won't we all die at this rate? Roar. Jack shouted, listening to the giant roars of Nelkipa. Even if they didn't get hit by those attacks, would it matter? If this giant lifeform they were all standing on melted down, they would follow suit. Since they'd end up lost in space. And looking at the tens of thousands of attacks that were striking at them, that was actually a possibility. Even if the lifeform was the size of a moon, the attacks striking at them seemed to have the power to do so. But Hansu just pointed towards the ground below. Look below. And as Jack looked down, he couldn't believe his eyes. No way. SSSSSS. Beneath the melting and evaporating city. A bright land appeared. Well, the bright skin of the lifeform they were on the Nelkipa's back. Boom. Boom. Although countless pillars of flames were striking down at the ground, the Nelkipa's skin seemed to be fine. What? Kiriel was at a loss. Nelkipa's skin should not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. He knew this because the excavation center he had been living in was tasked with the job of digging into Nelkipa's skin. He hadn't known it was the skin back then, but because it consisted of metals and ores, he knew that even ordinary people like him could melt it down. Although the skin had grown increasingly harder the deeper they dug, they had managed to dig through the surface so it should have melted down at least. Jack focused his eyes on this strange sight, and then soon realized why the Nelkipa's bright skin could resist the attacks. That the bright blue layers, which they had believed to be veins of ore, were transforming, resembling crystals or diamonds. Boom. As another attack smashed into the surface of Nelkipa, the several hundred meters of skin started to turn bright and shiny. It then dispersed, absorbed, and deflected almost every bit of the remaining fire. Like a drop of rain hitting an umbrella and sliding down, the countless pillars of flame could not penetrate into Nelkipa's skin and instead spread back into space. Ah. This is why Melchizedek wanted it? Boom. Boom. Hansa replied expressionlessly beside them as they watched the attacks raining down from above. Melchizedek wasn't stupid. It wouldn't start a war that it had no chances of winning against. Just Ankara's attacks alone weren't enough to stop Nelkipa. Kiriel looked confused as she asked Hansu. Who made this? She'd initially thought that this might be a natural-born creature, but her thoughts had now changed. Looking at everything from the cannons and the marks on the skin, it was clear that somebody had built this artificially. Hansu shrugged his shoulders at her words. How would I know? Rumble. Rumble. If they'd made this at the main planet, Ankara, they would have never set up an excavation center in the first place. Since there would have been no reason for the colony to investigate something they had made themselves. Of course, that wasn't the important thing in the current situation. Boom. Boom. Hansu looked at the raining attacks as he said. Let's go. Where? Jack replied with a heavy voice amidst the thundering booms. Where could they go in this current situation? Hansu replied. To the research center. As per our original plan. This giant creature, Nelkipa, was headed for the main planet. Under Melchizedek's control. If they left it alone, then it would definitely reach the and land on the planet. Then the true war would begin. Between the slowly accumulated forces of Melchizedek on the Nelkipa, and the race of Ankara who'd been tempered by countless battles and wars. I cannot let that happen. Hansu thought to himself. He could not. The fifth zone would become a true sea of flames at that point. Something much worse than this. This was just the beginning. This was not the most powerful attack that Ankara could send out. It was just the fastest and easiest method of attack, which is why they'd activated it the moment Nelkipa started to move. He needed to act before the war became more serious and more powerful weapons came into play. He needed to take control of this giant monster. And the easiest method was catching Melchizedek. Melchizedek's underlings were the ones that actually fought. Which meant Melchizedek should be at the topmost or the bottommost floor. Hostages have traditionally been proven to be useful. Since he didn't have the strength to go to the actual control center yet, this was the next best option. But there were clearly a few people who did not agree with him. What? Are you crazy? You don't even know if there's anything still there. Damn. Shouldn't we be heading to the elevator instead? Jack and the others who had followed Hansu shouted in objection. How would they know if anything remained of the research center? It should have been turned into a pile of dust by now. But Hansu only chuckled at them. I never told you follow me, right? And the research center should be fine. What? Before they could continue. I'm leaving. Let's go, Kiriel. Yes. Hansu loosened his hand and fell down to the ground a few kilometers beneath them. Boom. Crazy BAS. As Jack was at a loss watching Hansu and Kiriel falling down. One of the people who'd followed Jack asked from behind. What shall we do now? Whether they went to the elevator or followed them, going down was the first priority. Of course, he still had questions. The research center should be fine? What did he mean by that? But Jack soon pushed away that thought as he focused on getting back down to the ground. Boom. Boom. Ugh. Everyone focus on using ice-type skills and movement-type skills. Jack shouted out. The moment they returned to the ground, a blazing degree of heat smacked them right on their bodies. The metallic steam threatened to scorch their lungs, and the heat deflected from Nelkipa's bright skin threatened to cook the soles of their shoes. Of course, the attacks hadn't stopped either. Rumble. Jack watched the line of fire, calculated its trajectory and then shouted. Dodge. As soon as he shouted out, everyone activated their movement skills to the max and started to run away from their current positions. And as they escaped. Boom. The area surrounding their previous location had turned into a sea of fire several hundred meters wide. From the giant pillar of fire that had come down from the sky. Jeez. Despite dodging the fire, another wave of heat blasted down on their faces, so strong that it had almost destroyed their defensive skills. Jack started to frown. Damn. Thank God it moves in a straight line. It was an extremely fast attack, but due to the sheer distance of its origin, one could easily predict where it would land. If they couldn't, then they would be roasted whole by now. This would even destroy the robots as well. Should we just run to the elevator? Jack mumbled as he measured the heat on the ground. They wouldn't melt down from this heat, but these attacks were not something those robots could withstand. Which meant that even their tiny group would be able to get past the robots and reach the elevator. But, what do we do after we go up? This giant Nelkipa was the entire fifth zone. Even if they went up a floor, it was still above the Nelkipa. They wouldn't be able to dodge the flames anyway. And more than anything else, he could not give up on Kiriel. Where did they even go? Jack, completely bewitched by Kiriel, looked around to try and guess which direction she had gone. Boom. Clang. At that moment, they could hear the sounds of clashes in the distance. There. As Jack subconsciously followed the sound. Huh? You followed us. A voice could be heard through the metallic steam clouds. Whoa. Jack was shocked because he was still some distance away from the location of the sound. He had thought that they'd be fighting together. He saw that Kiriel was staring into the distance as if enchanted. What is she looking at? Boom. Boom. Something was fighting against something else and causing a huge ruckus. Who is he fighting with? The metallic steam and the powerful shockwaves had turned the surrounding air hazy. It was clear that the silhouette swinging the hammer around was Hansu, but he could not identify the other being that Hansu was fighting against. Then. Boom. F. Jack freaked out at the pillar of flame that was aiming straight at them. And shockingly, 3 of those pillars combined with one another, and their range had increased to the entire surroundings in its area. At this rate, that attack would hit everyone here. Damn, we have to dodge. Hey. Mr. Hansu. Dodge it. Boom. Boom. He shouted at Hansu, who was still fighting within the metallic steam, but Hansu didn't seem to hear as he continued to focus on attacking his opponent. Damn. He had shouted to help, but there was no way for him to drag Hansu out forcibly. Of course, he didn't want to do it either. He then grabbed Kiriel's wrist and pulled her back. Please. We have to move. And as if she understood his words, she moved back and out of range as well. Jack's expression brightened up. To him, it seemed like she had given Hansu up. Good. And as they all escaped the range of the attack. Boom. A giant pillar of flame crashed down from the sky, followed by blazing waves of heat that swept over them. Jack inwardly sighed in relief as he looked at the scene since Hansu should have been hit directly by it. Good. This is, for the better. It was sad that Hansu had died that way, but this was good. Since it wouldn't be good for him to follow that dumb bastard who'd insisted on going to the research center in a situation like this. If Hansu had died, then Kiriel wouldn't have anyone to rely on. He just needed to seduce her well and then take her up. Ta-da. As Jack thought to himself. Damn it. Kiriel's small words made Jack's eyes move towards the place where the flame pillar had been. She was still staring at the exact spot she had been in. And he freaked out. No way. Amidst the sea of flames, something was continuously regenerating and burning up as it stood up. With a more powerful and condensed aura than before. Like a blade that had been retempered and refined again. As Jack saw this scene, chills ran down his entire back. He didn't dodge on purpose. That insane bastard. Was that something a sane person would do? Jack continued to stare, at a loss for words. Reincarnator, Chapter 345, Refinement, 4. Boom. It continued to destroy and regenerate his body amidst the pillar of flame. The immortal soul squeezed out every drop of power in the body to save its owner. It frenziedly regenerated new tissue and burnt up pieces of bone. Rumble. As he grabbed the hammer again, Hansu felt that the immortal soul's mastery had risen by quite a bit. He didn't have the time to slowly raise its mastery. The war had begun, and he needed to stop it before it blew up completely. It would be nice if Melchizedek was on the first floor, but he had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. A scenario where he'd have to go up against Clementine and Melchizedek's underlings and forcibly take over the control center. It's not quite enough. Hansu mumbled as he felt the immortal soul's mastery level rising. This was a good method, but it wasn't enough. He needed a stronger opponent. Something that could push him beyond burning his flesh. Something that could push him to his limits. Well, they never died easily. There's a chance they can do that to me. Clank. Clang. Hansu tightened his grip on the hammer, mumbling to himself as he watched the 3 silhouettes walking out from the now dispersing pillar of flames. What the hell are those things? Kiriel mumbled as she looked at the 3 figures that were slowly walking towards Hansu. Are they transcendents as well? If Hansu, a transcendent, could withstand having flames melt down his skin, then the only reasonable explanation that his opponents could do the same must be because they were also transcendents. Maybe they were even stronger. They didn't seem the least bit injured from the flames that had even burned Hansu. At that moment, a thought flashed past Kiriel's head. 3-star transcendents. Shit. This isn't good. There were 3 of them as well. I must help. But as Kiriel was about to dash towards Hansu. Clang. The sound of something clashing with another rang throughout the air. Then. Swish. Something flew out at lightning speed and smashed onto the debris near Kiriel. Hansu. Kiriel dashed towards the pile of debris in dismay. But then her expression changed. Jjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjjj crawling out with broken limbs. She'd thought that it would be much stronger than Hansu since it had been able to withstand those flames. So she'd expected Hansu to be flung away. But in the end, the one sent flying had been one of the three beings that had walked towards him. The thing crawled out from the debris and stood up, looking at its right arm expressionlessly. Crunch. It snapped it off with its left arm, and then threw it to the ground. Chijijek. Machine? No, a cyborg. There was indeed flesh, muscle, and bones within the wound. But there were also strange machine parts in between the bits of organic matter. As though a human and a machine had been merged together. The mysterious being, who had just broken off his arm, looked around its surroundings. Then it flew towards Kiriel at a speed faster than when it had been flung away. Boom. Kiriel quickly reinforced the space around her body, and cut across the air with the Arkaroe's fang in her hand. Clank. As soon as the cyborg saw the fang, it raised its left arm as if it were trying to protect itself. Instantly, a translucent, hexagonal shield appeared in front of the cyborg. Boom. Inside the cyborg, strange nanobots vibrated as they supplied the shield with energy. Boom. The fang and the shield collided. They can even use skills. And what is that? Kiriel looked at the strange machine parts that were emitting light from the cyborg's hands. She had been envious of the strange tools that Jack had used in the past. But now it seemed like those were mere toys compared to the cyborg's contraptions. She looked at the cyborg's left arm which had been split apart by the fang, and then smiled. Good enough. Kiriel's expression lit up. It was not weak. It was stronger than normal transcendence because of its strange skills and advanced technology. It was at least several times stronger than those on the brink of being a one-star. But that was it. They may be a threat to normal adventurers, but they were still a level below her. But seriously, it's well designed. The strange machine parts and nanobots seemed to have been there since the cyborg's creation. They had strengthened its every movement and skill. Kiriel decided to slowly split it apart so she could analyze as much as she possible. But then, the normal adventurers accompanying Jack had been watching the scene in a daze, when suddenly they started to scream and run away. Damn. Kiriel had been slowly walking away as well, but now she clenched her teeth. She realized why they were acting this way. Whoosh. She could feel the heat of the flaming pillar as it descended. Power that could even melt down Hansu, who was countless times stronger than herself. If the pillar were to hit her, she would most likely end up half dead. Damn it. I might die. While Kiriel tried to run away from that location. Crunch. Crack. The cyborg she'd been fighting with had flung itself at her to hold her down. No. She tried to smash away the cyborg with the fang in her hands, but its spine seemed to hold some strange mechanism that activated a form of gravitational pull on Kiriel. Damn. Kiriel frowned as she penetrated the cyborg with the fang. Due to the differences in their strength, she'd been able to puncture a huge hole straight through its chest to its spine. But the cyborg ignored the blow as if it were unaffected by the pain, smashing its legs into the ground. Boom. Boom. The Nelkipa's skin was resistant to the flaming attacks, yet it could also be burrowed through with ease. The cyborg planted its feet deeply into the skin, effectively immobilizing its own body as well as Kiriel's movements. Damn it. Dodging the descending attack was now out of the question. Kiriel sank down to her knees as she looked at the flaming pillar. It was nearly above her head. Whoosh. Go. Something appeared by her side and smacked away the cyborg from holding her down, then pulled on her arm. Tonk. Kiriel flew backwards the moment the cyborg lost its grip. Boom. A huge pillar of flame slammed onto the spot where she'd been just moments ago. Hansu. Did he push me away? Kiriel found her balance and then stared at the flaming spot. Hansu had flung her away and received the attack instead. Clank. She heard the sound of something breaking again, and a figure flew out from the flames. Whoa. In a daze, Jack and the other adventurers stared at the figure coming out of the flames. Hansu walked out from the flames with the hammer in his hand. His muscles and skin were constantly being healed. Gee. The head of the cyborg, despite having received such damage, was constantly looking back and forth between Hansu and the surrounding people. Crunch. Hansu stomped over the cyborg's head as he spoke. Melchizedek prepared quite well. It even applied a repulsion coating. Kiriel then realized what was going on. As to how this thing, which was weaker than herself, had managed to withstand the heat that could even melt down Hansu. Yet, it must have prepared. Melchizedek was a being that had been made from the main planet Ankara and then sent here. It would have data about that place's weapons. Of course, it would have long prepared its forces for the war against Ankara. But Kiriel couldn't relax. That planet belonged to a race that could fire these powerful attacks without stopping. For Melchizedek to prepare a war against such a race? She could vaguely guess the strength of Melchizedek's forces currently running around Nelkipa. As well as the forces of the race Melchizedek had prepared this much for. This is just the beginning. The flaming pillars and the cyborgs that withstood them were just the beginning. Kiriel then looked to Hansu and asked. Are you okay? Hansu nodded. I'm feeling great. Hansu smiled contentedly as he looked at his body that was regenerating at a much faster rate than before. The best environment to train. Of course, he wanted to just sit around here and continue training. Can't forget my goals. Becoming strong was just part of the process. What mattered was the victory itself. And what he needed for a victory was not training, but real battles. It was better for the immortal soul when one received many different types of external stimuli as well. Of course, he wasn't worried that he wouldn't receive such stimuli. For it to be capable of making transcendent level creatures. I guess I won't be bored on the journey to the research center. Hansu mumbled as he looked at the crushed head beneath his feet. Rumbling. All three died. The giant train continued to dash forward, despite having received countless strikes thanks to the repulsion coating. The humanoid standing in the center of the research center frowned as 3 signals disappeared from its head. It thought that 3 of its artificial transcendence would be enough to win when fighting amidst the flames. One of the beings was much stronger than it had expected. I'll need to hurry a little more. Kong Hansu. He is called Hansu. The humanoid continued to stare at the test tubes in front of it, mumbling the name of the man its 3 underlings had been compiling data for. Bubble bubble. In one of the test tubes, an artificial transcendent jolted as Melchizedek mumbled Hansu's name. Reincarnator, Chapter 346, Inhabitants, 1. Are you really Kong Hansu? Hansu shrugged his shoulders at the others' expressions. They were staring at him in disbelief. I told you my name earlier. Jack thought to himself. Who would believe that? There were too many people pretending to be Kong Hansu. Especially among those who were a bit stronger. And it was easier to treat the people calling themselves Hansu as fakes when Hansu had been missing for the past 2 years. But watching this man's reckless actions, he seemed to be the real deal. There were a lot of people pretending to be him, but none like this one. Jack continued to mumble, delight filling up his face. Jeez. Kiriel muttered worriedly as she used her psychometry on the demolished artificial transcendent. It's not going to be easy. Boom. 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 Countless attacks rained down from the sky. Kiriel's expression turned sour as she saw the scene with her psychometry. This isn't going to be easy at all. She saw it in this thing's memory. The clear recollection of its birthplace, the main research center. Thanks to this, she had been able to figure out what guarded the research center. At least 20 more like this have been made. At least. I knew the 5th zone received more high-quality abyssal crystals than the 4th, but still. I guess finding a 1-star is quite easy. Only 20 1-star transcendents had been found after combing the entire zone below, but here they were found with alarming ease. At least 20 in this floor alone. Thankfully, every single one of these things were only at the 1-star level, but it still wasn't a situation where they could relax. Since more of them might be made after this. And there was the issue of the environment as well. The enemy forces held the absolute advantage in this environment. They were all resistant to the flames falling down from the skies. She and Hansu had to dodge those attacks while they fought. It was not a favorable situation at all. Normally, she could have easily crushed them, but instead she'd almost died in that last battle. In addition, their foes had thousands of foot soldiers. And despite being foot soldiers, they were also protected by the repulsion coating. This meant that the soldiers could freely attack them from behind while they were focused on fighting the artificial transcendence. This is suicidal. Rumble. Kiriel mumbled as she watched the countless pillars of flames descending all around her. After using his trade to read her emotions, Jack asked carefully. Isn't it better to go up? Do we have to stay and just die like that? Jack looked towards Hansu. Why would someone charge into the factory where these monstrous robots were being made? Let's just go up. Wouldn't the sixth zone be better? Of course, they didn't know what the sixth zone was like. But would it be any worse than this place? They could just fill up the rooms on the way up. It's not like those guys are lacking in crystals anyway. Jack mumbled to himself as he glanced at Kiriel and Hansu. That would be perfect. But Hansu didn't give Jack the answer he wanted. Damn it. If he was a girl, I could have charmed him away. He didn't want to deal with a male, nor did he feel like it would work. Jack looked at Hansu, who seemed to be lost in thought after hearing his words, and continued to speak. He wanted to get out of this hell as fast as possible. It's not like there's anyone to help you, right? The other transcendents have already gone up, and it's not like us ordinary people could help out. Are you planning to charge into the research center with just the two of you? But Hansu smiled at these words. What do you mean? There are people who are willing to help. The expressions on Jack and the others turned grim. Us? F. Why were they trying to swing at a dragon scales with a butcher knife meant for killing chickens? Maybe they might have been able to do something if flames weren't raining down their heads, but they were barely holding on to their own lives. To charge into a whole factory swarming with these things. Insane. Hansu chuckled. Don't worry. I'm not asking you to fight. Then who? Kiriel asked Hansu as she was also curious. She didn't know if there was anybody else of use around. For real, though. We're the only two around. Hansu replied. I know someone that Melchizedek would hate even more than me. And Jack cursed at these words. F. Who the hell is this bastard? He knew as well. There was a reason why he hadn't mentioned them. This Hansu guy seemed like he'd charge straight into the factory as soon as his chances of winning rose by even a single %. If he really did just come up, then he shouldn't be able to know, but Jack's expression turned grim at Hansu's next words. Wouldn't the people protecting Melchizedek's masters be quite angry right now? The ones who had brought Melchizedek to Nelkipa, but had lost their power due to Melchizedek's revolt. And we have a guide to take us there as well. Hansu smiled as he looked at Jack, whose expression had darkened at the mention of the inhabitants from. Why are you being like this? I swear, I don't know. I'm serious. Kiriel. Yes. Kiriel started to walk over with a smile. Please. That feels disgusting. Stop. Jack shouted in anger as he backed away. He wouldn't be able to move once she surrounded him with her ability. Damn. I'm going to die anyway. His opponent was indeed strong, too strong for him to argue against, but he was being backed into a corner. If they read his memories and dragged him into being a guide, he would have to crawl into that hellhole. And, who knows? Jack looked at Kiriel with hope. Previously, she'd stopped using her ability when he protested from embarrassment. Which meant that she wasn't unreasonable. And unlike men, women usually treated him better. Kiriel might even stop that crazy Hansu as well. But sadly. Smack. Instead of eyes filled with pity, a slap came at him instead. Kahook. Do you think we're playing around here? Kiriel eyed him coldly as she gripped his neck. Of course, they could just go up if they wanted. But then those who would die after they left would number in the tens of millions. Whether Melchizedek won. Or Clementine won. Or even if the inhabitants of Ankara won. The only thing waiting for the ones coming up after them was destruction. And Hansu was trying to stop that from happening with his own body. Do you think just looking a little pretty is everything? She'd been so shocked to see Hansu's body melting amidst his battles. It meant that this was dangerous, even for Hansu. But he was still willing to go. Yeah. Kiriel blushed as she glanced at Hansu and then tightened her grip on Jack's neck. Ugh. Jack let out a groan of pain as his body rose up into the sky. It was a scene that defied gravity, but nobody thought it was weird. Since they realized something they'd forgotten about until now. This beautiful girl in front of them. And the difference in strength between them. Kia-ring. Kiriel started to read the memories within Jack's body. And Kiriel scoffed at these scenes. He lives up to his face, all right. Girl after girl. There was not a single moment where he wasn't with a girl. A different one in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night. Sometimes even two. Sometimes even more. If this guy had spent those times fighting and hunting, he would have long become a transcendent. Both this guy, and those girls. Kiriel decided to leave his personal life alone and began to rewind through them at a faster speed. Then. Poof. Ha, HAAA. Kiriel released Jack, who gasped for breath, and turned around. Found it? Kiriel smiled at Hansu. Rumble. The spikes rising up from Nelkipa's body reached high into the sky. Below the giant Nelkipa structure that the inhabitants of Ankara had named the. Some sort of translucent object was squirming around. Then. Boom. An attack from Ankara smashed into the space right above the squirming object. Kayas. The squirming object disappeared with a small sound, and something appeared below it. A giant armored vehicle that was at least 200 meters large. And from inside the strange-looking vehicle, the voices from hundreds of people could heard. Phew. If it weren't for the repulsion coating, That photon strike would have turned us into powder. Is the shield working well? From those words. Chijie Eniak. One of them nodded as they pointed towards the squirming translucent barrier. There's no issues. It should be able to hold. Ha ha ha. We're alive. That bastard Melchizedek. He thinks he can fight us. The hundreds of people inside the armored vehicle shouted out in glee. These photon strikes may seem like a rain of fire to others, but in the eyes of these people, those very attacks were like fireworks celebrating their return. How long had they been on the run after Melchizedek had taken away their control? But it was different now. They would finally be able to return home. Their proud nation, would not let this rogue be. But a few of them spoke with dark expressions. Especially the N-levels who had the most important jobs. One of them muttered as she looked at Nelkipa that had now turned bright. We will win, right? The 5 other N-levels stayed silent. They didn't know as well. These shouts should only come out when their nation, actually won the war. They didn't know anything about this giant creature as well. Despite all their research. At that moment. Beep. Beep. The sounds of an alarm were ringing out throughout the entire armored vehicle. Huh? I can detect some strange energy outside. What the hell? How can lightning shoot up from the ground? A magical sight. And at that moment. Could it be those monkeys? That extremely violent and empty-headed race. That bastard. Prepare to counter. Maria clenched her teeth as she thought of those apes that called themselves Transcendents. Reincarnator, Chapter 347, Inhabitants, 2. Him. Their leader, Maria, gritted her teeth as she looked at the thin man on the screen. She remembered that face. One of the B-levels had saved him when he was on the verge of death. Although it had been a while since he'd last been here, she still remembered that man and that B-level being all lovey-dovey. But now he was repaying his debt by bringing an enemy to their door? How did he find it? Maria wondered how that man had found the vehicle they hid with the latest technology from Ankara, but soon stopped. That wasn't important right now. M-waves of power that only their planet's soldiers could wield. Those very M-waves were blasting out from the bodies of the two standing before them. The filters scanning the waves were going crazy. These guys weren't ordinary. Those two beings. Especially the man standing next to that lanky, pretty boy. They were definitely considered as transcendents amongst those things. The ones who were especially dangerous and violent. Maria quickly made a decision as she looked at the storm of lightning that his body released. Fire the cannons. Understood. King. The sole soldier of the N-levels, N. Martin. M-waves started emanating from N. Martin's body. Then. The weapon on top of the vehicle, moved according to N. Martin's wishes. The weapon of war that the Nerapa Union took pride in, the weapon that only their soldiers could use. They had managed to escape in the past all thanks to this weapon. Sir Martin. Strike them. Kill that bastard too. While the others shouted in excitement. There was one person who worriedly watched the scene. Jack. Standing in the back, a woman watched them with an expression filled with distress. Keying. A storm was brewing up in the air. Jack gulped as he looked at the swirls of energy that was starting to surround the armored car. Damn. He'd forsaken his saviors and had betrayed them. He'd done it by using the hidden ability within his trait, the ability to find women he'd once been intimate with. Of course, these people would no longer welcome him after what he'd just done. No. There's one exception. The woman who had saved him. Jack mumbled as he thought of the woman he had charmed in the past, Bianason. That woman might still hold him dear. But what did that matter? The B-levels were one of the lowest levels in their society. If the N-levels wanted his head to fly off, then they could only comply. Can I leave yet? I've guided you here. Of course, he wasn't just going to leave. Since he would die amidst the flaming attacks falling down from the sky. Kiriel smiled as she said. What are you saying? Hold your position. Ugh. I knew this would happen. This is why I wanted to hide my trait. While Jack cursed in his mind. Keying. The brewing storm amassed and a giant shockwave rang out. Then. Boom. A tremendous amount of energy that could bend even space itself started gathering into a sphere. A sphere that enveloped Hansu and Kiriel. Zzzzzzzzzztt. The sphere was around 10 meters in width when it first surrounded Hansu and Kiriel and then it rapidly started to shrink. Shrink. Swish. Everything within the sphere, even Nelkipa's skin, started to get sucked into its center. Though they had aimed it at the two, its range was so large that it even impacted Jack. And while Jack screamed as the force pulled him into the sphere. Hansu frowned for a moment, and then grasped the center of the sphere with both hands. Scrrrrrrttt. The gray sphere, which had been devouring everything in its range, let out a huge noise as it froze. Kkkkkkkktttt. The gray sphere tried to devour the two hands holding onto it, but the hands remained unaffected. Hansu pushed around the sphere as he looked at Kiriel. Indeed, we won't need a weapon. Shall we smash it apart then? No, let's just stop it for now. The fang in Kiriel's hands cut across the air, slicing the gray sphere into two. And Hansu threw the hammer in his right hand towards the armored car that had been preparing to run away. Zzzzzzzzzzzztt. Tendrils of lightning branched out from the point of impact and quickly covered the entire armored car. Don't glare at me like that. I'm here to talk. Sure. Of course, you are. Maria sarcastically replied, glaring at the three people who invaded their armored vehicle. Damn, we can't even run anymore. The opponent was way stronger than expected. Even though the weapon on this vehicle was meant for defensive purposes, it didn't even put a scratch on them. Maria sighed as she looked at the soldier, N. Martin, who was looking down at the ground in embarrassment. Fine, let's talk. What do you want? Al-Hawk the man had stopped them from leaving, he had controlled his strength from overly damage their vehicle. The barrier was still active, which meant that they were still hidden. Of course, there weren't any casualties as well. Which meant that this man wasn't planning on harming them. Not yet, at least. So a conversation with them wouldn't be that bad, it was what they had come for anyway. Still. What a mongrel. While Enmaria frowned at Jack, Hansu shrugged his shoulders. Simple, I came to ask for help. Enmaria continued to frown and shook her head. It didn't seem like they'd be very helpful when he was already this strong. This is not an armory. We have no weapons powerful enough to be of use to you. The weapon you just went against. That's the strongest one we have. Hansu shook his head. No, I don't want a weapon. I want a shield. Shield. Hansu nodded. Yes, please apply the repulsion coating on us. Kiriel's expression brightened up. Yes, with that. The biggest reason they couldn't fight freely was because of those flaming pillars raining down from above. A moment's hesitation or one wrong move could turn her and Hansu into fried chicken. But if they could get the repulsion coating that those cyborgs had, the story would change. They would be able to fight freely. Enmaria started to think. Should I? If they did apply it to them, these people would become invulnerable to the photon strikes. The coating didn't come off easily either. She didn't know where this man stood between Ankara and Melchizedek, but they would be gaining extremely powerful shields. But she didn't think about it for too long. Maria fell into silence as she stared at Hansu's eyes. We need to at least survive. She didn't know what his objectives were. But she had a hunch. That he didn't have the time or leisure to care about her people's situation. It would be better to apply the coating quickly and then shoo them away. Even if she were reprimanded under the laws of the Union for giving aid to an alien race, it would be worth it. We'll do it, but you'll have to wait. It takes a bit of time to prepare the coating. They could prepare it faster if they were at the main research center or the armory. There was a limit to what they could achieve in an armored vehicle that was built for research purposes. After the A-level started to prep the coating, Enmaria bit her lip as she said. I have one condition. What is it? Please do not cause harm to my race while you're here. Hansu nodded. He wasn't planning to anyway. There was no real benefit in fighting them. Enmaria's confidence rose after seeing Hansu's reaction, and she added another condition. Also, please leave after this. But Hansu shook his head. No can do. Enmaria started to frown and Hansu continued. Just listen, it won't be that bad for you guys. While Enmaria's expression turned to one of confusion. Boom. What the? Enmaria frowned as the entire vehicle shook from the impact. One of the B-levels operating the sensors shouted. They've tracked us down. Damn. Enmaria frowned at the screen. Countless robotic foot soldiers. Melchizedek, that lunatic. What the hell are you planning? Enmaria gritted her teeth as she looked at the half-robot, half-human being standing behind the foot soldiers. Enmaria clenched her hands into a fist as she stared at the countless robots who were charging through the flames as if they'd all been applied with the repulsion coating. Having once talked to the kind and friendly Melchizedek in the past, she would have never expected it to do something like this. Well, if he was violent from the beginning then the alliance and betrayal would have never occurred. Enmaria mumbled to herself as she looked at the charging robots shown on the screen. Apparently they detected their vehicle in the short moment their barrier had collapsed from the previous attack. Enmaria glared at the two intruders and gritted her teeth. They've managed to track us down thanks to you guys. At least fight for you. Boom. Even before Maria could complete her sentence, a huge shockwave caused the entire vehicle to shake. The outer shield has been damaged. They're rushing us. Damn it. Defend. Don't let it break. And Martin. Activate the weapon. They would be destroyed at this rate. Enmaria quickly issued orders as she stared at Melchizedek's forces. But, the catastrophe wasn't being activated. What are you doing, N. Martin? Activate it immediately. At Enmaria's shouts, N. Martin, who had been in a daze, woke up from his stupor and began to let out his M-waves. All while continuing to steal glances. N. Martin glared at the two intruders. Reincarnator, Chapter 348, Inhabitants, 3. Damn. Rumble. Enmaria felt the faint vibrations through the walls of the corridor inside the armored vehicle. This vehicle was heading towards a certain direction. Towards the main research center, the origin of all these traitorous robots. They had made this decision after listening to the man's words. I'm still not sure if this is a good idea. Enmaria had just settled the intruders into their rooms and was just on the way back to her own room. She frowned as she thought back to the scene when the foot soldiers had tracked them down. The man who called himself Kang Hansu walked out, looking at the screen that was showing scenes from the outside. With just a hammer in his head. She had scoffed at him for walking out with an ancient weapon, one that even they wouldn't be able to find in their museums to fight against thousands of Melchizedek's forces. But her smile soon froze. She'd witnessed the battle between him and Melchizedek's army. Enmaria shook her head and pinched the air. To replay that earlier scene. Terroric. A translucent panel appeared in the air and started to replay the video of the fight below. Boom. 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 Rumble. Clank. With every swipe of his hand, he threw hundreds of robots away. With every swing of his hammer, he destroyed Melchizedek's powerful elite soldiers. Enmaria continued to stare at the man who wielded lightning and flames to single-handedly destroy the entire army. This was the fourth time. She had replayed it 4 times on the way back, but it was still hard to believe. Ugh. Is that even something a single being can achieve? That strength would be hard to find, even back on their original planet. Even more so if it was achieved without the backing of technology or civilization. The M-waves emitted by their soldiers was used to control weapons, not to actually destroy things like this. No, there might be something in the military that can rival him. She thought of the battleships from Ankara but soon shook her head. Of course, she had to admit what she had to. The man was disgustingly powerful. In their current armyless situation, this man's strength would be of extreme help. So the offer the man had made to them was truly enticing. I will help you, and you will help me. Help me take over the main research center. You guys can have full control of it afterward. To have control over the main research center. An alluring offer. The giant train-shaped main research center wasn't simply a research center. All the robots that had attacked and chased them down had all been created from the plant attached to the research center. Most of the topics researched on Ankara were about the robots used for battle, and these had to be tested for their efficiency and strength. Of course, it wasn't as good as the armory attached to the newest research centers, but it was still something. If we can acquire that, it'll be of great help. This man had probably asked them for this very reason as well. Since the man wouldn't have the abilities required to control the research center. And Maria consoled herself. Yeah, it was a good decision. One needed a certain amount of power in a chaotic situation such as this. Just like what had happened to them when they were up against Melchizedek's forces. If they could obtain the research center, then it would be of tremendous help to them. I must go back. She could not die on top of a filthy beast such as this. And Maria continued to mumble to herself as she looked towards the giant planet that was her home, Ankara. At that moment, sounds of footsteps could be heard from the end of the corridor. Who? And Maria tensed up and reached for her waist. This corridor was the path leading to her personal room. Normally, there shouldn't be anybody else taking this path. But Anne Maria soon sighed in relief and dropped her hand. Anne Martin? What's the issue? I don't plan on reprimanding you for what just happened, so just go back. Nobody can beat a monster like that. The only soldier within the armored vehicle. Almost everybody liked this man because of his kind attitude and laid-back personality. That was why his main duty was to just protect them. Although he had indeed failed his job earlier, she wasn't planning to pursue it further. Even if they had a small army to protect them, that monster of a man would have made his way through to her. Is this because of those newcomers? That was possible. It was her job to listen to her team's issues and to find a solution to their problems. But as Anne Maria was about to speak up with a smile, Anne Martin started cursing from the end of the corridor. You crazy B*TCH. You actually put the repulsion coating on those aliens? That's treason. Huh. He wasn't smiling. Anne Maria stared at Anne Martin's cold expression, her own face darkening as well. Though they were both N levels, there was a difference of status. I can't just ignore that, and you'd better watch your words. You and I have a difference in status. Status? Haha. Anne Martin glared at Anne Maria and clenched his teeth. You B*TCH, you still haven't realized it yet. Anne Maria started to feel uneasy. Their planet, Ankara, was a planet of warriors. Usually, the hierarchy was well maintained, and they divided everybody's statuses accordingly. But there were certain situations when that could change. Something that she, coming from the Tate Norit branch A of the family, could not flip. Wait. Yeah. This place is now under the direct control of the Kakuran fleet. I will be the commanding officer from this point on. This was an absolute order. Nobody from the Narapa Union could go against this order. Anne Martin showed a line of red words on his panel and announced. For now, I'll let you maintain your authority here. Let's just continue like this. If the person in command were to suddenly change, they would suspect something. The red words read out, main fleet on the way. Maintain current status and await our arrival. Barbarians. Anne Martin mumbled to himself as he thought of the two intruders. The fleet of flames was on the way. The powerful fleet that burned up planets and sliced moons apart. Once it arrives, then this aberration of a beast as well as every bug on top of it would be annihilated. The strength of the Union was not to be messed with. But of course, he couldn't just sit around until then. It would go against the standards of the Union's army. A soldier must live up to their role. If you have no limbs, then bite them. If you have no teeth, then use your gums. Live for your people, die for your people. He, a soldier, could not just wait until the fleet arrived. Things won't work the way you want. Anne Martin smiled as he thought of the two people who would be receiving the repulsion coating at this moment. Kiyoing. A research room within the giant armored vehicle. Lights flashed within the giant vacuum flask as something was being assembled within it. Chiajijiak. The fine powders assembled were sucked into two tubes attached to the flask. Chiajijiak. Good. Hansu nodded as he looked at the nanoparticles they applied to his body. Nanoparticles so tiny that he could barely even feel them on his skin. But this thin coating was able to withstand any attack from the main planet Ankara. It couldn't block a concentrated attack or a high-level weapon, but there was no chance that it'd be attacked by such things, so this was good enough for now. Chichijek. The B-level female who handled the coating spoke to Hansu. It will last for about 2 weeks. After that, the durability of the nanoparticles will cause them to start disintegrating. We'll reapply it when that happens, so don't worry so much. 2 weeks, huh? Hansu chuckled inwardly. He knew that they could make these nanoparticles last forever as long they weren't physically destroyed. But he also knew why they were making it last for 2 weeks. In the end, he decided not to question it. They're probably holding onto it, so we don't betray them. If he could settle their differences with just this, then it wasn't that bad. Though it was still a little annoying. I'm done. Wow, so this is what it feels like. Kiriel was extremely excited when they finished her coating. Hansu is still receiving it. Although she was tall for a woman, she had ended much earlier because she was still much smaller in comparison to Hansu. The most important parts had been covered already. Heart, head, and spine. Kiriel was shocked as she looked at Hansu's body where the coating was now going over his back, stomach, and his limbs. Though the injuries were healing at a rapid pace, he still had countless numbers of them. She grew curious. As to the number of hidden injuries Hansu had beneath the regenerating flesh. If he didn't have his regenerative capabilities, then he'd be dead by now. Kiriel thought back to when Hansu's entire body had burned up and frowned. But she maintained her smile so Hansu wouldn't know of her worries. So this is just like a tour until we reach the research center, right? Kiriel laughed as she looked around the room. Of course, she and Hansu would have to fight the moment they arrived. Maybe even put their lives on the line. But they could rest until then. Prolonging the tension isn't good. Actually, they had seen a place where they could rest on their way here. A place that looked like it was meant for researchers to rest after going through prolonged periods of research. It wasn't good to relax too much, but taking a small break in preparation for the next battle had its advantages. Good. Good. Hey Hansu, what food do you like the most? Kiriel asked, deciding to treat this as a date, but... Beep. Beep. Huh. The person in charge of the coding suddenly looked at the machine in confusion. What's going on? Keying. Red lights shone from the repulsion coding system, and the machine stopped moving even though it hadn't completed the application. Chief. We haven't finished it? It won't finish anyway, right? Hansu smiled as he looked at the coating on his body that was peeling away. This world. This is what I like about it. Everyone had made fun of him, saying that he might become lazy after going back into the past. Some said that he was definitely going to become lazy when he returned to the past. After fighting against the races of the abyss for so long, he'd be dealing with weaklings instead. Some even pleaded for him to remember that they were fighting with their lives on the line, and told him to hurry his way up. To limit his sightseeing. But it seemed like there was no need for him to worry. This world didn't give him a second to take a break. I wonder who it could be. Of course, he had a person in mind. The soldier who had stared at him in disgust. But wouldn't that be too obvious? Hansu smiled coldly as he looked between the giant train on the panel and the small area he was standing on. A seems to be a branch of family maybe. Chapter 349, Entering, 1. Rumble. Hansu looked at the giant train in the distance, then asked Kiriel, who was standing next to him. You finished the preparations? Yes. Kiriel started looking worriedly between the giant train and the corridors around her as she mumbled. I read it with my psychometry, but didn't find any traces. Her psychometry wasn't all powerful. If the suspect wasn't present on the scene, it was hard to figure things out. The only people who could suddenly stop the repulsion coding system were the N levels. And they could do it from anywhere within the armored vehicle, so there weren't any traces for her to find. Even if she looked them over one by one, it would still be a huge issue. This whole thing was controlled through brainwaves. Although she could see a person's actions and hear them speak, she could not read minds. Should we just flip this over? Hold them down one by one. They'd easily spit it out if they were tortured. But Kiriel signed out. That's not something we can do to an ally. Right now, she and Hansu needed their strength. And it would be the same for the inhabitants of Ankara. Kiriel saw Maria walking hurriedly towards the two of them with a worried expression. Are you really okay? The coding has not been finished. Maria looked at Hansu's body. A body that was trained to the point of looking beast-like / having beast-like strength. But Maria, the one who had invented the repulsion coding, could see the holes in the coding. In a situation where one would still feel uneasy even after smothering oneself with the coding, the sorry state of the coding on Hansu's body weighed heavily on her mind. Is she pretending? Whether she was really worried. Or pretending to worry. Kiriel glared at Maria. Hansu chuckled as he said. You said that it would take 2 more weeks to fully prepare again, right? Then, those things will likely double in number. There were numerous methods if they had the time, the materials, and the manpower. But they were lacking in all 3 aspects at this moment. Maria looked in the direction Hansu had pointed towards and fell silent. The artificial transcendence that withstood against the flaming pillars that were falling down from the sky. And the tens of thousands of robot soldiers that marched in rows in front of the giant train. Even now, a countless number of these soldiers were being created and sent out from inside the train. It looked as if they were preparing to meet a special guest. Melchizedek, you're really going overboard now. Maria clenched her teeth as she looked at the soldiers. Melchizedek was no longer laying low and was openly going against them now. If this monster they were standing on arrived at the Nerva Union, then all these soldiers and artificial transcendence would descend down onto Ankara. And if they take over the plant, the problem would become even worse. No, I must stop it. Maria started to tremble. Did she come all the way to this isolated place just to lament about her fate? She had to change this. For him. Be Kellen. Maria mumbled someone's name and then looked towards Hansu. So, while you breach through their defenses, you want us to sneak inside and take over the control center, right? Hansu nodded. Yes. The enemy's forces were mainly divided into 2 groups. The small elite, which comprised of the artificial transcendence. And the mass-produced soldiers. The former would be hard to take over, but the latter was a different story. If they could connect this armored research vehicle to the control center, then they would succeed. And of course, they had the ability to. The look in Maria's eyes changed, they were now much more focused and filled with resolution. Let's begin then. Good. As soon as Hansu replied. SSSSSS. Red smoke began to surround Hansu's body. Lightning crashed down from the clouds. Rumble. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. With the swing of a hammer, lightning blew dozens of soldiers away, like leaves in front of a powerful gale. Whoosh. Red smoke spread out and entered the bodies of the artificial transcendence. SZZZZZT. Crack. As the artificial transcendence slumped forward, their skin melting down and their bones shattering from inside, 2 more flaming pillars fell down from the sky and swept over Hansu and everyone around him. Boom. Though the red smoke was a skill, it was still made up of organisms in the end. Because the organisms hadn't received the repulsion coating and had no resistance to fire, they stuttered for a bit when the flaming pillars struck down. The artificial transcendence jumped into the fire as if they were taking a shower, and then started to charge at Hansu again. To crush his head in. Hansu stood in the center and smiled at the artificial transcendence charging towards him, his skin still burning. The photon strikes and the attacks of the artificial transcendence. As well as the numerous foot soldiers. An attack that would have been a threat to him in the past. But now, Hansu only laughed as he swung his hammer. Even if the coating is incomplete, it's still useful. Boom. Hansu's right arm smacked away the artificial transcendence, and they crashed into the foot soldiers behind them and rolled into a ball together. In the small gap he had created after blowing them away, Hansu raised his hammer to the sky. Kakegagaga. 5 dragons extended out from his heart and started to compress themselves above the hammer. Boom! When the blackened Mjolnir smashed the ground at Hansu's feet, it created a shockwave unlike anything seen before now. Even Nelkipa's bright skin, which hadn't reacted to anything else other than the photon strikes, had hardened in just a moment. Nelkipa's skin, which looked like it was about to break apart, quickly crystallized as it repelled the force of the 9 dragons' spear, no, the 9 dragons' strike. A good turn of events for Hansu. Boom! The repelled force rose back up and smashed the countless soldiers surrounding Hansu. Hundreds of soldiers turned into dust in an instant, and it even shredded apart 2 artificial transcendents as well. And Enmaria watched this entire scene in a dumbfounded daze. What in the world? The strength of that attack was slightly stronger than even the main attacks from a mid-sized cruiser. Only a select few of Ankara's ships had the rights to control Ankara's, and for this man to be able to wield a power stronger than that with only his body. But Enmaria quickly regained her senses and shouted. Charge at them. The B and A levels, who were also watching the scene in a daze, woke up and started to focus on their work as well. And soon, the giant armored vehicle charged through the path that Hansu had created, towards the giant research center in the distance. Brrrrrr. This is seriously just insane. Enmaria clenched her teeth. Though she had executed the plan because she had to, actually experiencing the situation was a whole other thing. She had never expected to get mixed up with such a stupid plan in her life. Though Hansu was clearing the way in the front, the enemy still had a tremendous number of forces left. Plus, countless artillery fires and the flaming pillars continuously rained down from above. Boom! Tink! Tonk! The Melkessus shook as it charged through the masses of robots and artillery strikes. Remaining shield amount is 87.3%. The 3rd and 4th fusion reactors are becoming overloaded. Catastrophe activated. Damn. 1 artificial transcendent has attached itself to the vehicle. Kikikikijik. Sparks flew through tiny gaps that were cut away from the roof of the vehicle as something started to crawl through it. A very simple looking blade. Enmaria was at a loss as this extremely average looking blade bore through what should be the latest and most advanced technology of Ankara. How was this even possible? Anyway, if that thing were to actually break into the vehicle then it would be a catastrophe. They only had a single soldier among them. If that thing managed to crawl inside then they'd all be massacred. As Enmaria looked at the slowly moving blade. Boom! They heard a loud sound above the vehicle and the blade disappeared. As if it had been flung away along with its owner. I'll deal with these things, so just focus on driving. A beautiful voice, unfitting for this battlefield, came from above. Right, we had one more. Enmaria mumbled as she heard that voice. She saw the battle around the vehicle and calmed down. Amazing. One man was charging through a giant army. Through the artillery shells. Swinging his weapon from left to right. At first she thought that this mission would require some form of heavenly luck, but not anymore. If that man continued to pave the way like this, and Kyriel, the woman, defended them. At the same time, something weighed down on her mind. And Martin, as if he had sensed Enmaria's gaze, used his brainwaves to send her a message. You see, right? Look how dangerous that race is. Imagine if they were to land on Ankara. Since she could utilize her brainwaves to send messages, Enmaria simply listened. And Martin continued. You probably think that Melchizedek is the dangerous one, right? In my eyes, those things are even more dangerous. And Martin's words weren't unreasonable. Melchizedek was strong, this was the truth. But it was still an AI in the end. They knew a lot about it, and it knew a lot about them. Which meant that the only thing remaining between them was a battle of strengths. And in Martin's opinion, Ankara would not lose on that front. But these aliens were different. They were creatures shrouded in mystery. They could train their M-waves to the point of smashing apart spaceships. The scarier thing was, this was not their limit. And Martin knew. He knew that above that powerful man, there were even stronger people. He had seen it. Ha ha ha. This is a soldier? How laughable. Damn it. You haven't even seen our true strength. And Martin grit his teeth as he thought of those 2 monsters currently somewhere on Nelkipa. He couldn't let them get to Ankara. He had to stop them here. But Martin woke up from his thoughts. They had already arrived at the giant train, the main research center. Boom. We're going in. Along with Enmaria's shout. Melkessus charged through the hole that Hansu had created at the giant train side. Into the darkness. Chapter 350, Entering, 2. Boom. Hansu smashed through a wall and looked around. Not much here, at least in this area. Rumble. Hansu checked his body as he walked into the giant train. The immortal soul seemed to have grown a bit. It was healing his body at a faster rate than before. Boom. As Melkessus charged through the entrance, Hansu started to swing his hammer again towards the robots that followed it inside. Boom. Despite the countless numbers being flung outside the train by Hansu, they continued to rush in as if they had expected all of this. Hansu shrugged his shoulders as he watched the scene. I need to bait them. The robot's target was not him, but rather, the vehicle behind him. Boom. Boom. It was clear as the artillery shells were focused onto the vehicle. Did they realize I was heading towards the control tower? He couldn't handle the hundreds of shells that were flying towards the vehicle with his strength alone. Boom. And those exact artillery shells were slowly chipping away at the vehicle's shield. No, this won't do. Hansu frowned. Red clouds started to seep out from his body and surrounded the area around Melkessus. Then. Crack. SSSS. The artillery shells all started melting whilst passing through the mere few tens of meters of red clouds. Tink. Tonk. Tink. The artillery shells melted away as only a few of the remaining fragments slammed into the vehicle. Good. The flaming pillars didn't reach this place. His pandemic blade would not be weakened anymore. Through a small communicator near his ear, Hansu asked. They needed to take over the control tower first, then they would be free from the artillery fire. Anyway, where did they get these transcendents? There might be a lot of one-star transcendents, but not this many. Even if all the one-star transcendents were caught and modified, this number was simply too large. Well, we'll know after taking over the control tower. But even before he could finish his words. Swish. An extremely condensed aura exploded out from the end of the train. A bloodthirsty aura. Hansu frowned at the prickly sensation on his skin. Enmaria shouted from inside Melchesis. Enmaria grinned at her teeth at the countless robots that continued to charge in. Without the red cloud, they would become bare to the artillery shells again, and the robots would charge in as well. They needed to take over the control tower as quick as possible, so why was he just standing there? Kiriel, defend them. Go to the central control center with the vehicle. Hansu looked over into the depths of the train. Kiriel frowned. Huh. There must be a reason why Hansu spoke those words. Kiriel elevated her senses to the limits to check. Prick prick. Kiriel subconsciously clenched her hands at the dense aura that was radiating towards them like blades. If that thing came to us. Kiriel spoke to Hansu. What are you doing? We need to take over the control tower. Are you neglecting our alliance? Anne Martin's annoyed voice could be heard from inside. If one left, fine. But if both of them did? What was he supposed to do then? There was no way they'd get to the control tower without them. These guys, they really are stupid. They don't even know their priorities. But while Anne Martin was grinding his teeth, Kiriel's cold voice rang through the communicator. She didn't care if everyone else died. She was only helping them out because Hansu told her to. But that aura was different. Though she believed in Hansu, that being was not simple. Of course she would choose to follow Hansu. However, Hansu spoke as he shook his head. One of the 5 N levels spoke up. Though he looked like he was lacking a bit in comparison to Enmaria or Anne Martin, he must be an N level because he had the abilities. This kid. Kiriel clenched her fists even tighter as she said. Fine. Come back safely. Hansu nodded, raised the hammer up high, and then commanded. Boom. The floor beneath them exploded out with lightning as a vehicle and a humanoid shadow flew out from the smoke clouds, running in different directions. Rumble. Hansu frowned as he continued to run inwards. I wonder what the rest are doing. Hansu made an annoyed expression. Why was he doing this? Neither Clementine or any of his comrades could be seen. Of course, he couldn't just ignore this. If he, who knew of the future, let things go, then things might really go awry. There are those who refuse to listen as well. Hansu thought of the Ankara as he continued to run towards the aura. This guy was top priority. Let's see what you are. Hansu smashed through the walls of the research center and ran towards it in a straight line. Though breaking the complex-looking machines felt like something he shouldn't be doing, there was no time to waste. They'll fix it. This was why he was with Ankara's people. Then. Zoom. It was from the depths of the research center. Het. Hansu smashed his legs onto the floor as he stared at the golden beam that was rushing towards him. The photon strike. He never expected to see it in here. Of course, it was much more condensed than the ones that were outside. Hansu smashed the beam upwards with his hammer. Boom. The beam flew into the air, breaking through countless layers of the research center and into the sky. What a nice introduction. Stomp stomp. Something walked out from the dark. It was a sturdy man with a defined jawline. Hansu frowned. Melchizedek. Then, something also followed it out from behind. Unlike Melchizedek, who wasn't armed, this new being was armed to the teeth. A giant cannon was cooling off behind its back. A personal weapon that can fire the photon strike. It was a cannon that allowed one to use the photon strike, which could only be used by military bases or starships. Of course, this wasn't common. According to his knowledge, only the R levels had the right to use this special, personal defense mechanism, even in Ankara. It was a weapon used by the royalties who ruled Ankara. Melchizedek smiled at Hansu. A gift. It was really hard to catch this thing, you know. Melchizedek smiled as he touched the surface of the cannon behind the man's back. Clank. Is it here? Enmaria answered. Keying. Catastrophe, which was on top of the vehicle, started creating a large, gray ball. Crackle. The ball was forming on the wall as it started to tear the wall apart, creating a path for them to pass through. Shockingly, the gray ball was forced to disintegrate as strange energy flew through the wall. What? Enmaria was shocked by this scene. Ugh. Kiriel made signs and activated a skill. Then. A strange shockwave spread out from her body and caused everything around her to stop functioning. What? I'm not even frozen. Anne Martin, despite being fully awake, could not move his body at all. Kiriel glanced at them and then smashed her fist at the wall. Boom. Cracks appeared on the wall as a small rectangular hole was made. Kiriel spoke after she created the hole. The smaller the entrance, the easier it is to guard. Only take the people you really need and go in, I'll guard this place. Enmaria saw the robots who were starting to move again and then quickly started to get off the vehicle. They had basic body modifications already, jumping down from the tall vehicle wasn't much. Thunk. Kiriel made a confused expression at this scene. Not many had come out. Only you few. What about the other N levels? Kiriel thought of the other 4 in the vehicle. I'm the only one from Technorad, just guard us well. Kiriel smiled at Enmaria who was running through the hole and then glanced at the vehicle. She could penetrate them right through the walls. I guess I should clean up the cockroaches when I get the chance. She didn't like them already. And they weren't needed. She created 4 flaming spears in her hand. Then. Swoosh. 4 holes appeared on the walls of the vehicle. Chapter 351, Entering, 3. Ron looked at Anne Maria walking away and asked Anne Martin. Is this okay? Martin. Can we survive like this? Anne Martin stayed silent from Ron's question. One female standing next to them, Anne Carrie Nell, exploded with rage and grabbed onto Anne Martin's collars. You bastard. You told us to just trust you. We stopped the coding because you told us to. We even lent you the codes. But what is this? This is all you can achieve. Do you not care about your life in Ankara? Anne Carrie Nell's rage continued on. Though they were all N levels, they were acting quite rudely towards Anne Martin. Against Anne Martin, who supposedly held full authority in this current war situation. But, of course, their birth statuses were different. Royalty. Anne Martin mumbled to himself. The soldiers were above the mechanics and techno-rats. But they were still below the royalty. The ones who ruled Ankara. The sons and daughters of the R levels. Unlike most who started off at the C level and spent their lives never ranking above the B or A levels, these sons and daughters inherited the position of N level, the level above the S. On the surface, they were at the same level. But no. As long as they continued to live, sooner or later they would become R levels. They were born to such a fate. Unlike him and the others, who could never reach such a level in their lifetime. There was a reason why they were so angry at this moment. Since they would have come here with just the simple mindset of touring or exploring. Anne Martin thought of Anne Maria as he said. Don't worry, everything is flowing perfectly. Yeah. This is flowing perfectly? Did you not see that bastard suspect us? Anne Carrie Nell thought of the two barbarians as she raged on. Two stupid beings that had the powers of a high-ranked soldier of Ankara, the personal royal guards among the top-tier hierarchy in their society. Especially the eyes of the woman, those eyes that looked at them in disgust. This alone was unsettling, but there was a huge army charging in from behind as well. Bastards. I'm going to smash you down to the bottommost rungs of society once I get back. Anne Carrie Nell swore to herself that once she got back, she would punish Anne Maria and Anne Martin by making their lives as miserable as she could. There was a basic reason why they'd come here. It was for a mining center under the absolute control of the AI, Melchizedek. If they succeeded, they would gain the rights to the secret of Nelkipot. No risk, high returns. Anne Martin would fight and Anne Maria would research, and the rest would just take the credit. In return, they would make both their futures a bit easier to tread. But there was no reason to anymore. N level. Once they returned, they would probably be demoted to C level, or even a D level, the level of a criminal. Because they had driven her into such danger. For failing to serve a person of royalty properly. Anne Martin smiled sadly as he gazed at Anne Carrion's expression. He then looked at the sky. B. Cornell. He had stacked merits for 30 years in the military to climb up to this point. To give his son, who'd been placed at C level, the chance to live a slightly better life. To drag his son up to B level. But this was the end. The crazy dogs in front of his eyes had the power to disintegrate his 30 years of effort into nothing with a snap of their fingers. The monstrous aliens outside had the strength to destroy the land he'd defended for 30 years. The land which his son would live on. In all honesty, it wasn't anybody else's fault. This was all decided the moment Melchizedek betrayed them, and he had failed to take these three to escape. So he needed to deal with this himself. Anne Maria. Please. At that moment, he heard Anne Maria's voice from his communications device by his ear. Anne Martin. I've done as you said. You told me that, the others are not needed. Anne Martin smiled brightly as he heard this. Good job. Anne Maria, I leave the rest to you. This is the end of the road for us. You bastard. Speak. Howda. As Ron started to shout alongside Anne Carrie Nell. Pop 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 hack. 4 distinct sounds were heard from the walls of the armored vehicle. And all from 4 bodies. Kahook. Arg. What is this? Anne Rondart and the other 3 didn't realize what had just happened as they looked at the holes made through their hearts. And Anne Martin too. Well. Anne Martin at least knew that this would happen sooner or later. Kiriel, was that her name? Well. You and I are quite similar in many respects. The only difference was that he would fight until the end for his nation. And she would for her man. Anne Martin smiled as he looked at the hole burning with flames that prevented the nanomachine's tissue reconstruction. His job was now done. Kiriel was indeed skillful. Nobody could survive this. Not him, or the other 3. Nice and clean. Thank you. The rest was now up to Anne Maria. Anne Martin looked towards the research center's control room where Anne Maria would be at by now, his vision starting to blur. Chiajijijik. Anne Maria clenched her teeth as she sensed the brainwave communication had stopped. This crazy girl. She killed them instantly. Anne Maria was at a loss. Of course she knew that Kiriel didn't like them to begin with and had been enraged when the Hansu's repulsion coating had stopped midway. But she didn't expect Kiriel, the quiet and respectful girl, would act out like this in an instant. Anne Maria thought of Anne Martin's final words before she left. You, who lived your entire life as a technoid wouldn't know. But I've lived and rolled through battlefields my entire life. I know something you don't. Those guys, they're not from a civilized society like us. They're closer to soldiers. No, not even soldiers. They're simply barbarians. Beings who have become evil and selfish for the sole purpose of growing stronger. Anne Martin continued to push her and gave her the option to choose. If you really cannot believe me, then I'll give you a choice. Try telling them that the rest of us are not needed and see what happens. If I die right away, then, do as I told you. Martin, your words were right. Anne Maria clenched her teeth as she took over the controls for the research center. It was just as Martin had said. Those things looked lightly at life and wouldn't let a single trace of potential danger remain. And they had the strength to back their views. I cannot leave them be. Anne Maria's pace hastened. Tata-tata-ta. Hurry and infiltrate it. Stop all forms of outside communication and deal with the core detection system. Ugh. Yes. Even without her orders, the other members were putting all their efforts into hacking the system from fear. The sounds of explosions coming from outside were getting louder. Boom. Boom. Crack. The sounds of explosions and what seemed like sounds of machines' parts breaking apart were getting closer and louder. If they didn't want those exact sounds to happen to their own bodies, they had to hack this as soon as possible. And their efforts did not betray them. Boom. They heard the loud sounds of machinery as the giant main control board changed from red to blue. Tunk. Tunk tunk tunk. Tonk. The sounds of machinery shutting down and booting up continued on as areas with Melchizedek's red color all changed to blue. Ha ha ha. Success. Phew. Maria. We'll hand over authority to you. The various B levels and A levels all transferred their authority to Maria. They just needed to take control over the robots. This was good enough. If they could take over the entire research center and their forces, then they would be able to reverse the situation and finish this all off. Please hurry, Maria. The B and A levels all shouted at Maria as the loud sounds from outside drew closer and closer. But Maria ignored their desperate shouts. Kakuround fleet. Request for access. Then. Keying. The communication system that Melchizedek had stopped began to start up again. And soon Maria could hear a voice in her head. Nelkipa team. N. Martin, in charge of 7th Mining Center. Access granted. More information required. N. Carrion Nell, code accessed. Access granted. Keying. An image appeared inside Maria's head. Of a man who stood with a giant starship in the background. Maria gulped as she looked at the oppressive-looking man. Reincarnator Nell. A man from one of the three main families that controlled the Nerapa Union, the Nell family. He who was acknowledged for his abilities and given the rights to control the fleet of flames, the Kakuround. Maria breathed in and out as she listened to Reincarnator Nell's words. Martin, I have come to this point. She had taken over the research center and opened up the military communication server. It was now time to act on Martin's plan, using the deaths of the other four as the basis. To take over everything. What are you doing? Maria. Please suppress the robots. Maria continued to focus on the communications and ignored their shouts. There's not enough spare energy to control them. This is the main research center. If we activate everything here, then we'll be able to release the second level limits for 0.13 seconds and activate the quantum transmission. We request aid from an elite force equipped with the Dragon God gear. Huh? Do you think the Dragon God force is a common soldier? You don't have the authority to request such a thing. Effing bastard. Maria gritted her teeth. For him to downright ignore her request. Maria breathed in and out and then continued to speak to Reincarnator Nell. Currently, 3 members from the Nell, Ron, and Pyle families are in danger of losing their lives to the alien race. The member responsible for protecting us, N. Martin, is dead. We require assistance immediately. Reincarnator Nell's expression froze. It's all over now, UB. Maria thought of Kiriel as she smiled. Oh. They took over the controls, is that okay? To hand over authority of this giant research center directly to them. Melchizedek, who seemed to be relying quite heavily on the guard next to him, laughed as he detected what just happened. This giant research center's size was that of 3 cities, and it had a fusion reactor that could power all 3 cities for half a century. Of course, the other buildings and facilities would have such a thing as well. All facilities in Ankara were prepared for an emergency situation. There were 2 main purposes behind this research center. Researching the tools that would be used in battles. And for transferring such forces. Through quantum transmission. It was a result of the countless years of effort from Ankara's war union. But Hansu chuckled. Well, as long as your lock has been released. Don't look down on them. Huh. I'm telling you to just focus on the current situation. Then. Boom. A hammer suddenly swung and smashed into Melchizedek's head. Rumble. Ha. Look at these imbeciles. They betray us after I buy them the time they needed. Kiriel looked behind her and mumbled. The shockwave. And the aura of a powerful being coming from inside. Boom. An attack, a bit different from the photon strike, had exploded out from within. An attack that the repulsion coating could not handle. SZZZZZSSSCTT. The countless robots had simply melted away under the strike. And after dodging away from its trajectory, Kiriel looked into the hole. At a soldier who was covered in some strange armor. Though his face was covered in some sort of visor, she knew that he was smiling. Because Maria was also smiling behind him. Kiriel's smiling expression stiffened and began to stretch into a horrifying smile. Hansu told me about this. Once the lock is disabled, we don't need anybody there. Deal with them accordingly. Deal with them accordingly. Good. Then. Kikik. A strange red armor started to surround Kiriel's body. And soon covered her terrifyingly cold smile.